Colleagues, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to this second day of a conference on the 2023 Coronation. I'm delighted to be chairing this panel on Coronation Perspectives, Commonwealth, Realms and Republics. And I'd like to thank the organizers of this conference for the excellent day's discussion yesterday. I thought it was extremely thought-provoking and stimulating, with much to take forward for, let's face it, the next coronation. It's my great pleasure to be, as I say, chairing this panel. We are just waiting for Her Excellency, the Bangladesh High Commissioner, to join us, but I believe that it would be appropriate, since we are welcoming speakers from New Zealand and also from Australia, to begin our discussion. And I'm delighted that my friend Sarah Lingard from the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office will act as discussant. So please, if I could invite Professor Katie Pickles from the University of Canterbury in Christchurch to make her initial remarks reflecting on New Zealand's reception of the 2023 coronation and basically how it landed. So Katie, thank you very much indeed. And then Anne, and we will slot in the High Commissioner when she arrives. So Katie, if I could invite you to begin, please.
Oh, thank you very much, Sue. It's good to be here. Kia ora koutou, ko Katie Pickles toko ingoa. And the coronation revealed the various dynamics of contemporary Aotearoa New Zealand, I think. And those dynamics that I'm going to briefly sort of talk about: the liberal and egalitarian traditions, Pākehā settler notions of governance, te ao Māori, calls for self-governance and co-governance, and really importantly, the special iwi, as in tribe, iwi crown relationship that values hereditary status. How might these best work together holds the key to a strong and a harmonious nation. And as I'll argue at the coronation, we, through the representatives who were from New Zealand, we sort of saw that coming together, I think, in a way that we haven't seen on New Zealand soil, quite ironically. So New Zealand has been arguably one of the most loyal and British nations of the Commonwealth, and the most reluctant to devolve politically. Indeed, it can be a metaphorical case of the child refusing to leave home. For example, Britain joining the EC in 1973 was a huge shock. And there's still the OE, the overseas experience back to the mother country, even if those doing it aren't fully conscious of the origins of the tradition of going home and back. So one would expect, would they not, a very enthusiastic reaction to the coronation, that from this very loyal and British place, that is indeed what had happened for Queen Elizabeth II. However, times had changed, and overall it was quiet, I think is the way we will put it, very quiet. However, there is very much ongoing evidence of the importance of the crown. Of course, the monarch is the head of state. Specific 21st century devolution examples have been so far unsuccessful, reversed, or unattempted even. The unsuccessful was the 2016 referendum to change the flag. We saw that didn't go through. We still have the Union Jack flag in the corner. The reversed, the royal honours system. Under a Labour government, the titles were abandoned in 1999, only to have a progressive Conservative government reinstate them in 2009, so that reversed attempt. And then the unattempted, of course, is our Constitution, which is still found in 45 acts rather than being rewritten into one place. So why the quiet? Why the sort of this inaction? What's going on? Is it about loyalty or taking for granted the relationship? For some, yes, I think there is a lot of taking for granted that things are going to carry on the way they are until one day there is change. Overriding all of this, though, during the past half century has been the emergence of a bicultural nation and relationship, one that has needed the crown as Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the signed treaty in 1840 between Māori and the crown, various chiefs, has evolved and gained importance as a founding document. So the importance of the crown during the last 50 years has been massive in the move to biculturalism. And the crown's role in redressing the past that has been a part of that has been an essential part of New Zealand. From 1975, with the Waitangi Tribunal to investigate crown breaches of the 1840 treaty, through that treaty, of course, is an incredibly complex, dynamic, living document with many contestations and many books about this, more coming out all the time. But the three articles that what are contested, but sovereignty, the idea of sovereignty, rangatiratanga, the first article, and the second, protection of the crown, which particularly I think is relevant when we come to the coronation. And at the time, Koini Wikitoria would protect. And then the rights to lands, which of course is there and becomes very contested and subject to redress soon afterwards. So to bring this three the articles of a very complex document in history together, there is this idea underlying it of partnership between iwi and the crown, and you need the crown for the partnership, and this is just so incredibly important, I think, to New Zealand. So if we look at the last 50 years and the move towards an officially bicultural nation, there are a number of ways in which that happens, and culturally, politically, legally, socially. The 1987 Māori becoming the official language, of course, is seen as a key marker that way. The move towards Māori self-determination is ongoing, with many different perspectives held on that across various iwi. The treaty has become entrenched into laws in an evolving fashion, and especially in the 21st century attempts at co-governance. More recognition of tikanga, custom, and te ao Māori, the Māori world, Māori ways of doing things. So very special iwi crown connection, often seen as most symbolised and manifest through the treaty. So Māori signed the treaty with the crown, at least in part, as protection from the behaviour of unruly settlers at the time. And I think a big question in the 21st century is, does New Zealand still need a monarch to protect against settler colonialism? That is still a big question here that we've seen since the coronation in the last few weeks. The current new coalition government, the swing sort of to the moderate left, but they've needed to go into coalition with the moderate right. They've needed to go into more coalition with the most extreme neoliberal party, and also New Zealand First, which is sort of a bit of a wild card. And so what there's been is an extreme threat suddenly of a winding back of all of these moves to biculturalism over the past half century. And through the changing of names, removing Māori names of public agencies, departments from Māori to English, to reversing, eliminating health initiatives targeted at Māori, improving health, most notably the anti-smoking legislation and preferential waiting list treatment, and indeed threatening a referendum on the importance of the treaty, suggesting that it is no longer relevant in modern society. That's been backtracked from the Prime Minister very quickly, but of course we've had marches last week and all sorts. So yeah, given all of this, given this context, to come back to the coronation, and the coronation is an opportunity to debate republicanism. Was this what's going on? Well, no, not really. I think any sort of discussion of republicanism was pretty much a media whip-up. And leader after leader, when interviewed, said one day this will happen, but not now. And instead, but they consistently say that as if it's inevitable. And however, at the same time, you have this sort of quietness and almost the quiet quitting, and some examples of how this played out in the coronation itself and how it was celebrated here in New Zealand. It was sort of very quiet, extremely quiet. There wasn't a public holiday, so none of us like that very much. And there were no, well, very, very few street parties, celebrations, very, very, very quiet that way. It was broadcast live, and of course that meant that it was at night and late at night when many people were asleep. So that actually made it quiet as well. What did happen, there were some native tree plantings, and I think quite indicative of King Charles and the environment, the King Charles III coronation plantings of native trees. So some of the buildings were lit up purple, there were some gun salutes, and there were some commemorative stamps and coins. But at the same time, what we've seen is energy really being put into the new public holiday of Matariki, which has just begun to be celebrated here, a midwinter celebration of local constellation and symbolizing new life. And that has become a new public holiday. And that has been, I think, of far greater noise than the coronation. The King's birthday weekend has been left for now, but it seems only in name very much. More sort of quietness around the monarchy. The Duke of Edinburgh, the new one, has just been here. Very extremely quiet, giving out Duke of Edinburgh awards and performing other duties. A lot of people were unaware that he was in the country, so very much moving away from celebrity to duty, as we might expect. Another sign of this sort of quietness and move away and sort of almost a shunning is that we haven't changed our currency. So we're leaving the Queen on the currency. And how's that significant? Well, it sort of seems to symbolize the new king it just doesn't really matter. Is sort of the impression that you sort of get. So just lastly, I wanted to think about bringing this together with some thoughts on who attended the coronation from New Zealand and what does this tell us? Well, it was very much a bicultural, but also with elements of multicultural New Zealand on display. There were the sort of usual suspects you'd suspect of the then Prime Minister, Chris Hipkins, the then Leader of the Opposition, now the Prime Minister, Christopher Luxon, the High Commissioner to the UK. There was a 19-year-old Kiwi currently living in the UK, bell ringer, thought he was sort of the wild card. And then there was our Governor-General, Dame Cindy Kiro, who is the first Māori woman Governor-General. And this is where it starts to really get interesting. So you've had your, as we would say, sort of Pākehā leaders that way first. Then we move on and we have the Governor-General being a Māori woman and of mixed British Māori ancestry, sort of embodies that whole relationship. And then, of course, the head of the Kingitanga movement, the Māori King movement, was the King Tuatara Potuhewhenua the Seventh, and with his wife. And so very much the sense of the importance amongst Māori of hereditary leadership and bringing along the king. And then the conscience, as I would call it got really interesting with Dame Rangamarie Naida Glavish, who is now a JP. She's in DNZM. She's from the Ngāti Whātua iwi. But in 1984, what she's really significant for is she's the spark that lit the flame. She was working for the post office as a toll operator, and she dared to use kia ora, the expression when she was putting people through on her calls, and she got fired for doing that, for speaking te reo. And it sparked the flame, and of course Māori became an official language a few years later. So she was there. I think that was incredibly significant. But we also had Richie McCaw, former All Black, attend as the Order of New Zealand representative. He's by far one of the youngest member of our Order of New Zealand that has been established that way, but representing the importance of rugby sport, that whole tradition. And Willie Apiata, who is a former corporal in the New Zealand Special Air Service, and also he was there for his Victoria Cross New Zealand representative that way. And significantly, he got the Victoria Cross for saving lives. It's very much a humanitarian sort of that peacekeeping situation. For him, life's shifting to life-saving rather than the sort of the Charles Upham type. And lastly, the other representative was Abdul Aziz. So this sort of move towards a more multicultural place as well, in an officially bicultural nation. And he was at our fortunate Christchurch mosque attacks, terror attack recently, and had defended himself at the Linwood Mosque, and he received a New Zealand Cross recipient for that. So all of those representatives were there. So just to conclude, I think that here in New Zealand, akin to Australia and Canada, Republican arguments can have much in common with those of the UK rather than other Commonwealth republics. They're against hereditary status, they're pro-Western notions of democracy. Except we here in New Zealand are in a place colonised by Britain, where there has been a climate for redress, reparation, apology and reconciliation towards Indigenous peoples, most notably through the Waitangi Tribunal for almost half a century. And there are, as I would put it, sort of redneck Republicans who would like the treaty forgotten and the advances of the previous decades reversed. And there are also the 1990s style Republicans who still think the West is best and assume that the settler nation state will advance with Maori and all others assimilating. So the New Zealand representatives at the Coronation were actually a combination of the major dynamics of contemporary Aotearoa New Zealand, covering liberal and egalitarian traditions, progressive conservatism, the whole political gamut, Pākehā settler notions of governance, rugby racing beer sort of sorts, te ao Māori, and the special iwi Crown relationship that values a living te tiriti. And that these gathered at the Coronation, I think, was incredibly significant. And it was a unifying moment that the coronation of a head of state 12,000 miles away actually enabled. And that's the common discourse. People say, oh, why do we, what's going on that way? But that moment was enabled. So I'll stop there.
Katie, thank you very much indeed. That was an enormously valuable contextualization of the significance of the monarch to the New Zealand Constitution and also to New Zealand society, as well as addressing very much the who was invited and why, which has been very present in the discussion yesterday. So thank you very much indeed. We've just had a message that the High Commissioner will be with us in, we hope, 5 to 10 minutes. So if I may, I'd like to invite Professor Anne Twomey from the University of Sydney to make her introductory remarks. And we hope by the time you've concluded, Anne, that the High Commissioner will be with us. But I think your remarks will make a very interesting contrast to your geographic neighbour down south, as it were. So please, if I could invite you to start.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to come. So the first point I'd make is that in terms of the coronation, in Australia, it was at sort of prime time television period on a Saturday night. So the procession and the like was around 5-6 p.m.-ish, but by the time we got to the actual coronation itself, it was around 7:30, 8 p.m. Australia. So for us, one of the rare occasions, it actually was quite good timing to watch. But if you have a look, and I was just checking then what the ratings were for the television, it was okay, but it wasn't great. Far more people watched the Queen's funeral than watch the coronation, and I think that probably does tell you quite a lot. But far more, by a long way, were watching the Matildas play in the Women's World Cup in the football. So you can see where the Australian priorities are there. Also, in terms of the people who were invited, so we had the people you would expect. So the Prime Minister and his partner, the Governor General. And interestingly, each of the state governors went as well. But once you get outside the official people, the other Australians who are invited to attend tended to be Australians who just happened to be living in Britain at the time. And I'm not really sure whether that was because the government wanted to do this on the cheap and didn't want to be actually flying people anywhere, but they chose people who were well-known Australians who happened to be in London. So, Adam Hills and people like that, Nick Cave, people who were actually quite astonished that they were invited. So they were pretty surprised. And even some students, so people who were doing PhDs at Oxford or Cambridge, those sort of people, and also people who represented various orders of valor or honours and awards. So we had a VC winner there. We had somebody else who had won a Cross of Valor for rescuing people during the Bali bombings. We had someone representing the Order of Australia, etc. So apart from people who randomly happened to be in London, it was people representing honours and awards, various categories. The most controversial thing that happened in relation to the coronation itself, from Australia's perspective, was the coverage on the ABC. And I should say that I was doing the coverage in the ABC on the commentary panel in the last hour of it, just immediately before the ceremony itself. And my session was fairly uncontroversial, but the one before, so the period when people were arriving at the beginning and before the procession and all the rest of it, was very controversial. And that was because there were a couple of Indigenous people who were on the panel who spent a lot of time being critical of the role of the royal family and colonisation in general, and the effects that it had on Indigenous people, claims of sovereignty, disputes about sovereignty, and all of those sorts of things. And while that kind of commentary would have been perfectly appropriate and acceptable in almost any other circumstance, the type of people who were joining in to watch the coronation at that point, well before it was actually happening, so this was like 2 hours beforehand, were the people who were really just there to see the guests and the clothes and the horses and the pageantry. And they were not there for hearing those kinds of political comments. And therefore there was an awful lot of pushback and anger about that. But as I say, if those comments had been made at a different time and place, they probably would, people probably wouldn't have batted much of an eyebrow about it. Okay, so in terms of reception of the coronation here in Australia, fairly tepid, I would say. You've still got there are some hardcore monarchists out there, but they're few and far between. For the most part, people probably didn't much care about the ceremony and the extent to which it didn't mention the United Kingdom. You had to actually be a bit of a specialist to notice the snub, because it was a snub. And so as an expert, let me tell you what the snub was and why it was notable to me anyway. So if you go back and look at the involvement of the realms in the coronation, it started off with George V and, involvement in the procession, etc. But it really changed when we get to 1937 and George VI. And there's discussion about the wording of the oaths and various statements that are made to make sure that they include all the realms. And so you see the oath of George VI being to govern the peoples of Great Britain, Ireland, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the Union of South Africa, and the Empire of India, according to their respective laws and customs. So that was an acknowledgement that this coronation was not just the crowning of the King of the United Kingdom. It was the crowning of the King of all those other places. So it involved the entire lot. It was a coronation for each realm. And it was specified, and it was the case that the terms of the oath were negotiated with each of the realms. So Australia was involved in that. And so when we get to the coronation of Queen Elizabeth II, we see prior to that, when there's a discussion in the Westminster Parliament about it, Churchill comes and tells the Parliament that because the terms of the oath have already been negotiated with each of the realms, therefore you have to, the Westminster Parliament shouldn't interfere with it. And Churchill expressly says in the Parliament that the coronation is not just the coronation of the Queen of the United Kingdom, but also the Queen of each of the other realms. And that was why no changes should be made. And again, it was specified that that oath had been negotiated with Australia. The other interesting thing in relation to Queen Elizabeth II's coronation was that some of the realms and some members of the Commonwealth participated in creating new regalia for the Queen, and so the armels, so the sort of the bracelets on the Queen, if you ever have a look at the photo, the armels there were at the initiation of Sir Robert Menzies, the Australian Prime Minister, were made and paid for by the realms, and they actually have inscribed inside them each of the countries that participated in giving the monarch this symbol and its regalia. So then we get to the coronation of Charles III, and the most stunning thing about the coronation from a perspective of the Commonwealth is there is not a single mention in the entire proceedings of Australia. There's no mention of Australia in the oath. The King is no longer making an oath to govern Australia according to its own laws, etc. We just got completely wiped out. We just, other realms. We're not anything anymore. The most you get is a bit of embroidery on a screen. Wow. And some people in the procession. So basically we've moved back in time to 1911 in terms of status. So pre-Statute of Westminster status. And the other interesting thing was the armels. Did they use the armels that were created by the Commonwealth? No. They're just thrown in the bin somewhere, and they went back to some earlier ones. So Australia completely rejected and snubbed in the coronation. King not seeming to be the slightest bit interested in the realms or having their participation in the ceremony at all. So having said that, as I said, most people probably didn't notice or care. But nonetheless, if you were looking, it was unfortunate. I'm also told by my colleagues and this is from other countries, so this is not dobbing in my Australian vice-regal friends, but vice-regal friends elsewhere, that in their communications with the palace, again, they've been downgraded, so they no longer have communication with the secretary, the deputy secretary or assistant secretaries. Their communication with the monarch is now through royal correspondence, so you can't get much lower than that. And you can see this reflected as well in the King's early travels. I mean, where's the first country that he travels to? Is it one of his realms? No. As far as I can tell, having a quick look on Wikipedia, his travels have been first to Germany, to Romania, to France, to Kenya, to the UAE. Okay, the realms haven't even got a mention so far, haven't got a visit. And so, it's probably reflected as well with some indifference on the other side. Final point I'll make is about the issue of a republic. As you know, Australia has been a bit more advanced in this in the past, but we had a referendum that failed in 1999, not because people particularly wanted to retain the monarchy. Support from the monarchy was still less than a majority, but because of disagreement about the way in which a republic should occur in Australia, a division between those who wanted a directly elected head of state and those who wanted a head of state chosen by Parliament. And that division continues to exist. And as long as there is a division about the mechanism, how the crown will be replaced, then it's not going to happen. And that's been confirmed by the most recent referendum we had here. It had nothing to do directly with the Republic, of course. It was a referendum about giving Indigenous Australians a voice to Parliament. But two things about it actually have consequences for a republic. And so the first is the fact that it's just almost impossible to pass a referendum here in Australia, and we do need a referendum if we want to pass to become a republic. And that is because a massive fear campaign is whipped up about the potential legal ramifications of any change. That happened in relation to a very simple proposal for an Indigenous voice to Parliament, so a representative body, a body of Indigenous people that could make representations to Parliament and the government and in an advisory capacity. Now that was a very simple and fairly innocuous thing, and it still failed with extraordinary arguments being made about, the impact potentially this would have and how it was going to undermine the Constitution, etc. Now, if you cannot get something as simple as that to succeed, it would be impossible to get something far more complex and far more profound to the Constitution, such as a republic, passed. So that's problem number one. The second problem there is just looking at the demographics of the outcome of the voice debate. And you can see the demographics are largely repeating the demographics of the Republic referendum. And those demographics are people are inclined to vote yes if they live in the inner cities, if they are reasonably well off, and if they have higher levels of education, so university degrees and above. But the majority of people who live out in the suburbs or regional rural areas, people who are less well off, and people who don't have a university education tend to vote no. Now, those demographics have not changed since the 1999 Republic referendum, and suggest that any future referendum on a republic would go the same way. So the upshot of all of that is the only way Australia will become a republic, in the near future is if there is some catalyst from the United Kingdom. So either the United Kingdom gets rid of its monarchy or the monarchy blows itself up by some massive scandal. If that happens and it forces the hand of Australia so that we know, well, we're just going to have a republic and therefore we have to force ourselves to agree on a way of doing it, then it's possible it might be achieved. But if it's just a matter of, yes, it would be nice, the government having to use up its political capital to do it in circumstances where it knows that both the demographics and prior referendum history tell us it's almost inevitable it will fail, then we're just unlikely to have that. And I think that's probably it from me. Hopefully your next panelist has arrived.
She has indeed. And thank you very much indeed for a tour de force, like Katie, for the context, the significance of the coronation as an event, but also the wider ramifications of this question of a new head of state for Australia, and for making your typically incisive remarks. So thank you very much indeed. I'm delighted now to invite Her Excellency Saida Muna Tasneem, the High Commissioner for Bangladesh, to make her comments as someone whom I believe was at the coronation. Yes. Which is wonderful, somebody who was there on the day. Bangladesh, of course, an important republic inside the Commonwealth. We have just heard from two realms, so I'm delighted to welcome the High Commissioner.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank King's College for organizing this and thinking Bangladesh worthy of participation here. I was listening to the professor's comment from Sydney University, very strong comments about their own republic, transformation to a republic. But, Bangladesh has decolonized itself twice. If you recall, in 1947 first, and then in 1971, we had a war of liberation. So we had to fight a guerrilla war to again decolonize ourselves in 1971. And in both perspectives, I think before 1947, if you see, look at there are two Commonwealth Grave, Commission, two cemeteries in Bangladesh. And Bengali people did fight for the British Empire, during the First and Second World War. And we do have those testimonies as not only Bengali soldiers died, but also other soldiers, the British soldiers who are buried there, and other Commonwealth, you could say realms, soldiers. And we do observe Remembrance Day in one of the, at least either in Kumilla or in Chittagong. So, if you look at the history, and I understand this is about the coronation, about the monarchy and head of the Commonwealth. And if you look at that from the historical perspective, and of course, after 1947, Her Majesty the Queen visited East Pakistan and she visited Bangladesh. That means former East Pakistan. And her visit in 61, the people of East Pakistan, we took our own initiative to build a special building for her. I mean, there was a road built for her. So it was so important as the head of the Commonwealth. And, she did visit at the head of the Commonwealth. It was more of a head of the Commonwealth visit than bilateral. And That building is still a museum. It's a Foreign Service Academy. It was transformed to Foreign Service Academy. Now it's a museum. And, later on, she again visited independent Bangladesh in 1983. And she did visit Chittagong. She visited Dhaka. She met with the ethnic minorities. She did everything that a Commonwealth values, would sort of inspire her to do. In her program, all those elements were there. So therefore, Bangladesh is now that the coronations, coronation is something that is a continuity, that enjoys a continuity factor from those visits. And, our head of government, our head of state, 1971, when Bangladesh became independent, the first international organization that embraced Bangladesh as a double decolonized Commonwealth country was Commonwealth. In 1972, our father of the nation, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, visited United Kingdom, was received in number 10 on 8 January. He came straight from Pakistan prison. He was imprisoned in Pakistan for 9 months when the War of Liberation was going on. And from there, he chose to come to London. And Prime Minister Edward Heath promised him, he said, we want to become a member of the Commonwealth. And that was our allegiance to the Commonwealth right away, as an independent state and as a republic, as a secular republic. And in 73, within months, I think we became, UK recognized us in early February, and we became member of the Commonwealth in April, 18 April. And, when he attended the Ottawa summit in 73, he called upon the modern Commonwealth to live up to its, commitment to to tolerance and mutual respect during global crisis. During the 70s, we saw the Cold War and all that, and that's what he meant. And, in 2018, our present Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina, she has attended, I think, 7 chogams with Her Majesty. And she participated, we normally never miss the chogams. We always go to the Commonwealth summits, and our head of state, head of government will attend it. And on top of that, we didn't miss, she participated in the state funeral of late Majesty, and attended the coronation both. So therefore, as a republic, what we believe in, and during the 2018 London Chogam, where Her Majesty was there, at that time, our Prime Minister again reaffirmed that, what we want to see is a poverty-free Commonwealth. So in 1973, when our Sheikh Mujibur Rahman attended the 1973 Chogam in Ottawa, he said that he wants to see a Commonwealth pursue a new economic order. That means less disparity between the rich and the poor and within the Commonwealth. And in 2018, in her speech, she said, our Prime Minister said that we want to see a poverty-free Commonwealth. And we want Commonwealth to be more connected, because connectivity was a big agenda in the London Chogam. And the Commonwealth connectivity agenda was created in 2018, and Bangladesh is the business-to-business connectivity lead country. There was the Queen's Canopy. Climate change came into a big way in 2018, and we have dedicated 2 of our national forests under the Queen's Canopy. It's about conserving, biodiversity and reserve forests and green. And then we also promoted mental health. So in the Kigali Chogam, again, Bangladesh was promoting mental health, and Dhaka, Rwanda and Bangladesh are still pursuing mental health within the Commonwealth, particularly in the context of post-COVID. And there also, the present Queen, at that time, she was Duchess of Cornwall, but she participated, she supported our mental health event, and also promoted gender parity, in the Kigali Chogam. So coming back to coronation, so therefore, our commitment to Commonwealth stems from as a republic, from our historic relationship with the UK, through the decolonization emergence as first Islamic Republic of Pakistan, and then birth of Bangladesh as a secular state, and coming out of the Islamic Republic and never wanting to go back to an Islamic Republic. And now the Commonwealth promotes those values, those secular, inclusive, tolerant values. There are 2.54 billion people within the Commonwealth, and few things that the common people in Bangladesh know the Commonwealth through is number one, Commonwealth scholarship. And these are very important to us. I mean, still the Commonwealth scholarship is more important than a scholarship in the Harvard, trust me. It's really looked up towards. And so Commonwealth scholarship is extremely important. Queen's Commonwealth essay competition, it happens in every school in Bangladesh and they participate in it. Then we have the Commonwealth, this is the Commonwealth Year of the Youth. And it was from Bangladesh that won the Commonwealth Youth Awards. This is a young boy who created a mobile hospital in an auto rickshaw. We call it the scooter, the auto rickshaw. So it was a mobile hospital during COVID. It was a youth initiative. And, Prince William had, given the award. And this is something that, how the young people connect to the Commonwealth. Of course, there's much more to do to engage young people to understand the Commonwealth better. But, Marlborough House does matter to us. And, Bangladesh is a least developed country, but Bangladesh has a sinking coastline. And we are taking leadership on our climate vulnerability. So from that context, my colleagues have come a bit late. From that context, when it comes to climate vulnerability, climate change, also he's pursuing sustainable urbanization. So for a densely populated country like Bangladesh, we are working with the King's Foundation on sustainable urbanization. We're working with British Asian Trust, even though, these are His Majesty's, I would say, initiatives as a person committed to nature and climate, but at the same time, he's the head of the Commonwealth. And these are the issues that are discussed within the Commonwealth countries. So when our Commonwealth High Commissioners get together, we discuss this issue. We appreciate this. So therefore, this coronation, Bangladesh, during the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, we sent our troops to participate and show our support to the head of the Commonwealth. And also during His Majesty's coronation, there was a Commonwealth procession of countries, and Bangladesh participated in the Commonwealth troops. And we sent our smartly turned out contingent who gave salam. We say salam, you say salute. We did give our salam to the Queen, to the King. But what we appreciate is that before the coronation actually took place on 6th of May, on 5th of May, there was a Marlborough House Commonwealth Leaders event, which was organized, and His Majesty attended it. Rishi Sunak also attended it, but His Majesty actually gave one extra evening, especially to the Commonwealth heads of government and state, and interacted with us. And he did try to promote whatever he believes in within the Commonwealth. He did try to inspire, all the Commonwealth. So my Prime Minister was there, I was there. And what he encouraged our Prime Minister is Sustainable Markets Initiative. That's circular economy, private sector led, private invested climate, recycle and circular economy. So therefore, Sustainable Markets Initiative is something that is being promoted within the Commonwealth by His Majesty. So we appreciate that very much because, we are one of the largest ready-made garment manufacturer and exporters in the world after China. And we have huge amounts of waste, garment waste. And he's having a serious discussion with SMI to how do we recycle it and again, make new textile with it. So from the perspective of, current Commonwealth agenda, where climate change features as very, as number one agenda, and how we can cut down emissions, but at the same time, adaptation and nature-based solution, that is something His Majesty is taking a unprecedented or exemplary leadership. And we do support it on the terms of mental health. Again, there was the Commonwealth Women Leaders Summit in 15 November, and Her Majesty, the Queen came. Queen Camilla came to support and express solidarity with women gender issues. And I would say in terms of mental health, British Asian Trust is playing a very important role. But, at the end of the day, His Majesty is the head of the Commonwealth, and that is how we look up to him. So I know what, there are issues about, I was listening to Australia's perspective, academic as to whether regarding British royal family or monarchy, but these are the internal matters of the United Kingdom. From Bangladesh perspective and from a republic, we declared 3 days of state mourning when Her Majesty died. I think Bangladesh is the only country in the world who has declared 3-day state mourning. That is because, when she passed away, our Prime Minister sent a message saying that we feel like we have lost a guardian, global guardian. That's how Her Majesty was looked up to. So therefore, there's a continuity factor that, His Majesty represents all the values that his mother represented. And we still believe that Commonwealth is a group of special, international or regional grouping led by the head of the Commonwealth. And as the head of the Commonwealth, His Majesty or England's, UK's monarch has a very important role to play. And, we always meet at the sidelines of the UN General Assemblies. So, and sometimes, there also we have a Commonwealth Foreign Ministers meeting. Just the other day, my foreign minister is the chair of the Commonwealth Ministerial Action Group on Guyana. And, there is a current crisis. There's an escalation of tension between Venezuela and Guyana. And we played our role and we expressed solidarity with the, territorial integrity and sovereignty of Guyana. And we will stay next to Guyana as a Commonwealth nation. And this will never go away. So therefore, we look towards strengthening the Commonwealth, making it more relevant to present-day crisis or present-day challenges, including climate change, global food crisis. We're looking into SDG 14. We're looking into SDG 13, 14, 15. And 12, 11, energy in terms of sustainable urbanization. So we're working with the King's Foundation also on Bangladesh. 2 of the cities are working with the King's Foundation. I would end like this, that, the coronation was attended by all the Commonwealth heads of state government. I don't think any head of state or government had missed it or wanted to miss it. So therefore, everybody wanted to be part of this historic occasion that took place in 1953, last time, I think, with Her Majesty. So therefore, everybody wanted to be part of this historic. And, if you look at, globally, we don't see any other king. We think the king is, or the queen is United Kingdom's queen. I mean, there are, with due respect to all the other kings and queens, but, the king of the United Kingdom, King Charles III, is now looked upon as the head of the Commonwealth. And we do express our solidarity, show our due respect, mutual respect, Commonwealth common values of democracy, human rights, good governance, tolerance, and economic progress and sustainable future. So yeah, we pay a lot of attention, a lot of importance, attach very high importance to the Commonwealth, and we enjoyed the coronation.
Excellent.
And I'm speaking here, my closest friends are like, we sit next to Barbados and also Australia. But, the Commonwealth, we share the same values. I can say all the small island countries, Bangladesh identifies itself with the small island developing countries, nations, because we just submitted 2 cases. One to the ITLAWS. It's the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea. It's the treaty body of the UNCLOS. And we wanted, and this is Small States Commission and Bangladesh. And again, the other one at the International Court of Justice, where Vanuatu and Bangladesh, we've both submitted 2 cases as to application of international law and the UNCLOS on global climate change and sea level rise, because we are going underwater. And there is a strong Commonwealth solidarity on this survivability and existential threat to small island countries and sinking coastline countries. And there, His Majesty is taking great interest, and we appreciate that very much.
Hi, Commissioner. Thank you very much indeed for those warm remarks and for really underlining how the importance of sustaining ideas behind international organizations, that they go beyond the practical issues that you have so eloquently outlined, but also this question of continuity, emotional, but also practical
attachment,
alignment. That really can draw upon past evidence of solidarity, material support that you so clearly emphasized. And it was a very, as I say, a very warm explanation of why Bangladesh would be there. Of course, why not? As you say, head of the Commonwealth.
We just hosted last December, I think before we hosted the Commonwealth Business and Trade Forum. Because we are the business to business lead country. So we are actually promoting business within the Commonwealth, the business connectivity. So we are the connectivity lead, and we've created a connectivity hub Also in mental health, we are doing an online resource for like a toolkit for all Commonwealth countries for young people. So mental health is coming in a big way. Also from Bangladesh is taking lead in that.
Well, High Commissioner, you're also underlining, of course, that it's the importance of the bilaterals around any big conference, big event, big state visit, the connections and the contacts.
Absolutely. Rishi Sunak and Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina met at the margins of Marlborough House the Commonwealth Leaders event in London. They had a bilateral there.
Exactly. So thank you very much for pointing to that. If I could now, thank you very much, High Commissioner. If I could now invite Sarah Lingard, who this May was Head of Events, Royal and Coronation Unit in the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, although she has now moved on and her current role is as Deputy Director, Delivery Projects and Consultancy in the DG, I'm squinting at my text here, Corporate and Finance?
Yes.
Okay, so, but Sarah had a critical role in terms of the coordination around the time of the lead up to the coronation. So we are delighted that you're here as our discussant.
Thank you very much. It's very nice to be here. As Sue has just said, I was head of events in the Royal and Coronation Unit for most of this year, but I'm also a previous Deputy UK Commonwealth Envoy. So it's lovely to sit on a panel with an excellency as well. So I will talk a little bit about my role and maybe some of the sort of planning context very briefly, because it will hopefully add context to what was discussed yesterday. But then I want to respond to this excellent panel's points, or some of them anyway. But our role in the FCDO was part of what was an Whitehall effort to work with the Palace and Number 10 in planning the coronation. I have a Cabinet Office colleague here. It was led by DCMS, but very much across Whitehall piece in terms of putting advice to both the Palace and Number 10. That was discussed a little bit yesterday, so I wanted to make that clear. And in terms of our role in the Foreign Office, what we were doing in the Royal and Coronation Unit was firstly to coordinate the international attendance at the coronation. Of those 2,000 guests, around 500 of them were dignitaries, 214 delegations, 80 heads of state. We were doing that in a planning context of 4 to 5 months. I note it was said yesterday that the average time for planning a coronation was between 9 and 14 months. So I feel slightly better about what we managed to do in actually communicating with the missions like yourselves through the Court of St. James, and actually issuance of invitations as well. A colleague was talking about that blend of innovation and tradition. We were doing that through e-invitations. You might be interested to note for the first time we did have mantelpiece invitations, but they were not used as an entry mechanism. So a lot of innovation, a lot of communication, a lot of practicalities around how do we invite appropriately the international component to this. But what we were also doing is the other side, which speaks more to what Katie and Anne were talking about, the diplomatic advice and recommendations around the planning context for the coronation, including the realms and the Commonwealth, as really critical aspects of that. And then thirdly, I also had a role in the Abbey responsible for seating on the day of the world leaders in that context. So like you were there seeing how that worked. And there was also an order of precedence around the seating, which was completely representative of the realms and the Commonwealth's place in that. So having said that, it just might be helpful to talk a little bit further about the planning context for the piece, having heard so fascinatingly that contextualization about how it landed. So of course, we in the Foreign Office and elsewhere would have been acutely aware of the sort of constitutional, but also the ceremonial aspects of this event, His Majesty's role, ceremonial role within the Commonwealth, and how to reflect that. But that was not a formal part of the coronation. So that welcoming His Majesty as the new head of the Commonwealth had to be done in a different context. It wasn't a formal part of the coronation. So to recognise that separation, and then more broadly, as you've talked to me, to recognise that the Commonwealth in particular and the realms are in a very different place to 1953. I think Philip Murphy has touched on this in some writing around the time that we had, just 8 members of the Commonwealth. Most of them realms with the exception of India, but this time our planning context was that most of the Commonwealth, 36 of the members are republics, and completely respectful of that. You have the 15 realms, including the UK. So how to sort of maneuver this within the coronation itself and all the different aspects, but around an international programme that we were building to welcome our overseas guests. And that wasn't perhaps visible, but was absolutely built to be correlate with the other aspects of the coronation there. But I think, Muna, as you've said very strongly, we need to not consider the coronation in isolation, but look at the wider context of diplomatic activity and how the Commonwealth is regarded. And to that, we were also taking His Majesty's own steers and the palace's steers with us in government to plan what that looked like. And Muna, you've spoken very strongly about His Majesty's personal regard for the vibrancy and value of the Commonwealth and where he sees that value, which I would agree with, around climate change, around being able to have the conversations that I was in Kigali with you, that we were able to have around the history of the Commonwealth and where that came from, but also where it's going. And I think he has sort of personal friendships because of the amount of meetings in recent time. You know, he was at COP26. Our leaders were there. There was a meeting for, yes, exactly, a specialist meeting for the Commonwealth there, also in Kigali. So in recent times, there is a very strong friendship to build in around the coronation, specifically with the realms and the Commonwealth. So when we were formulating a plan around the Commonwealth, around the coronation, we were able to put in place a full day ahead of that, as you mentioned, which contained events which His Majesty had personally agreed to, which started off with a very full day. The Commonwealth was, and the realms were at all of it. Actually, how we got through it all was different things. It started with a SIDS reception, which of course involves most of the Commonwealth. They then had a specific lunch for realm prime ministers at Buckingham Palace with other members of the royal family, and we absolutely included. Everyone was invited. I think in the event, Trudeau did not arrive in time and PM Holness did not travel for the coronation, but apart from that, everybody was there. Then we had the Commonwealth Leaders event that you mentioned, hosted by the Secretary General and absolutely in partnership with the Commonwealth Secretariat, at which His Majesty attended, and that was the private welcome in his role as head of the Commonwealth and a family photo, and then a discussion on key Commonwealth business around that. And I must put on the record our thanks to the Commonwealth Secretariat and the Secretary General for working with us so closely on that event. And then we moved to a very large Buckingham Palace reception to welcome the whole of the overseas guest constituents. But we had specific meetings within that. So to respond to one of Katie's points, there was actually a specific meeting with His Majesty and the Maori King on the eve of the coronation, and they had some private time there, recognising that particular relationship. And then, as I mentioned, the coronation itself, the seating plan, different aspects within the coronation to reflect that relationship as well. So, you know, it was really interesting to hear Katie and Anne's reflections of how it went. Of course, in the Foreign Office, we rely on reporting from our high commissioners and ambassadors across the network on you know, how did we do? How did it go? Did people feel welcome? Did it inflame tensions? Because our starting assumption was hopefully very much that it wouldn't create a media whip up in ways that were unhelpful, but we could have a grown-up debate around these issues. So in terms of what was said, I was particularly interested in what Anne and Katie, the detail they went into who was represented on the day in the Abbey, and the realms, in addition to being given, everybody was given 2 guests allocation, but the realms had a separate allocation of, I think, 10 and 15 people. And it was up to them as, you know, sovereign states to choose who those representatives were. And we heard quite different feelings from New Zealand and Australia on who they chose to bring. There were discussions, obviously, with the Foreign Office, we were told, and I remember having a discussion with the Australian High Commissioner and ourselves on who Australia were bringing, but, you know, it wasn't for us to interfere or make suggestions around that. That was completely their choice. Quite interesting that, you know, Australia chose to bring, as you said, Anne, figures in the UK, including Nick Cave. He actually wrote a piece around how he felt attending the coronation, which is available on the Red Hand Files, which is quite an interesting piece. And he felt, yes, it was actually completely appropriate for him to be there for a sort of symbolic context. It's quite a fascinating piece. But I'm glad, you know, that those that were chosen in New Zealand and Australia seem to have good resonance and seem to be quite diverse in their representation. And I think if we'd sat in the Foreign Office and tried to offer individual invitations, we wouldn't have quite got that representation that the realms were able to do themselves. Katie, I think you were saying it was quiet. I was really interested and struck yesterday by somebody who made the point around to what extent was the coronation a celebrity event versus, you know, do people really understand the constitutional aspect? So if we have time to go back to it, it'd be interesting, because I think you commented, I listened to a piece that you were giving up initially after staying up probably half the night to watch the coronation in New Zealand. You were talking about, you know, the celebrity piece versus the constitutional aspect, and is the monarchy there really a sort of celebrity piece or a constitutional piece? I'd like to, it might be helpful for this group to comment a little bit further on that. And then Anne, you know, I have to respond to the challenge there a little bit around Australia and that sense of a snub, which wouldn't have been our intention at all. But, you know, my Cabinet Office colleague may or may wish to comment on this. You mentioned the oath, and as with other aspects yesterday, it was that blend of tradition, but also innovation. And we looked at each of the aspects of the coronation in terms, including the oath, and there was a very robust debate around what would have been included there. The same with the screen, which was also mentioned yesterday. There would have been, and you know, indeed I was involved in deliberations around what that would look like, how appropriate it was representationally, in particularly, you know, acutely aware that the majority of the Commonwealth are republics. So was it appropriate to have that, and what did it look like, you know, in that context? And I would say that, you know, I don't think we should read too much into the state visits in particular as a snub to the realms or the Commonwealth. You will know those take a lot of planning. The fact that His Majesty went to France first was just because that visit was cancelled before the coronation, so it made practical sense. He was invited to COP, so that again made sense. And then, you know, geographically where many of the realms are makes that planning will take a little bit longer. The practicality was planning the coronation first and foremost, and then to look at the state visit programme afterwards. So I see that as just practicality, but we need to look at the whole of the diplomatic programme around the coronation, as Mina was talking, the deeper people-to-people links, the broader Commonwealth framing around that, because if we try to take the coronation just as its set piece, I think we miss a lot of the subtleties and nuances because they're not immediately visible. So I want to thank Mina for bringing that out as well. Thank you very much.
Sarah, thank you very much indeed. For somebody who was really.
Can I just add one thing?
Of
You know,
course,
His Majesty was supposed to visit Bangladesh in end October, 31st October to 4 November, 4 days visit. He was also supposed to, I think, visit some other South Asian country. But his visit to Bangladesh was cancelled after Her Majesty passed away. You may have known that he was, and he was going there to visit the Sundarbans, the world's largest mangrove forest. So, yeah.
Attention, please. The fire alarm is about to be tested. Please take no action.
Right.
Thought we suddenly entered news.
Apologies, Katie and Anne. We'll be right back.
Attention, please. Attention, please.
Yeah.
The fire alarm is about to be tested. Please take no action. Attention, please. Attention, please. Please leave the building immediately. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit. Do not use the lifts. Attention, please. Attention, please. The fire alarm test is now complete. Please respond to all future fire alarms.
Colleagues, I'd like to reassure you that we have not galloped out of the building, and we are now resuming the conference discussion. Nigel, did you turn the recording back on again?
Recording is, yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much indeed for staying with us. And my thanks to Sarah for those very important contribution, emphasizing the wider diplomatic program around the actual event of the coronation itself, and drawing together the important threads of our three panelists, excuse me. Katie, Sarah and Anne, would you like to make any response to Sarah's remarks? I hope you're still with us.
Yes. On Sarah, what you said about celebrity, and yes, absolutely. And it was what you said too about the majority, well, people who tuned in to watch the coronation and a lot of the audience, because it's sort of that double-edged sword of the popularity of the monarchy as in popular culture, and following and treating as icons and celebrity, and yeah, something I sort of spent quite a lot of time thinking about, that being in touch and so forth, and so those guests were there. I think at the time I sort of thought it was roughly a third, if you looked at those gathered, were celebrity entertainer types. They weren't heads of state and representatives. Those were there too, but it seemed quite sort of bifurcated, I think, was sort of, yeah, how it appeared. Maybe that was sort of being discussed, I think, a bit yesterday while we were sleeping too. But yeah, so definitely, I think, to pick up upon that, and of course increasingly what's happened, and if you think of the New Zealand representatives, they're sort of expected to be both, and you see that, for example, if you think of a Richie McCaw or a Willie Apiata, they very much are there because of the honours they've received, their honours, but they're expected to be popular celebrity type figures as well.
As you say, a dual function then of a quasi-ambassadorial status, but also fulfilling a need for, if you like, a popular icon, if they're going to celebrity status. Anne, would you like to respond to Sarah's remarks about the planning that was put into and the robust debate in Whitehall around the oath, and also the question of the screen? Sarah said that a great deal of thought was put into that, of how this symbol and the imagery would come across. But clearly you are an Australian constitutional expert. Would you have words of advice going forward? Because after all, this is very much of learning outcomes from the coronation going forward to the next coronation.
Well, I think from a constitutional point of view, the obvious point is that, you know, if this is the coronation of the King of Australia, as well as the King of Canada and the King of New Zealand, that needed some kind of recognition. And that recognition did happen in the two previous monarchs' coronation, but it was missing here. It was like the realms were really just put into the same category as the Commonwealth as a whole. So there was no longer that distinction. You can have the monarch as the head of the Commonwealth, but that's a very different thing from having the monarch as the king of your country, which is a much more profound constitutional thing. So from the Australian point of view, the fact that there was no recognition in the ceremony at all of the king's role as King of Australia meant that constitutional aspect of it was missing. And, you know, I think you probably find quite a lot of people in Australia who don't really think of King Charles as King of Australia. I mean, they would have watched the coronation to see the crowning of the King of the United Kingdom. And then just coming back to that point about celebrity and you know, as opposed to representation, I think the other thing that we need to add into that mix is history. So Australians would recognise the role of the King and the coronation as a step in a very, very long history. And that's what makes it fascinating, or at least for me anyway. I have to say my biggest interest in the coronation, I think first and foremost, was not the celebrity side, but the history side, the development of the role of the crown as throughout history. And this was an important step in that. So the history was important, the constitutionality was important, but the coronation just reflected the British constitutional aspects, not the constitutional aspects and application to the realms, which I think was missing. The coronation screen was beautiful. It was fine putting up the Commonwealth and Australia, the various realms as well, but I don't think it was a substitute for having an actual sincere religious oath that bound the king to Australia. That was missing. It wasn't there. And I think it's sad that it wasn't.
And thank you very much indeed. And Katie too. Colleagues, are there questions from the floor?
Hello.
If you'd like to introduce yourself, please.
So I'm Tom Callagher. I'm Head of Strategy and Protocol in Cabinet Office, and I worked with Sarah and others on the coronation planning, and my colleagues in Constitution Unit were also looking at the oath this time around. So it's quite interesting to hear views. I think that it's very much an interesting debate, and I think whilst I think the planning perspective, and I wouldn't want to sort of necessarily say I'm speaking on behalf of the government here, but I think the planning of this took into account the fact that the realms as a constituent group, the form of words has been used before, and that was probably the most appropriate. And it was something that was discussed with the realms to seek an agreement, that form of words within the coronation oath. So, but at the same time, I completely understand Anne's point that actually the name is an interesting one. It's actually the fact that it's named within the ceremony. I would, however, point to other aspects of the service where the Commonwealth and indeed the realms featured quite prominently, in particular the innovation of the procession of the realms, which included national flags, heads of government, governor-generals, the positioning of the flags actually on the high altar, which was a new innovation, so that the realms were front and center symbolically within the context of the coronation service, and the administering of that. So it was something that I understand was very much high in people's minds. I think that this point is an interesting one that obviously gives us pause for thought, but it is something to reiterate colleagues' words that there was a huge amount of consultation throughout. So I think that it's an interesting takeaway.
Thank you very much.
And one other thing I would also mention around guests is an interesting point, because we were involved in the guest side as well. And you know, the mixture of the famous and the not, and with the number of tickets, the allocation by state is looking at the brightest and best, and that may well be your most famous or recognizable people that could be picked out in a crowd through broadcast, but there would have been other people alongside it. And one of the innovations we had from the state funeral as well was including honours recipients, and we encouraged others to think of honours recipients from all walks of life that could potentially come over, or indeed were part of the diaspora that were living in the UK. It was an option for anyone to use. So an interesting sort of thing that we wanted to kind of increase that representation that wasn't strictly, say, the famous or the high and mighty, one might say, that you would necessarily expect from previous coronations that would be expected to be there. That's the challenges of space within the Abbey in 1953 versus now. There are probably 6,000 less spaces within the Abbey to accommodate people. So another logistic challenge, not least for Foreign Office colleagues as much as us.
If I could put a question to both you and Sarah, I was reading press reports that there was, should we say, an active encouragement from, I believe, the palace, that the representation from the realms should be, or allocated representation should be as diverse as possible. Would you, so if you'd like, a public narrative was put out there, certainly in the British press, welcoming, to emphasize that it would not just simply be a narrow identification of elite, great and good, but that new elite that Michael made reference to. I'm sorry?
Somebody wants to come in.
I'm sorry, I haven't got the access to
No,
it.
that's, no, they will do it.
Okay.
I'm just pointing out that if you wanted to question Sean.
Right, okay, fine. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to squint like this.
Yeah.
Before I move to questions from our online listeners, are there other questions from the floor? Oh, Maurice.
Can I ask Anne Toomey, please? I understand some of the difficulties. It looks as though somebody were looking for slumps, perhaps to some extent. And I think, as the Cabinet Office representative has explained, I mean, it was a very short time to arrange things. And of course, as far as the guest list was concerned, it's much more difficult to arrange appropriate reactions when you've got just over 2,000 seats, as against the situation in 1953, where the attendance was over 8,000. But can I ask about the attitudes of the political class in Australia to moving to a republican status? At the moment, it seems to me that they can rest quite contentedly on a situation where they appoint the royal representatives in the country. Is this a factor in the way in which they approach a possible move to republican status?
Anne, did you hear that question?
Yes, just kind of hi Bob, by the way. But if you could just clarify what you mean by appointing royal representatives, what do you mean sort of?
Effectively, the Governor General, for example, is appointed by the Prime Minister.
Okay, well,
this avoids any political controversy of a kind which did feature in the referendum, of course, in 1999.
yeah. So currently, as you say, technically the Prime Minister doesn't appoint the Governor General. It's still the monarch who appoints the Governor General, but they do so on the advice of the Prime Minister and really don't have any particular discretion in that. And it's the same when it comes to the state governors. They're appointed by the monarch, but according to the Australia Acts, that appointment is based on the advice of the relevant Premier. So politically, you're quite right. The governors and the governors general are really the choice of the relevant leader of the particular jurisdiction. And generally, there's not a lot of unhappiness about it. They actually tend to choose really good people. And you know, as a contrast to Canada, where often the vice-regal representatives do tend to be more politicised appointments, that's generally not the case in Australia. So we do have very good vice-regal representatives. They're usually well respected, but there is still the issue that you have, as your head of state, a person who is not one of you. So, you know, we have as our head of state a person who, when Australia is playing cricket against the United Kingdom, we know who that person's barracking for. It's not us. And so from a logical point of view, it's inevitable that majority of Australians will want to have someone who is their head of state who does represent them. Having said that, there's another view, and you know, that's the view that, well, maybe it's a good thing having someone who represents a range of different countries in a multicultural world, that gives us that sort of level of connection and diversity that we don't otherwise have. So there are different views on this in Australia. From the point of view of the political class, again, probably a majority would be in favour of a republic. Certainly most of the people on the Labor side, certainly probably all the people on the Green side, a significant number of the people on the Conservative side, but obviously not all. So there'd be quite a lot on the Conservative side who'd still support a monarchy. But the key thing that stops a republic from happening in Australia is that, as a general principle, the Australian people, if asked, would say, if we have a republic, we want to be able to choose the person who's our head of state. We want a direct election. And the political class, for good reasons, I think, don't want a direct election of a head of state, because they see that as upsetting the whole system of responsible government. And therefore, they would prefer to have a head of state chosen on some kind of bipartisan basis. And while there is that conflict, a republic is just not happening. So for Australia, the monarchy is just going to remain the default for a long time, unless something happens, probably at the initiative of the United Kingdom end, which causes Australians to say, right, well, that's the end of it. We're now forced to make some kind of a choice to make a change.
So the upshot is that the political class is not urgently incentivized to make a change.
No, well, look, when the Albanese government came to government, it said it had two main constitutional changes proposed. The first was the voice to Parliament, and that the Republic was on the agenda, but it was a second term priority, and that the voice was the main priority. Now, the voice failed miserably, and the consequence of that is that the Albanese government has burnt through its political capital. I cannot see it then bringing the Republic up in a second term unless it had some kind of a massive mandate to do that. And the only way it's going to get a massive mandate is with a massive scandal. So in the absence of a massive scandal in the royal family, then the political capital's not there to do it. So it won't happen. And it's not because there aren't still people in the Labor Party who are deeply committed to it. It's just simply because they know it's not going to be successful. And so there's just no point in running it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Your Excellency, you wanted to make a comment about the diaspora.
Yes, I spoke from Bangladesh perspective, but we are one of those, our diaspora is the third largest diaspora in the UK. And those diasporas, for example, the largest is India, then Pakistan, then Bangladesh. And these, some of these diasporas, including the Windrush generation, they were brought in to the UK during the British Empire. And, there is a strong diaspora support for a Commonwealth and the head of the monarchy as the head of the Commonwealth. And I think I missed a discussion on new elites, and there's now Bangladeshis, they are now Queen's what do you call it? Lord Lieutenants. So we, like yesterday, we had an event and we had one of Dr. Nazia, who's the Lord Lieutenant of her region. And we are now having Lord Lieutenants and Deputy Lord Lieutenants. So there's this strong support, new elites who are getting the honors from our diaspora, and the diaspora is in strong support of the monarchy and strong support of the King as the Commonwealth. And they have very strong linkages to their their country of origin. That means they have very strong linkages to Bangladesh. And His Majesty actually visited Bangladesh in '97 as HRH. And that time, his inspiration was actually the diaspora. Because, the Sylheti community who has all the restaurants and curry restaurants in the UK, they're very much connected with him, and they've got many honors from the royal honors. And also they're now, as deputy lieutenants and lord lieutenants, they're trying to take His Majesty to Bangladesh. And he visited Brick Lane. The first local community he visited, diaspora, was Brick Lane, which is called the Bangla Town in East London. And the King and the Queen visited 8th of February, before the coronation. So the attachment is very strong. And I think from there also, Bangladesh is kind of compelled to pay attention to what our diaspora is saying. They're called the living bridge. From the foreign relations perspective in the United Kingdom. And they're also, I think, this continuity factor, like I said, I mentioned about Her Majesty and now His Majesty. And also Prince William is already taking interest in Bangladesh from youth perspective, so the Youth Award. And he's the one who, even the other day at the royal reception, he mentioned that he wants to continue work on mental health and young people's entrepreneurship startups. So, diaspora plays an important role. I see the same in Indian diaspora and Pakistan diaspora. And I associate very closely with the Indian diaspora. And, His Majesty, after he became king, the first event he hosted at the Buckingham Palace was the East Asian from Uganda, if you recall, 50 years of that. And he invited all the, South Asian High Commissioners, Commonwealth High Commissioners. So these are the things that demonstrate his commitment to the new Commonwealth, the modern Commonwealth.
Thank you very much, High Commissioner. William, you had a question.
Just a quick question. I realise there are some in
Yeah.
the virtual room as well, but I don't want to get on too much to what we're going to talk about this afternoon, but at the last coronation, the carriage procession was a very good way of representing the then empire. I don't know if that was missed this time, that there wasn't the opportunity for the crowds to see the representation from the Commonwealth, both the realms and the other member states.
So we use the troop presentation that Her Excellency alluded to as a principal way to do that. But again, we had the same kind of similar debates. And I don't know if Cabinet Office wants to comment on that procession, but there was also quite clear sense coming from His Majesty in the Palace to make that procession smaller and to also, take out the banquet that was there. So, we worked within quite clear delineated lines on what was or wasn't appropriate and mechanisms through which we could represent.
I mean, I would second that. There was significant representation, as there was at the funeral procession from both realms and Commonwealth. Even though there were less troops on parade, and actually it was a smaller procession route, there was still, the biggest parade in London since the coronation. So it was still quite significant. There hadn't really been anything of that size since the coronation, although slightly, obviously, less in size compared to that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Sean Lang, online, you have been patiently waiting with your hand raised. Would you...
And Glenn.
Yes, I've seen Glenn. So Sean, if you'd like to put your question first. Glenn, if you'd like to follow up, please. I'm conscious that we're going to eat into the time for coffee, but since we started a little late.
Move, certainly, but overrun this by 10 minutes and 10 to 15 minutes and then take on. This is too interesting and important.
Thank you very much. So if Sean and Glenn, if you could put your questions, please, to the panelists.
This is really for Anne, though to some extent for Katie as well. I'm just interested, Anne, in your point about the perceived snub, and I'm interested to know whether that was in fact how the government of Australia saw it. And the reason for asking is because it so happens that in August of last year, in other words, before the Queen died, I specifically asked the Australian and New Zealand and indeed Canadian High Commissions in London exactly this point about whether there needed to be an actual sort of dedicated part of the coronation which made the King King of Canada and Australia and New Zealand and what have you. And I have to report that I never got a reply from the Australian High Commission, and the New Zealand did reply, and they said they weren't sure. So I'm just wondering whether this had in fact been thought through in advance, or whether this was something, you know, really everyone's scrabbling around to try to work out and possibly drawing a sense of grievance out of it.
Okay, thank you very much. Anne, if you could just hold it. Glenn, if you'd like to put your question, and then we'll move to Katie and Anne's and Sarah and Co's responses.
Right. Yes, my point was a very similar one, in that the Cabinet Office and Foreign Office colleagues have been talking a lot about representation and the Commonwealth and all the rest of it. And I just wondered whether the actual legality, as it were, the legal saying of an oath in respect of the realms and territories specifically, as has been done before, whether that slightly got lost sight of, possibly because it's no longer thought to be not relevant or sort of a technical inclusion and not something to be emphasized, particularly with recent concerns about colonialism and all the rest of it. If you've got to name one realm, you've got to, as it were, name all the others as well. And perhaps that might have worried sensitivities about Britain's, role in the wider world. I think a number of things perhaps go into it, and I suspect it probably wasn't intended as a snub, but it just sort of got overlooked because neither, following up from what Sean said, neither the Australian government nor perhaps people here were particularly keen to emphasise it or to lay much emphasis on it anyway. That was the point I was going to make. So Sean's question abides.
Thank you very much indeed. Katie, as the furthest away, if I could invite you to respond to Sean's question.
Yes, I think it's interesting about the reaction that was unsure. It sort of isn't. It's that sort of quiet in between space where people aren't really sure what's going on, and as you've been saying about it would take a scandal to move things along. I sort of say that a different way of saying the same thing is it would really be over to the King to make the move and say, do you think you should have your own head of state now? I'm getting and perhaps that sort of not articulating it as sort of the snub is not sure if he's wanted.
Katie, if I could just ask, was it perceived as a snub that New Zealand wasn't specifically mentioned?
I haven't heard it said or thought about that way because I'm not sure officially if anyone did watch and think that. But and you've been saying too, most people who watched and think that the King is the King of England. I think they most often use the term, and they do not realise that he, just like for Australia, same in New Zealand, they do not realise that he is the King of New Zealand. They find that really unusual and odd. Just as they think that if we don't have the King as our head of state, they think we're not in the Commonwealth anymore. They don't have that level of sophistication and understanding what the situation is either.
Katie, thank you very much for that important reflection. Anne, your response then to Sean's question.
Okay, look, thank you for asking that. My answer is I'm not absolutely sure what position the Australian government took, if it took one at all. I did actually ask this question earlier this year, and that was before the coronation. So that was some weeks before, I think it was sort of fairly early in the beginning of the year. And because I was giving a talk to people that related to these sorts of issues, I thought, oh, well, I'll ring up the Governor-General's office and see whether they have had discussions about the oath or whatever. And the answer I got back was no, there hadn't been any involvement or discussions in it. Now, it may well be that that was just because it was before any such discussion happened, or it may be that there weren't discussions with the Governor-General's office, but they may have been with the High Commissioner, or they may have been at the political level. So the answer is I can't say that I'm sure, but if the Australian government had reached an agreement with Britain that it was no longer appropriate for Australia to be mentioned in the oath, then it would have been sensible to actually say that, so that people were aware that this was a thing that was respecting the views of the various realms about whether or not they should be mentioned. And if you go back to those previous experiences of coronations, so the coronation of Elizabeth II and the coronation of George VI, on both of those occasions it was actually explicitly and publicly known that there were those discussions and agreements and negotiations with the various realms as to what the terminology would be used and how it would be done. And so people could feel satisfied that, you know, even if they didn't agree with how it was done, that they knew that their government view had been taken into account and given respect. But there was just complete silence of it, at least from what I heard. Over here, and it was surprising to anyone who knew the history of coronations and coronation oaths. It was surprising that there was no longer a mention of the fact that this king was being crowned with a different capacity, a separate capacity as King of Australia, a separate capacity as King of Canada, a separate capacity of King of New Zealand, because it just didn't happen this time. And the previous times it did. And so that really warranted an explanation. If you're going to change it, then you really needed to give an explanation of why. And there may have been a good explanation. It may well be that some of the realms didn't want to be mentioned, but I think that really did need to have to be publicly explained so that people could feel that satisfaction in that, rather than just simply being neglected and ignored.
If I could bring in Tom and Sarah on this, because this elaborates on Glenn's question of intentions. How was it decided? Anne's point about it warranted an explanation. Was there a deliberate decision not to share how that decision had been reached and why?
Well, I can't really speak for that. I would probably say that I would sort of go back to the point we had originally, that both ourselves and Foreign Office and other parts of government and the Royal Household will work really closely with the realms and by the Commonwealth representatives throughout the planning process. So it was part of the planning process. It is an interesting point around how much information is then shared, but I can only speak for the fact that it was very much something that was worked on collaboratively and information was shared. On the point I think Glenn made around legality, I don't think there is a legal point there. Any changes to oaths are laid before Parliament, and there was a written ministerial statement, so that protocol was followed. The Coronation Oath Act is quite interesting in that its main concern is around the administering of it. The text has changed considerably over time, because obviously it was part of the settlement following the Glorious Revolution, which, you know, in some instances can be a little bit unfair to Catholics, things like that, like the Accession Declaration. But you know, the key thing there actually is the choreography is part of the text, so the part of the law. So you actually have to ensure that the monarch puts his hand or her hand on the Bible at the right moment and kneels at the right moment and says and then kisses the Bible. They are all in the act, so we have to make sure that that actually works. The critical bit, the kind of crucial legal bit, is around that. And then obviously, as with all coronations evolving over time, things do evolve. Realms as a category is something that is used quite significantly. It is distinct from Commonwealth. Realms and territories refer to overseas territories and realms of which the king is sovereign, rather than the separate title of head of the Commonwealth.
Yeah.
So in that regard, it is appropriate, but I do understand what is being said here about individual naming. It is an interesting point that's made.
So I would just add a little bit of flavour that I would echo what you said, Tom, about the consultation. That consultation would have happened through the Court of St James. And then if those representatives wanted to defer back to capitals, that would be the decision for them. We would, of course, considered various permutations of the oath and the way that that was interpreted. And we would have looked at the other angle to this, considering the sort of broader notion of 15 realms and whether you choose to draw attention to it or not, and taken advice from all the different quarters.
Yeah.
I would say that the time frame being so compressed didn't help us in this instance in terms of being able to have a longer consultation or the protocol, or to really sort of reflect in this. And I think Anne makes a good point on communication. And I would say that that would have been a joint job between, the UK and the realms themselves to have communicated that, including in a sort of public diplomatic context. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
that's helpful. Thank you.
Colleagues, I feel I should draw this very interesting discussion to a conclusion. Thank you very much indeed to our eminent speakers online, to Professor Katie Pickles down there in Christchurch, to Professor Anne Twomey in Sydney, to Her Excellency High Commissioner from Bangladesh, and also to Sarah Lingard, and with contributions from the floor from Representative of Cabinet Office, and to you for your questions. I think this has been an excellent start to the second day's discussion, and I now invite you to go and have some coffee. Michael, you'd like us to resume at 11 o'clock?
Yes.
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 Okay, so
So-
colleagues, please join me in thanking our speakers.
After that show-stopping first session, we are now settling into the second session, and it's going to be an equally important issue relating to attiring the coronation. There are three presenters, and I think as before, we will have the presentations and then questions if at all possible. Again, thank you for people online. If you wish to speak, or if you have comments, do put them in the chat, and please also put your hand up, because that is very helpful for us. So we're going to be starting off with Robin Eagles, who's the History of Parliament Trust, who is going to be giving his presentation, which will be followed by Martin Williams soon. Robin.
Okay. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm very conscious that I'm not Elaine Challis, and so I'm a poor substitute for her, but I will do my best. I'm just going to make some remarks and a few anecdotes, really, based around three broad themes of tradition, what's rather clumsily cobbled together as opportunity for reset, which maybe sounds a bit like common worship, which we discussed yesterday, and then commercial opportunities. But also on the back of sort of what we spoke about yesterday, I think there are also important issues around which we spoke about with timing, the personal interest of the monarch themselves, which I think is actually quite an interesting one, and still is apparent now. And then a general observation of, are we expecting too much from these things? And I suppose one might think that in the latest coronation, we were a bit spoiled because of the memory of the Queen's coronation, which had been televised so brilliantly, amazingly choreographed. And so it was almost impossible to live up to that. But actually, if we're reflecting on some of the less perfect bits of this current one, it's actually perhaps more common. And so I'm broadly going to speak about my area of expertise, which is the 18th century, little bits into the 17th, and maybe wandering forward just slightly into the 19th, but that's broadly it. So as a first sort of thought around the ideas of sort of tradition and what people were used to in the 18th century, perhaps they were better acquainted with the idea of robed events than we are now, which might explain some of the sort of the tendency towards seeking to dress down a bit. People were, much more used to these sort of formal occasions like attendance of the Chapel Royal, which was a common thing to find posted in the newspapers. You were told when this was occurring, who was doing the general carrying of the sword of state, this sort of thing. This was newsworthy. You wouldn't get that obviously today. There also the idea that this goes far beyond London and Westminster, that and we heard yesterday from John Crawford about the experience of the Cinque Ports. Under George II, at his coronation, interestingly, when Hastings took part as bearers of the canopy for his, they took the opportunity to nab the silver finials that came from the top of it, melt them down and have them made into a punch bowl that were then delivered to the corporation as a memorial for the event. So there was this idea that there were perks to be had out of some of the regalia that you got. Now that's the sort of the majesty of all that is perhaps in stark contrast to some of the muddle that we observed with the current one, particularly in the idea of robing. And as a historian of Parliament, I was very interested in the decision to suggest that the peers should wear their Parliament robes, as this sort of muddies the waters between what you mean by peerage. But then we have to remember that most of the hereditary peerage now, after all, are no longer Lords of Parliament. So in that sense, any peer who is not a Lord of Parliament attending, what can they wear but coronation robes? They're not entitled to their Parliament robes anymore. And that might be a sort of a small point, but I think that it's an interesting one. And actually, it's not novel. In 1715, Edmund Gibson, who went on to become Bishop of London, wrote a letter talking about a bishop's robes that were being handed around. He said, Miss Stobbs says that my Lord's Parliament robes are the same that he had when he was Bishop of Lincoln. He bought his coronation robes of Miss Tillotson, and she thinks they are different from those of the bishops. But I believe she's mistaken. He'd never had any such thing as coronation robes different from those of Parliament. So even there, in that case for the bishops, there was a sort of a muddle as to what you actually wore. What were Parliament robes versus coronation robes? Now for a peer, it's very clear. And somewhere, we don't have it, but there was an image which had Lord St. John in his Parliament robes and his coronation robes. I think it's also interesting that for this current coronation, most of the members of the royal family chose to wear the robes of orders of chivalry. And if this was supposed to be a dressed down event, that's a really rather curious decision, because you can't get much more elite than being in the Order of the Garter. So there are some very curious decisions made about that, whereas in the past that just wouldn't have been thought of, because it was so much more clear what your delineation was. And if you look in the newspaper reports of a number of the 18th century coronations, they tell you in very clear detail what the order of procession was like and what the various robes were. All the way down, clerks in Chancery had particular black flowered silk robes. The herb strewer led the procession. All these people were very clearly delineated with particular types of livery, which would have been thought to be entirely common. That clearly is no longer something that we're so used to in our society, and so perhaps it was thought to shy away from it. But the result is, as I say, perhaps something of a muddle, and particularly a muddle in terms of what people are representing. Are peers representing themselves as peers of the realm or as Lords of Parliament? And I think it seemed to be much more the latter. I think it's also worth observing that in the 18th century, coronation robes weren't necessarily just worn once. It's not like a wedding dress, or I suppose you get divorced, you wear it again. But there are various anecdotes. So in October 1727, after George II's coronation, the Duchess of Richmond was said to have made her appearance at St. James's wearing her coronation robes. And also in anticipation of the Prince of Wales, Frederick Prince of Wales's wedding in 1736, it was reported in the press that his wedding was going to be terribly magnificent. It was going to be at St. Paul's Cathedral. That certainly didn't happen. But also that the peers attending would wear their coronation robes to make it all the more magnificent. You have obviously royal portraits reusing coronation robes over and again, but also peers made a point of having themselves depicted in coronation robes, even if they'd never actually attended one, just to make the point. So that certainly is true of the Duke of Wharton, once he promoted to a dukedom, having been a marquess, and it's true of various other peers too. But this all brings on to maybe this thing about the opportunity to reset, and I think that every coronation is different. Every coronation is a reinvention, and it's trying to set the tone for a particular sort of reign, and that's certainly true of this current one, but it's true of plenty of others too. George I famously loathed flummery. He didn't like any of this stuff. So he was supposedly had a very dressed down kind of coronation. It was managed very quickly for political exigencies. But in spite of that, he still managed to be fleeced quite badly. So it was said that this is accounts of Lord Cadogan, and I think he's referring to the Duke of Marlborough, that King George was made to pay £10,400 for the expense of his coronation robes, even though it's recorded in the Exchequer that King William's cost but 2,700 and Queen Anne's, which were more expensive as she was a woman, cost but 1,500 and some odd money. So George was trying to dress down, but he still managed to pay more. George II, on the other hand, who managed everything like clockwork, wanted a magnificent coronation. That was very clear, and it was extraordinarily so. Queen Caroline was said to have been so weighed down with diamonds worth about £100,000 all sewn into her bodice that she could barely move. If she tried to kneel, she would keel over. But the result of all this, with the planning, which George II was very good at, and all of the magnificence on display, was that both John Evelyn said it was the finest coronation that was ever in England, and Lord Lee's sister, Lord Lee, made a point of not going, being a Tory and not terribly in favour. Lord Lee's sister said, they say this will be the finest as to dress of any coronation that has been yet. And even George III, it was famously a little bit all over the place. There was Lady Harrington there, covered with all the diamonds she could borrow, hire, or seize. And at the coronation banquet, it was said to have been the most glorious, thanks to the richness and variety of habits, make it as awful as a pageant can be. Awful, I'm assuming, in that sense, being marvelous rather than absolutely ghastly. Now that then is contrasted with, you go through to George IV, remarkably over the top cod medieval stuff. But even there, it's very interesting that everybody was given a particular sort of livery to wear. The Privy Councillors had a strange sort of medieval Tudor garment. Everybody was marked out. And I think it was very interesting at this coronation, there seemed a huge confusion. And I think that's reflected by what John Crawford said yesterday about how one should turn out. People turn up in business suits, which sort of rather look like people going to a baptism of, cousin that they didn't like very much. The decision to wear mourning dress was sort of the compromise. I did spot there was, I think, a thing on Twitter of Rory Stewart as a Privy Councillor wearing his Privy Councillor's uniform, which does exist, but very few people took up the opportunity to use it. Clearly, the message wasn't clear about what people should wear. In the 18th century, it's easier in a sense, I suppose, because you didn't have mourning dress. You didn't have that sort of clear sense of what smart dress was. You just spent an awful lot of money and you wore your court dress in the most magnificent way it could be. And in the case of George II and George III, people really did with some excellence. And it was also remarked in the papers, interestingly, that it's not just the people in the Abbey who were like that. People in the stands watching the coronation were said to have made a point of appearing as finely dressed as they possibly could. Everybody dressed up for the event. So finally, just to sort of round up, this sort of takes me on to the idea of commercial opportunity. A coronation is a massive commercial opportunity. I think it's really important. So one, I mean, in advance of George III, I mean, long way in advance. So this is a letter to Henry Pelham, the then Prime Minister in the 1740s. There was a proposal made that all peers wearing robes should be made of British fabrics and they should be stamped so that it could be controlled, and therefore, the Exchequer could get some money out of them. The idea of actually, monetizing this. But I think, finally, just to sort of round up with the people who really lost out big time from this one, as far as I could see, even Ravenscroft, with the lack of producing all the coronation robes and the coronets and things they might otherwise have done. In the past, it was, people were proud to wear really rather ragged robes if they were old and if they looked right. At trial, I think it's Lord Ferrers' trial in 1760 for murder. There are a couple of peers who turn up there who insist that they're wearing robes that their ancestors wore at the trial of Mary, Queen of Scots, and so they make a big deal about the fact that they're wearing horribly old ones. But it's the robe makers who lose out, perhaps, and so. Just to round off with, there's a turf war in 1714, between a whole series of robe makers in London. And it all kicks off with, there's an advert in the press from somebody who claims that he is the last remaining robe maker in London. And so a few days later, there's another advert in the press, whereas several advertisements have lately been inserted in the Postboy, that's the newspaper, that coronation robes are made by John Shoodle near the Maypole in the Strand, and by those advertisements pretend he is the only robe maker now living. This is to inform the public that the same is false, for that Richard Roundel at the Gown and Hood, the corner of Bishop's Court in Chancery Lane, makes coronation robes, parliamentary and all other robes for peers, divines and lawyers. He having served the late Mr. Bolton of Chancery, dum dum dum, very nice. A few days later, somebody else piles in. Not only have they got those ones, but there is also William Barnby at the King's Arms. And very importantly, he rounds off his advert, having given name drop various people like Lord Cooper, but all at reasonable rates. And then 2 years later, there's more. So robe makers, could make an awful lot of money out of this sort of occasion, and maybe robe makers were the great losers in this one. So just to round up, coronations are an opportunity. They're an opportunity for the monarch themselves. They're an opportunity to showcase the sort of what the nation can do in unity, perhaps, but also there's a huge commercial opportunity for them. And maybe on all those points, we can see some areas of muddle in the recent one, but actually there's a very long history for that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Nigel, I'm just conscious I don't want to disable Zoom by flipping in and out of two computer screens. I will say that's a very, very interesting point, because dialing back on the subject of my brief presentation, which is going to be the coronations of Edward VII. Yes, why don't I do that? Yeah, thank you. So the subject of my presentation is going to be the coronation of Edward VII and Queen Alexandra in 1902 and George V and Queen Mary in 1911. But dialing back during the course of my research, I actually came across an account that the private secretary to the American ambassador, Bayard Cutting, wrote home. And he had been to the first state opening of Parliament of Edward and Alexandra, which I think took place a couple of months after the death of Queen Victoria. And Bayard Cutting actually notes that the robes of the massed peers looked incredibly cheap and tawdry. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be here with you today. I've spoken to some of my colleagues. I feel very much like the layer of fondant icing that's been rolled over this very rich fruitcake of erudition. Nevertheless, I pledge to do my best for you. So following on from this wonderful insight into 18th century coronations, and in the interest of context coming a little more up to date, I would like to spend just a few minutes examining the first two of the four coronations that took place in Britain during the 20th century, that of Edward VII and Alexandra in 1902 and George V and Queen Mary in 1911. And armed with some all-important visual evidence, I hope it will become apparent just how far we travelled to 2023. So of these two coronations, that of Edward and Alexandra, which we see here painted by Edwin Austin Abbey. This coronation in 1902 is the more interesting to me. The last coronation, that of Queen Victoria, had taken place 64 years earlier, meaning that the gap between her crowning in 1838 and that of her son and successor, Edward, in 1902, was almost as wide as the gap between the crowning of Elizabeth II in 1953 and her son, Charles III, in 2023. Furthermore, no queen consort had been crowned alongside her husband since Queen Adelaide, the wife of William IV, in 1831. Now, Edward's coronation is also noteworthy because it's the first for which we possess a comprehensive photographic record, although, and Michael and Judith may correct me here, as far as I'm aware, no photographs were taken in the Abbey during the ceremony itself. If photographs were taken, I haven't come across them.
No,
Thank you. But it is possible to reconstruct from the photographs we do have. We can reconstruct with an unprecedented degree of accuracy the attire and overall appearance of the main players. Now, as is well known, Edward's coronation ceremony had originally been scheduled for the 26th of June. However, in the final days beforehand, Edward had succumbed to an abdominal abscess, not appendicitis, as is often asserted, and he had to undergo emergency surgery. Postponed for the period of his recuperation, the coronation at last took place on the 9th of August. Now, although it isn't particularly easy to tell from this photograph, which was taken as Edward departed from Buckingham Palace for the Abbey, the corpulent monarch had in fact lost a considerable amount of weight and was observed to be unusually sprightly. Even so, Edward's health was deemed sufficiently fragile that he was crowned not with St. Edward's crown, but with the somewhat lighter imperial state crown. Now, time does not permit me to detail the various changes made according to precedent by the king during the ceremony. However, it's interesting to note that as recently as 1897, one Cyril Davenport had published a comprehensively illustrated account, the English Regalia, which itemized and explained the historical and ceremonial significance of the garments that would be worn. It's tempting, to me at least, to speculate that such an impressive feat of scholarship, which was prepared with active cooperation at the highest levels, gained its impetus from the anticipated death of Queen Victoria, which eventually took place in January 1901, rendering a coronation an inevitability thereafter. Now, if Edward's coronation attire was rooted in precedent, that of his consort was anything but. A legendary beauty and leader of fashion, Queen Alexandra, who was 57 at the time, exerted herself to project an image of queenly glamour that has never been surpassed. As she declared herself beforehand with a really unusual degree of agency, I quote, "I know better than all the milliners and antiquaries. I shall wear exactly what I please, and so shall my ladies." Stuff. Now, the stylistic choices thus made by Alexandra spoke to both her personal preferences and more broadly to an aesthetic defined by theatricality, opulence, and even excess we would now recognize as quintessentially Edwardian. And I can discourse at length about the theatricality of this coronation. My favorite anecdote is the pile of the carpet rolled down the nave of Westminster Abbey was so deep that the heels of the peeresses became stuck and they became immobilized, but that's a sidebar. Now, as befitting a coronation taking place as the zenith of the British Empire approached, Alexandra wore over a gown of cloth of gold, a gauze overdress, which was embroidered in India under the personal direct supervision of the Viceroy, Mary Curzon. Although to her lifelong regret, Alexandra never ceased to lament this. She never visited India in person. The Queen felt a particular affinity with it. And it's clear that this notion, this scheme for an Indian embroidered overdress stemmed directly from her. And also, and I don't mean to poach on Judith's territory here, Alexandra's new-made crown was set with the spectacular Kohinoor diamond, which is another very direct link to India. Alexandra's coronation robe was executed in a novel shade of purple, rather charmingly dubbed Petunia by her sister-in-law, Princess Louise, and it was lavishly embroidered with gold crowns. And her coronation robe bore more than a passing resemblance to the coronation robes used in her native Denmark. So I do like this idea that she's making a nod to her own cultural heritage. And this is where I'm really going to let rip, although succinctly, I hope. To the coronations of Edward VII and George V, the peerage was summoned en bloc by the hereditary Earl Marshal, the 15th Duke of Norfolk. Now, we've spoken a lot about the lead-in time, the preparation time allocated to various coronations. As early as the 1st of October 1901, Norfolk had issued detailed instructions, which were printed in full by the Times, for the robes and coronets to be worn by the various ranks of the peerage. Even earlier than that, in fact, just 2 months after the death of Queen Victoria, Ede and Son, the royal robe makers, which could trace its origins back to 1689, sent black-bordered letters to every member of the peerage requesting permission to, and again I quote, put your robes and coronet in hand. Early orders were recommended given the anticipated pressure on the firm's workrooms, as well as a possible shortage of velvet and ermine. Now, beneath their robes, the peers were required by the Earl Marshal to wear full court dress, uniform, or regimentals. On the left here, in astonishingly tight-fitting breeches, we see Lord Walsingham wearing the full dress civil uniform beneath his robes as a baron. On the right is the Earl of Lauderdale in the court dress of the King's Bodyguard for Scotland, otherwise known as the Royal Company of Archers. And both of these images, if you take one point away from what I'm saying now, please bear in mind that the Lafayette Archive, which is held at the V&A, is one of the great repositories of photographic imagery coming from the peerage for the coronations of 1902 and 1911. Alternatively, a peer might choose to be immortalized in paint, although few perhaps as splendidly as the Marquis of Londonderry, who commissioned the preeminent portrait painter of the era, John Singer Sargent, to do the honours. Beneath his robes, Londonderry wore the full dress uniform of a Privy Councillor, of which I believe he was Lord President. So he's really fulfilling the Penny Mordaunt role here. He's also sporting the Order of the Bath and the Order of the Garter. I should say this is one of my favourite portraits by Sargent. Sargent had been offered the commission to paint the official group portrait of the coronation. He turned it down, and the commission went to Edwin Austin Abbey instead. Sargent also turned down a knighthood from Edward VII, who personally proposed him. I've read the letter that Sargent sent to Edward. It's very respectable, but very firm. I beg to remind you, I am not one of your Majesty's subjects. I am an American citizen. As with those of their husbands, the robes of the peeresses were clearly defined by the Earl Marshal according to rank. For those in any doubt, model robes were made available for inspection at the Earl Marshal's townhouse, Norfolk House in St. James's Square. Now, stylistically, the peeresses' robes had changed relatively little since the late 17th century. Beneath a fitted kirtle of crimson velvet trimmed with minever, women were required to wear gowns of white or ivory satin, richly embroidered with flowers, or the preference was the heraldic devices of their families. The robes themselves were antiquated. The lavish displays of jewellery worn in both 1902 and 1911 were thoroughly and indeed characteristically up to date. After a period of some uncertainty, Queen Alexandra had personally stipulated that tiaras should be worn as well as coronets. Coincidentally, the Paris-based firm of Cartier had established a London branch in 1902, and it found itself inundated with orders for new pieces to wear inside the Abbey. Cartier subsequently receives a royal warrant from Edward VII in 1904, and ahead of the 1911 coronation, under the auspices of Queen Mary's younger brother, Prince Francis of Teck, an exhibition is given at Cartier on New Bond Street of all the tiaras that would be worn to the coronation. This was a charitable endeavour. Price of entry, 1 guinea. This is a lot of money in 1911. So one imagines the peeresses going and sort of comparing like for like. This is one of the famous showgirl peeresses of the Edwardian era, the Countess of Clancarty, formerly known as the showgirl Belle Bilton, and of course the indomitable Marchioness of Londonderry, who had the misfortune to lose her tiara down the loo in Westminster Abbey. It had to be extricated with forceps. 64 years elapsed between the coronations of Queen Victoria and Edward VII, fewer than 9 years separately that of George V and Queen Mary. Taking place on the 22nd of June 1911, many of the protagonists in evidence in 1911 reprised their roles from 1902, wearing identical or lightly modified versions of the dress they had worn then. It's worth pointing out that this is the first British coronation at which photographs were taken during the actual ceremony. Nigel, we can see the royal box just there. You were lamenting the absence of that yesterday. Set against a backdrop of considerable strife in the parliamentary arena, this is the last great state occasion to take place in Britain before the outbreak of war in 1914. Once again, peeresses wore robes and tiaras, although I believe this was the last occasion at which they also sported these flowing veils or lace lappets as part of their coronation attire. So far as I can determine, at some point between 1911 and 1937, the peeresses discontinue this part of the headdress. I am coming to a close. I'm conscious of time. George and Mary were decidedly less theatrical in outlook and personal style than Edward and Alexandra. The conservative Queen Mary was a stickler for precedent, of which she wrote, "I am a great advocate." Unlike the gauzy confection worn by her mother-in-law at her coronation, Mary chose a cream-coloured gown of very stiff silk satin made by her dressmaker, Revel and Rossiter. It was densely embroidered with the emblems of the United Kingdom and India. It should be remembered that later that year, George and Mary go to India for the Imperial Durbar in Delhi, which actually took place 112 years ago today. I discovered when I was online earlier today. The gold super tunica with which George was invested following his anointing has subsequently been used at all coronations, including that of King Charles III earlier this year. My last slide, which sets the scene for what comes after. The coronation of 1911 was also attended by the 5 eldest of George and Mary's 6 children. The Prince of Wales on the left here would turn 17 the following day. He would eventually succeed his father in early 1936 as Edward VIII, but of course, as we know, he would never be crowned. Edward had been invested as a Knight of the Garter earlier that same month, and so he's wearing his brand new robes. His younger sister Mary is not yet old enough to wear long skirts or put up her hair, but she is wearing a princess's robes at this, her first appearance at a great state occasion. And to wrap up, on the far right, we see their younger brother, then known as Albert. He's wearing what I believe is the uniform of a naval cadet, and it would be his coronation as George VI that would follow in the rather different conditions of 1937. Thank you very much.
Go back to the image of Mary and George in their arms. There, right. Unfortunately, I have suffered a technology collapse for which Virgin has been, shall we say, remarkably unhelpful. But I am going to capitalize, if I may, on this image and talk about the issue of jewelry. And obviously at a coronation, the thing is the crowns, but jewelry is far more than simply the image of the royal regalia and the coronets, tiaras, etc., of the various attendants, notably the women. One of the things that struck me when I first saw David's portrait of Napoleon in his imperial robes, part of an exhibition at the Royal Academy of citizens and kings, was that the robes were magnificently depicted and sort of shrunk in the middle is Napoleon. The robes are wearing him. He is not wearing those robes. There were portraits further on in that exhibition which showed him in civilian attire and he comes across as powerful, authoritative, and important. But that unfortunate portrait of him in his coronation robes diminishes him enormously. He is bejeweled, he's richly attired, and he disappears. Later on in that exhibition, there were a whole number of portraits of European monarchs of, I have to say, really quite astounding personal ugliness. They were not beautiful, the various German, Russian, Spanish, etc. individuals. And I add the Hanoverians into that mix. One of the most striking things was that, as you said, Robin, people were used to wearing robes. And the attitude of this unprepossessing set of people wearing coronation robes and things like this was more or less, this thing, I just threw it on to do the gardening, you know. They are wearing those robes. The jewels, the orders, they are there negligently worn. They are, I dress like this every day, just to walk down the street. There is that sense of familiarity with the wearing of jewels, of headdresses. And that again is something which, if you look at various portraits of grand balls, where you see the women in bejeweled gowns, tiara headdresses, again, they look comfortable wearing them. Now, when you look behind the scenes, you will find that quite a number of them bitched like mad about the weight, the discomfort, how things pulled at their hair, hung around their neck. I have stuck on a number of pearls. These are sadly not real. They are glass, but I am actually conscious of the weight. I am conscious of the weight on my hands of the rings, but at the same time, it's a familiar weight. I like bling. As those who know me know that I have a considerable amount of bling on which I draw and decide to adorn myself, along with large numbers of hats. I'm actually so familiar with wearing hats that it is not unknown for my guests to start giggling if we've all arrived back at my flat together and I need to start cooking. I'll fling off my cloak, but I will sit there happily with my hat, because if I ever walk outside without a hat, I'm going, what's wrong? I feel undressed. And that, I think, is one of the most important things to take on board when looking at the issue of jewelry in the coronation. People expected ostentatious display, but that ostentatious display was not a once in a lifetime. As we've already heard from Robin in particular, this was something that you did if you had that level of social status, then the jewels that went with it were part of your everyday expectation. What were you going to wear? Which set of brooches, which set of jewels? And if you look at reportage of the Queen's jewels that she wore on her various visits, the really clear things that comes across is that she used the resources of the royal collection of jewels to send symbols, to send messages. But more than that, she wears jewelry. She wears jewelry because it's part of her office. It's part of her beauty to appear suitably bejeweled. When you are looking at the coronations before that of Edward and Alexandra, you are looking at events which are only witnessed by a small number of people. People know about the coronation because they're told about it. It's reported in newspapers. It's picked up in broadsheets and ballads, but they don't actually witness it. One of the interesting things about Victoria's coronation is how little we have in the way of imagery from that coronation. But what we do have are regular descriptions of what people wore. It mattered. People were interested. Did somebody wear the right colors? Did somebody wear the right jewels? Were the jewels, you get comments on how remarkably dirty somebody's coronet, somebody's parure of diamonds and things like that were. People looked, picked up on those issues. But 38 was the last coronation before the days of mass and immediate communication. What is interesting when you look at the reportage of the coronations of 1820, 1831, 1838, is that the reportage is actually stretched out over months, in fact. It appears in local newspapers, in various other things like that. But what Edward recognized in his coronation in 1901 is that for the first time, there would be photographs that would be would appear in newspapers, would be reproduced in various popular magazines, the Windsor magazine, Castles magazine, Strand magazine, all of those things which were hugely widely circulated. If you look at the post-coronation issues of the boy's own paper, the girl's own paper, Forget-me-not, which was aimed effectively at the maidservant class. This was a distinctly down-market publication, as well as the more important periodicals like The Strand. You get souvenir frontispieces, which you can detach. In cottage homes, there are quite a few descriptions of people having framed pictures of the various kings and queens up to the coronation of 1937. And they are provided photographic, tinted up perhaps, because it was cheaper to do black and white and then tint and reproduce than actually reproduce colored photography, which was of course limited anyway. But they could be taken out, detached from, I'm fortunate enough to have a handful with the original. Attach this, frame it, and put it on your wall as a souvenir. So from Edward on, you have the age of mass communication and photography, as Martin was stressing, and a consciousness, therefore, of the need for display to reach new heights. Not so much new heights of intimacy, but new heights of visibility and accessibility. Edward was born an instinctive showman. He knew how things appeared on stage. He sat in boxes at the theatre and he knew how stage costumes, when you couldn't see the individual features, stage costuming gave the impression, underlined the impression of action, of importance, the story, the sentiment. George V was not a showman, but the interesting thing about George V is this is a man who had never been intended to be king until the demise from influenza of Unsteady Eddie, his older brother, the heir. George had been pushed off aged 9 to sea. And to think of himself as basically an outsider. You can see in his correspondence to his mother, Princess Alexandra, that he no longer even had a room at Sandringham. It was converted into a guest room. Sort of age 10, he writes, I often think of my little room and wonder who is in it now. Now, when I think of students who've gone home after their first term to find that a parent has stripped their bedroom, I can tell you from various experiences where that has happened, that the students are distraught, deeply unhappy. The joy of George V's coronation is that he actually based his vision of the coronation and carried Mary with him on that, on the basis of somebody who had observed his grandmother's jubilees as an outsider on the streets, part of the guard, because, you know, he wasn't hauled in to those events as part of them, as part of the royal family. So he knew, even though he wasn't the performer his father was, he actually understood how to make an impression at a distance. Helped also that he knew how to make ships make an impression at a distance, being, he was 27, a career naval officer, until all of a sudden, oops, I'm next in line. Shit. So when he organized both his own coronation and the Indian Durbar, for him, jewels, rich attire were essential because he understood that most people would view the events from a distance, that they needed to be seen, that if the coronation was to have weight and meaning, you were going to have to be seen, and seen as part of a wider context. You had to stand out, but those surrounding you, the peers, in case of the Durbar, the Indian princess, the Indian princes, all of those, they need to provide a frame for the cameo that you were, that Mary was. And that is why, as much as anything else, in the first picture that was shown, you saw the white dresses with the rich fabrics. Wearing white works because it means that you stand out. It's a symbol, the use of white, particularly white satin for upper class brides, is something which really underlines that white is an appropriate color to make you stand out in your first social engagements after your wedding. Literally, you turn up at dinner parties, balls, whatever, for the first year after your marriage, dressed in white so that everybody would know you were a bride. Equally, dressing in white for the peeresses, the women, is something that actually makes them visible. And highlighting that is the importance of the jewels. Now, this was a real problem for a dressed down coronation. I think what is interesting is that the Princess of Wales, instructed not to wear a tiara, comes as close as she dare with that carefully crafted headdress, which isn't a tiara, but is a, if you like, a sub-tiara. It's not a fascinator, it's not anything else. It is a headdress, a very theatrical headdress, which does go with the Royal Victorian Order gown that she's wearing. She also has very sparkly earrings, which pick up. And reportedly, she's wearing a diamond necklace underneath. You can't actually see that during the formal coronation events, but I suspect she wanted to make sure it was there so that if anything happened, she would be seen to be bejeweled. And I think that the visuals of this coronation, a lot have been said about the lack of unity, the various problems, but I think one of the negatives about the coronation was the decision to dress down. It's a coronation, if you like, in mufti, an informal, almost civilian coronation. And it doesn't have the visual impact which people will look back at, apart from the pictures of the King and Queen. Now, maybe, possibly Kate, maybe that was the intention. It's worth thinking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments?
Can I just make a point that I made last time when we met in April? And
Yeah.
implied yesterday. There's a liturgical reason for significance in vesture, because a coronation is essentially an ordination, and an ordination is essentially a recapitulation of baptism. And in baptism, what happens is death and resurrection. And the taking off of clothes and putting on of new clothes is absolutely integral to that. And the king's vesture, the three changes of clothes, mark the stages of the rite, and taking off the crown in order to receive communion as well. And it is liturgically very appropriate for vesture of everybody to reflect something about that. Clearly, there's a history of robe wearing that we're less familiar with now. But behind all that, going right back to the origins of the rite, is something very significant about putting on and putting off clothes.
Can I come back very quickly? Actually, it's interesting what you say about taking the crown off to take communion. George I did that and was massively criticised for it. That was thought to be very unusual. He was expected to wear his crown whilst taking it. So I don't know whether that was the first occasion, but certainly it was commented on at the time that that was an unusual departure, and part of his sort of attempt to sort of be rather less magnificent than perhaps some of the other monarchs have been.
It's a good Lutheran.
Yes, yes.
Bob.
A simple question of fact. In past coronations, the Earl Marshal had issued very detailed dress regulations, even to distinguishing between the various orders of peerage as to what the wives could wear, how long their trains were, etc., etc. This didn't happen this time, I gather, from what you were saying about the multiplicity of dresses.
No.
The Earl Marshal was very much, ahead of the curve. I mean, the coronation of George V took place on the 22nd of June, 1911. I think he sends out his UCAS on the 1st of October, 1910, about itemizing what the peers and peeresses should wear. And he is also very explicit, quite apart from the robes. He makes it absolutely clear that the peeresses should only wear white or ivory underneath their kirtles, and that mourning was strictly prohibited. No one could go in black. And, oh yes, and no colored embroidery. It could only be metallic embroidery. So it was very, very carefully choreographed in terms of color and the impact of color.
Can anyone say why such instructions weren't given on this occasion?
I think as much as anything else.
My understanding is that the dress instructions were issued with the invitations. So there were dress instructions, obviously not to the same extent as the Earl Marshal's instructions in previous coronations, but there were specific ones. I think it's also to the point that it's been really fascinating hearing it, but I think also it's sort of the change in the makeup of the congregation means that quite a lot of the instructions, that doesn't mean that there were people who would be expected to wear these sorts of robes, pretending there were. And in fact, look at, for example, Duke of Wellington, who was wearing first Duke's coronation robes, and he was in procession, but the kind of difference in makeup of the congregation meant that probably some of that wouldn't be relevant. So I assume, I don't know for certain, that was the decision why, as with the others, it would go out in the invitation, but referring to.
Yes.
We heard yesterday from John Crawford, who's one of the 14 Cinque Barons, that they had no idea what they were to wear. They had to contact the Cabinet Office on a number of occasions and ended up deciding themselves that they would wear morning dress.
I think you also have, sorry, can I just very quick, you have a departure in that there are various offices that traditionally would have been
carried out by hereditary characters, like bearing the spurs and so on. Those were handed out to a much more diverse bunch of people this time. So whereas, you know, in 18th century Court of Claims, you'd have had you know, the Earl of Lichfield bashing over the head somebody else to carry the spurs as they do. Those went to different people who had no right to particular robes. And so I think therefore it becomes much more complicated to issue to them instructions on exactly what to wear. And some of those very much, I think, wanted to express their own heritage in different ways. So I think that became a much more complicated sort of exercise.
So someone like Dame Elizabeth Agnon, who was an Order of Merit holder, was one of the bearers of Regalia, and she chose her traditional dress. So traditional dress was one of the aspects, along with mourning coat. So
people were given more choice, perhaps, were they? This was...
Sue,
I'm sorry, the gentleman here was
no,
speaking.
no, I know. I've been trying to get him in.
This is why I'm deferring to.
Yeah.
You're very kind. I wasn't sent an invitation, but as a commentator, I received quite a lot of the stuff that was sent to those invited, and there were instructions very clearly from the Earl Marshal that no coronation robes would be worn and no coronets would be worn. And the Duke of Wellington, because he's a good friend of the Queen, complained that he thought he should wear it, and the Queen said, of course you should wear it. And very quickly there was a change of attitude, and I believe the Duke of Westminster wore his, and many other peers who were already going were invited to bring theirs if they could. Well, the Scottish peers had already left Scotland, and they couldn't undress their I don't know, they had sort of mannequins in their castles and things to get them down, but I think the Earl of Derby managed to get hold of his and got permission to dress as a vice admiral, because although he was a captain in the Navy, he claimed to be, and apparently the king approved him to be a vice admiral of the something, something, something. So he threw on robes, but it was not in clarity organized in the way that Burnham Marmaduke did in 1953.
I don't think we can forget either that there hadn't been a coronation since 1953. I mean, I come from an art world background, and so many sets of coronation robes came onto the auction market. So the question is, do peers and peeresses, if they had attended en bloc and were required to wear robes, would they even have them?
The Kings at Arms, of course, put on their crowns. Right, perhaps you explain.
The Kings of Arms put on their crowns, just if you're interested to know, because Lord Lion, King of Arms, had his crown paid for by the Scottish government and made it very clear that he should wear it. And in consequence, the pressure was such that in order that he wasn't the only one wearing a crown along with the king and the queen, the decision was that the English Kings of Arms would wear theirs too.
Right, thank you.
I don't think they minded.
No.
Sorry, if I could just put a question out to the panelists, but also to experts here. To my mind, I believe that we're forgetting the public narrative and the context. As with 1953, so with 2023, the broader backdrop of socioeconomic perception and narrative of disadvantage, of suffering, of a cost of living crisis. So in other words, the performative aspect of clothes, of jewelry, of regalia, ornamentation is all set against very much the question of how it would land, but against a broader discussion, insidious and expressed, of playing down ostentation because of the political connotations otherwise that it could carry. So I genuinely think that this needs to be registered in the narrative of not wishing then to be prescriptive about what you should wear, especially if there's a broader constituency which is being invited to the Abbey and being dictating, if you like, a degree of ostentation, as it was perceived, against that broader backdrop of public popularity of monarchy and the cost of the occasion. So I'm just putting that out.
But I think we've already identified the tension between tradition and innovation. And it's rather difficult for me to comment on this because I feel that the coronation of 2023 reflected, understandably, as coronations have throughout history, the socio-economic and political background against which they've been enacted. I feel that His Majesty used this coronation. I think he was very, very keen on optics. I think he was very much aware of the optics of the ceremony itself. It's very, very difficult for me to have a completely unbiased view one way or the other, because I feel the intentions were entirely honourable, but judging it from the perspective of someone with an interest in fashion and dress, I felt the execution across the board was a little bit dicey. I mean, I've got a note here about Rory Stewart. I mean, you know, he was a subject of great note because he wore what, a Privy Councillor's uniform, but he was wearing it with trousers. You know, I didn't think the execution of that was great.
But I think that point is absolutely right. I mean, the interesting thing is that, I speak as an 18th centuryist now, that there are plenty of people who don't attend 18th century coronations or other great events, and they make the excuse that they can't afford to turn out looking that way. Now, no one would care in the slightest that the Earl of X couldn't turn up because he decided he didn't wish to try and put out for an extra bit of court garb in the 1760s. But kind of congregation that was being summoned this time, if someone had said, I can't possibly dress to the level that's expected, that would be unconscionable in this society. So there is obviously a very clear change there. I wonder whether also, although obviously most of this comes from the palace, it's the Earl Marshal and that end of things, we had fair old turmoil in government. We were on our, what was it, third prime minister in not very long. So the political machinations behind the scenes were also, I wonder whether that fed into anything, because you hadn't had a sense of maybe a more stable government with a clearer message that they want to put across, other than concern that this shouldn't seem to be too over the top whilst being over the top. So whether there was muddle there too.
I think that's very clear, because when you look at the various previous coronations, the 20th century ones, Churchill, for instance, in 1953, was absolutely determined that the coronation should be as spectacular as possible, to show that it could be organized, it could be done, that Britain was back after post-war austerity. It's interesting that rationing, of course, ends that year. So it's something which is very relevant to that. And it's very plain, so you're right, that a decision was taken to be thrifty, to be suitable for a nation in a time of cost of living crisis. And the government was not actively steering, as Churchill certainly was, the events of the coronation. I think, however, that the images that endure of this coronation do need to be considered for the longer term, if there is indeed, as Bob was talking about yesterday, to be a future coronation event. Because such events have a short-term, but also a long-term impact. And I think the visual dimension to this coronation is going to be one that may have a fair amount of approval at the moment, but contexts change. And I wonder just how it's going to be seen in, say, a couple of decades when there is planning for another coronation.
John Crawford has his hand up for quite some time.
John, I think he's
Yep,
muted.
okay, thank you. Yes, I was just trying to unmute myself. Yes, I do quite agree with a lot of things that Judith is saying. And I do understand about the concerns about austerity and why King Charles made the decisions that he made. But nevertheless, I think I'd like to put a different perspective, and that is, what do the public actually expect? Now, I'd just like to sort of got nothing to do with the coronation, but when I was mayor, obviously there are a lot of mayoral duties, and we get invited to doing opening, cutting ribbons, and lots of other duties as mayor for the public. One of the things that we always ask, and that is, do you wish us to just wear our badge of office, or do you wish us to wear our robes? And 99 times out of 100, they say, yes, we definitely want you to wear your robes because of symbolism. It actually shows authority. It shows your standing within society and the importance that you hold of office. And people expect that as a mayor. And I do wonder whether this is also true for when it comes to coronation. And that is that the general public expects some form of symbolism by the attendees, partly is reference to tradition and continuity, because this has happened over the centuries, but also, you know, we do have a strong historic pageantry history, you know, within the UK. Why would we want to suddenly stop that? That's what people expect. That's what people recognise the UK to be. And we should take civic pride in doing that. And I really feel quite strongly about that. And I think we should really consider or reconsider, you know, for at the next coronation. And as Judith said, you know, in 2 decades' time, you know, we will be living in a different world. But I think we should still have this type of debate before decisions are made. But going back to, you know, that people sort of making ad hoc decisions at the end as far as attending the coronation, even though we were told not to actually wear anything that sort of represented the Cinque Barons. In the end, we did actually wear our badge of office because we felt that wouldn't actually distract from the sort of ad hoc dress code that was happening. But anyway, but that's really what I wanted to say, and I do believe quite strongly in the symbolism, and certainly as barons of the Cinque Ports, we were quite disappointed that we couldn't actually show our true respect to the monarch by wearing appropriate attire. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. I've got 3 people, and I'll take them in order. So Alec, then you.
Well, actually, my question was a bit of a fun question directed at Martin, so maybe actually that could be the last one. Martin, you have quite it seems, a lengthy list of the various faux pas from 2023. So I wondered if for the end of this panel you could take us through sort of your favourites, okay? But maybe
my favourite faux pas or my favourites.
Oh no, just favourite faux pas. Yeah.
Oh, so just to comment, I mean, the 1953 coronation, for the reasons that Judith explained, was very much an imperial coronation, very much in every possible aspect. Now then, how would one describe the 2023 coronation? Post-imperial? Not quite. I think there was an element which was identified yesterday, I thought, by some of the Anglican priests, that there was a sort of tentativity which hung over it. And we didn't quite know where we got to, perhaps. And so it wasn't clearly a post-imperial.
But maybe in that sense, it was actually entirely appropriate.
Yes.
Because maybe there is a level of uncertainty at the moment, and actually that's what it reflected.
Yes, Brexit and all that.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to pick up on something that John said about sort of robes of office, saying that the barons of the Cinque Ports would have been quite happy to have donned robes. As a former councillor who would quite like to have reintroduced robes for all councillors in the Royal Borough of Greenwich, I've got some sympathy with that as well. But I think that the sort of substantive point I wanted to comment on was, I think there is a difference between robes of office and costumes that are associated with a particular office, as opposed to the general congregation and the sort of standards of dress that are expected in the general congregation. And we heard in the presentations that there's been, you know, within society, there have been changes on the fact that we now have something we call morning dress that didn't exist in sort of Georgian times, for example. We do have a sort of standard of dress that is kind of a uniform within society. But when we're talking about dress codes for the coronation, there is a difference between what is expected of the general congregation versus office holders. And the whole point of having a uniform for an office holder is that you subsume your personality into the office. So I just wonder if there's something to comment on the sort of, you know, people sort of taking sort of liberties with that, but also it's not self-aggrandizement to want to wear your robes of office necessarily. It could also be that this is the appropriate dress for the office, which for the military, for example, we accept as that's taken as read.
But sorry, can I just jump in on just something that you said there, Nigel? Just that actually historic coronations, almost everybody who was there in the abbey was an office holder of some sort, or their wife, to put it bluntly.
If you're on Green Piers, for example.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So
Yeah.
it adds that again, that interesting dynamic. Sorry, just
But as a corollary to that, I mean, as I understand it, the default position would have been court dress if you weren't wearing anything else. You know, a uniform or an if not office of state or a military uniform, regimentals, you would have been wearing court dress. That has completely collapsed. You know,
because court dress was the symbol that you had been accepted, presented, and received at court. There was that process where if you were from a family, then if you were male and you'd taken up a particular role, say as an officer in the Navy or the Army, you would be presented at court. If you were a young woman, you would be presented at court as an unmarried young woman and then need to be presented at court again after your marriage.
I mean, the photograph we saw that was taken at the coronation of George and Mary in 1911, in the box above the royal box, you can see all of the women who are not peeresses or members of the royal family. They're uniformly dressed in white gowns. I don't think they wore trains. They wore court gowns, no trains, but feathered headdresses, which would have been regulation court wear. But of course, I mean, that fell down in 1939. I mean, I was talking to a ceremonial tailor about this, and he says, you know, the whole codified etiquette surrounding court dress was already creaking by the late 1930s. You have the last evening courts in 1939. As far as I'm aware, they're never revived after the war, and you know, daytime presentation ceremonies are discontinued in 58. What that did for the general coronation in, you know, the general congregation at the coronation in 53, whether women wore long or short, I'm not sure. But there is a wonderful photograph of Walter Cronkite struggling into court dress to report from the Abbey in 1953.
But one, I mean, just to again sort of give an 18th century reflection, but one thing that we've said is, you know, is how few people are actually, you know, engaged in this directly. How many people, few people went there. I think in 1761, I think it's George III, there were mock coronations in London. There was one stage at Drury Lane, and there was even a mock court of claims. So you have members of the general public who decide that they're going to get involved in this anyway, and the whole people come forward and they start making their claims, and they get, you know, there's tailors given a right to supply miniver at a certain level. I'm sure there was that, you know, in sort of senses, you know, primary schools or something, people dressing up and putting crowns on and things. But I don't know whether you had that same level of that kind of 18th century bawdy sort of side of it, where people did get involved in their own way, but actually reflected the ceremonies that they were perceiving and that they were reading about in the press and doing it directly themselves.
Victoria's coronation was the break there because everybody was so concerned about her youth and not anything else. So we are due to have lunch, but I suggest we carry on for another 10 to 15 minutes.
And then we have to have Martin's review of these top.
Oh yeah.
results.
It was just one. There's a couple of points really. I think just to your point, Martin. I think there was something in 53 that I read
where there were a kind of new court dress for coronation, or new coronation dress for women, which is quite interesting. And it's sort of slightly different.
It's an interesting historical moment, because in 37, the default position would have been court dress. And 53, the evening courts have been discontinued, but court presentation is still continuing in the day format. So yes, I need to look at what the sort of the civilian coronation we're wearing in 53.
Sort of looks quite, I mean, obviously now it looks very 50s in the way it's sort of done, but it was a sort of slight modification. And I don't know if necessarily that would have been the go-to for people who were not peeresses, for example.
Well, peeresses' robes in 53 were redesigned.
They were redesigned.
Yeah.
That must have been what I was thinking of.
Yeah, by Hartnell, I think.
Yeah, and the other thing, I actually was quite interested whether, as a point of interest to me, whether the barons of the Cinque Ports were actually actively told not to wear their robes, or it was one of those things that was sort of basically fell between. And then I've just got another question for Martin after that.
John.
Yeah.
You want
John.
respond?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, just to answer that question, were we specifically told not to wear them? This is where a lot of problems occurred, because we were given 4 weeks' notice that we were being invited because of a shrunk period of organising the coronation. And our very first question was, what attire should we be wearing? Should we be wearing, our baron's robes, mayor's robes, or whatever? And the question went off to the Cabinet Office on this, and we never received a response, to my knowledge. I have to emphasise, to my knowledge, it may have happened. And so we took the decision in the end, since we weren't being told what to do or not to do, we decided to go for morning suits as a fairly safe option. We didn't want to go in down suits. We felt that was dressing down too much, but wearing tails we felt was more respectful to the monarch, and that's what we decided to do.
So, and the final thing, Martin, before you go into your worst of the worst, it's slightly tangential, but the thing that kind of struck me about your really interesting talk about the Edward VII and George V coronations, and my prior sort of reading around it is the role of Lord Esher.
Yeah.
As a sort of guiding figure, and he's such a fascinating figure.
He is.
How do you view him and sort of his role in sort of shaping what our idea of a coronation is now, and the kind of differences that we point out now?
I mean, he is. If anyone's interested, I mean, James Lees Mill wrote a good biography, The Enigmatic Edwardian. I've read Esher's papers. I mean, as you know, the book that I've written is actually about the funeral of Edward VII. And I'm not really answering your question here, but I read the outraged. I loved reading the journal of Sir Schomberg Macdonald, who was answerable to the 15th Duke of Norfolk, who orchestrated or attempted to orchestrate Edward VII's coronation, and George V and Schomberg Macdonald lose the plot over the sheer ineptitude of the 15th Duke of Norfolk. I mean, Esher, I mean, I'd have to sort of read up on that much more. I mean, yes, I will need, I mean, I can come back to you on that. His sort of stage direction of the whole thing. But I do know that come 1911, given the sheer hash that the Duke of Norfolk had made of the funeral of Edward VII, they sort of, I think, tried to keep him more in the background to stop him causing too much havoc. Sorry, that's a very imprecise response.
So now,
I'm not. I just think it's mean to ask me that. So I can tell you what I really liked. I thought the heralds were spot on. I thought the Princess Royal in the uniform of the Blues and Royals was utterly splendid. I mean, she almost looked like this sort of the knight protector of the king. And I will actually say what I thought was dreadful. No breeches. I thought that was really sad. That was the first thing that struck me. I mean, I'm a great fan of His Majesty. I thought his surcoat was too short. And it was actually interesting to look at that photograph of Edward VII leaving palace leaving the palace for the Abbey. You can see that the circuit is supposed to be longer. But I thought that the strange mashup of, the surcoat with military, quasi-military trousers, yet with buckled shoes, no breeches on Rory Stewart, no breeches on the pages, no breeches on His Majesty. I just thought that was really sad. And that really stuck out for me.
Cap of maintenance.
You're pushing me on the spot. I also thought it was really, really sad that very little attention was given to the foreign royals. Am I right in thinking it was the first time that actual kings and queens had been to a coronation? Yeah.
Change of protocol.
And no attention
There
was given
always,
whatsoever.
There was always previously the implication of homage, which is no longer there.
I'm a great one for film recommendations. If you want to watch a brilliant coronation film, well, the Queen is crowned. Just watch it once a week. The Prince and the Showgirl is one of my favorite films. Set 1911, made in 57, and they actually incorporate footage from the 53 coronation. And Marilyn gets sort of very tearful because suddenly she is realizing the sort of the majesty and the grandeur and what it all means. But I think that the Prince and the Showgirl does do the most wonderful job of conjuring the atmosphere and the sheer absurdity of old Europe. And I think, who is it? I want to say it's Edith Evers, Sybil Thorndike playing the Dowager Queen, is just absolutely incredible. And they actually talk about, what order are you going to wear? Oh yes, we won't clash. It's one of the best coronation set films I've ever seen.
And I'm delighted by the prospect of this panel. We've talked a lot about the logistics of the coronation, and I don't think we could have a better guest to tell us about the ceremonial and armed forces involvement. Lieutenant Colonel James Shaw of the Household Division has, I think it's fair to say, given this presentation a few times before. I think we're being privileged to be brought into the inner circle of seeing this presentation on the armed forces ceremonial involvement in the coronation. And Major General Alistair Bruce, it would not be a royal occasion if we didn't have commentary from Alistair Bruce, and he tells me that his job is simply to commentate on the presentation that we're going to see, but I hope he'll do a little more than that, and I'm sure when we get into questions he'll have much to contribute on that. But without any further ado, and hoping that technology works, I will invite James to make a start on the presentation, and we'll share it online if that's possible.
If we get there. I think just while the presentation is getting set up, I can introduce myself. But yes, Lieutenant Colonel James Shaw. I head up the team that deliver the military state ceremonial activity, and really was definitely very much my team that came up with what I'd say in simple terms, everything you saw outside the Abbey. So getting the Majesties to the Abbey and getting the Majesties from the Abbey. I would say also it was absolutely the pinnacle of my life and professional career to deliver the coronation. And I'm actually gutted I've missed the last day and a half, because within 1 minute of hearing a conversation, it's just great to go back to that. And it really was my life for 6 very, very busy months. Just before I start, I must caveat everything I'm saying is public source, has already been briefed to the media, is open source. So I'm not divulging any secrets. I'm forever having my Royal Household pass revoked and been sent to the Tower. So everything I'm saying is completely open source, and there's nothing secret in it.
Let's flick through.
So where this started for us, and the same for everybody, it started on the 8th of September 2022 when Her late Majesty died. I mean, absolutely at that point, our focus was clearly on Operation London Bridge, which I delivered with my team. But I don't actually recall anyone talking about the coronation during London Bridge. We were too focused, and it was such a important, grave situation. And even in perhaps the weeks preceding London Bridge, I still don't particularly recall many coronation discussions. We knew it was coming up, but we were all absolutely exhausted, mentally, physically, emotionally. But it started to happen slowly. And for us in the military, there was no plan. There wasn't a single line of Operation Golden Orb on a file somewhere. So we had absolutely nothing. We speculated a lot about what might happen, and we had all sorts of ideas, but we had nothing to plan on at that point. Around October time, we were given direction from the palace about what the coronation was going to look like. And so this was the direction we've got. And actually a very simple set of battle orders, intent, that was all we needed. But we were told magnificent, but not ostentatious, humility building to jubilation. So we took from that perhaps a simple start, building up to a gold state coach at the end. The routes there, and it's worth saying there's been criticism of the route was not big enough. We didn't go down Regent Street, Oxford Street. You physically couldn't do all these things. They've been built up. We have to operate within the government secure zone around various security barriers, etc., etc. So our route was very much set to the government secure zone. And one of the reasons it was so big in 1953 is because you didn't have the BBC filming every single aspect of it. You needed to get people on the route. Whereas today, last year, this year, you had the opportunity to see it all on national television. Timed, we couldn't have 25 million British Army troops on parade going on for 5 hours. So we had a set time we had to meet. We had a rough coronation service time, which actually increased up to 2 hours. And we were asked to provide recommendations around the Abbey procession, known as the King's procession, and the from the Abbey procession, the coronation procession. How did we plan this? Well, we looked at the 1953 plans. So we have all the plans in our archives. So we got the 53 plans out and had a look at that. We did a lot of looking on YouTube as well, just to get an idea. And the 53 plans were fascinating, and we had 37 and 1911 to refer back to. But what I took from the very start was it needed to be big. We needed to fill the mall, and it really needed to be a magnificent occasion. I thought I'd cover a little bit of 1953. I don't know if any of this has been looked at before, but they were just going through the files just to see the scale of 1953. But that's the procession forming up. And my predecessor started at number 1, top left there. That's halfway up Park Lane, and that was the front of the procession. This is the procession parked front to back. So down Park Lane, Hyde Park Corner, Piccadilly, St James's Street, Pall Mall, Whitehall, and the rear was halfway down Tothill Street and Victoria Street. They had 12,000 troops in the procession and another 15,000 street lining. It was truly remarkable. And we could never achieve that now for many reasons, but we wanted to have a look at what they did in 1953 and just marvel at that period. Some of the logistics, I don't get particularly excited about logistics, but in 53, it was mind-blowing. All the troops had to stay in London. So if you look at the top left there, you can see the numbers of accommodation. So Kensington Gardens, the left-hand side of Hyde Park, had 17,000 troops camped in that location. My headquarters took over Earls Court and Olympia. They hired them out, and they used Earls Court and Olympia as accommodation for close to 14,000 troops. And the poor Royal Navy were put in Clapham Common, the deep underground shelters from World War II that go around a mile underground. They were put in there. And building these camps, the one at Kensington Gardens took 912 loads of 3 tons, and whatever 912 times 3 tons is, that's how much it took to set up the camp. So a vast undertaking. And there is that, that's the accommodation in Kensington Gardens. But I mean, giving you an idea of scale, that's the Albert Hall down here. And that was the tented camp that they built for all the troops. And then, yeah, the poor Royal Navy, but they, I think they're used to windowless accommodation. And scale, there was a little bit in the run up to it that the scale wasn't grand enough. But I thought I'd just show the equivalent terms of our armed forces proportionally compared to 53. And actually, you can see on both occasions we broadly, well, we exceeded, but we matched the efforts of 53 by proportion. And you know, I and we are hugely proud of the number of troops we put on parade. And those numbers were vast. So ignore the colourful diagram, but in the top right-hand corner, we had 10,007 soldiers committed to Operation Golden Orb, as it was called for us. 7,000 troops on parade in London ceremony. So that was bigger than Winston Churchill's funeral. And the only event bigger than that was the 1953 coronation. So we exceeded every event, including Winston Churchill's funeral, for His Majesty King Charles III's coronation. And the London procession had over 4,000 troops in it. That huge group that escorted the king up. Putting that in perspective, that was bigger than the entire of London and Windsor for Her late Majesty's funeral. So the procession alone was bigger than that vast national event. We had our friends from the Commonwealth. I think you may have talked about a bit about the overseas realms in the Commonwealth, but around 450, and we accommodated them, trained them. I felt so sorry for, I think, all the troops coming from the Pacific who had flown for 2 days, got here, and straight away they were marching around the drill square getting shouted at by British sergeant majors.
You want me to?
So this is how we plan the operation. So this is the timeline we had. We had about 2 weeks to deliver everything. Now, 6 months of planning, but 2 weeks to deliver it, starting on the 26th of April, because we couldn't hold 10,000 troops indefinitely for coronation training. So we had to cram it all in. And we're pretty used to this from the Jubilee and the Queen's funeral. But we had a huge brief on the 26th of April, which General Alistair came to, where we briefed around 700 people on the conduct of the event. And we took them through 250 PowerPoint slides on how we were going to deliver it. Then all the troops involved, those 7,000 troops, went to training in concentration areas. We're trying to change the term concentration areas. That's what we always call them. But when I did all the media briefs, the palace said, please don't say concentration in a media brief. So, but our training areas. And then our first big event was a daylight rehearsal at RAF Odeum, and I'll come on to that separately. Then a bit more training. Then on the 2nd into the 3rd of May, we did a full overnight rehearsal in London, and then a bit more training, kit preparation, and then on the 6th of May, we went into the coronation. So that was the time we had available to deliver this huge, vast event. Slide, please. And so how do we get ready for it in detail? Well, the daylight rehearsal, so the DLR, and I've used our abbreviations because everything had these names that meant so much: DLR, ONR. But the DLR, the daylight rehearsal, that was at RAF Odeum. And following the Queen's funeral, we recognised we needed a massive scale event before the overnight rehearsal in London, as the troops have a lot to take on board, and the overnight rehearsal is not enough. So we had to practice it. We looked at a map and we realized we needed an Air Force base. And as it was, we needed 2 runways to line up the procession. We found RAF Odeum down in Hampshire, and we planned a deployment of around 4,500 troops into RAF Odeum on Sunday, the 30th of April. That deployment was one of the largest single deployments of UK troops on UK soil in generations. So a massive event, and we had a separate planning team that had to spin up the RAF Odeum serial. It was one of the best days of my army career. We'd been working hard for 6 months. Everything was in PowerPoint slides. And suddenly, for the first time, you got to see the scale that we hoped we would achieve, but you saw it in person. And it was truly remarkable. I don't often talk about bus stops or coach parks, but the Army Assembly area, which is about 500 meters to the left of that picture, in front of a hangar, I think we had 120 coaches and around 2,500 troops parked in this single area. And it's one of the most impressive things I've ever seen, to get that many troops into a single location. And then the Navy and the Air Force. So a vast undertaking, a very long couple of days, a long rehearsal, but we got it done. Slide, please. And RAF Odeum worked perfectly, because once we did some measuring, we realized that the left-hand runway represented Whitehall almost to the meter. The bottom runway represented the Mall almost to the meter. And then to get back to our start position, we had a spare 1.1 kilometers where we could do a little bit more extra marching and practice on the way round. So we did 2 loops of this, one in the morning, one in the evening, and it was yeah, about 7,000 meters of marching. And there was some tired people on parade that day, but it was very useful, and it confirmed that the marching part of the plan would work. Slide, please. Then we went into the ONR, the overnight rehearsal. So usually our rehearsals are early morning rehearsals, but this was such a big affair, and doing it to time, it became an overnight rehearsal. We always do a full overnight or early morning rehearsal in the dark for every state event, and it just ensures a number of things. Firstly, it ensures the transport plan works, so getting all the troops into London. And secondly, it confirms the ceremonial plan works to time. For us, the only thing I was worried about for this was the transport plan working, and it worked absolutely perfectly. I'll come on to that. And again, it was an amazing evening, putting 7,000 troops into London in the middle of the night. It was a long night, so I managed to go to bed for a few hours. I think I went to bed at about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and I got up about 2 hours later. But the first troops, the Navy down from Plymouth, some of the Army elements, they started moving at 6 o'clock in the evening. And then the whole juggernaut just started from around 11 o'clock that evening. My day, I went to bed at 10 o'clock the next morning. We had to have a photograph for the guards. We only had one opportunity with the Princess Royal, our senior colonel. We did that at 9 o'clock in the morning after this. So it was a long old night. But we're used to staying up and not having any sleep. Slide, please. So the day itself, how did we make it all work? So there was 8 phases to the day, and the inload, the transport plan, I'll come on to. We then lined the route with ceremonial troops. We took the King to the Abbey. There was the coronation service, which really for us was a forming up point. We had nothing to do with it. And then the coronation procession back, the moment in Buckingham Palace Garden, and then somehow getting everybody out of London without causing utter carnage. So I'll start with the slide, please. So the inload. On Operation London Bridge, bringing 3,000 soldiers into London, or troops into London by bus, caused a lot of problems. And we worked out for the coronation, we're going to need around 2 kilometers of parking just to fit the buses in. That had to be balanced with the VVIP movements, all the world leaders, not blocking all the roads. And bringing everybody in by coach was just not feasible. One of the core aims of the coronation was sustainability, and both in terms of diesel fumes from coaches and the cost of hiring hundreds of coaches, it wasn't sustainable. So we identified we needed to bring the troops in by London. I don't know when we last did mass train moves, 1980s, 70s, maybe a long time ago. So this was very new. We had a lot of skeptics, and we worked very hard with National Network Rail to make this work. And every time we briefed it, we would get the usual, well, what happens if someone commits suicide? What happens if the train breaks down? We would say we have planned for this. But the level of detail and help we received from Network Rail was remarkable. And so we had the level of detail. If someone committed suicide in front of one of the troop trains coming in, they would stop the train. They had a spare crew. The rear engine would back out to the next junction and then would continue in. We had independent diesel trains following every single train down. So if the whole train broke down and the entire electric network went down, we had a diesel train that could come in. We had backup diesel trains to pick up the backup diesel trains. We had 2 helicopters and a plane spotting aircraft working above all the train moves in. We had a backup station, so we came into Waterloo, had a backup station at St Pancras. We had a backup underground plan. We had backups to everything, and we had every eventuality thought through. There was a point when someone said, well, what happens if Waterloo Station is denied?
and Network Rail said that even in the Blitz, Waterloo Station wasn't denied. So it's not going to happen. But that wasn't good enough for the military. So we then came up with the backup of St Pancras Station as an alternate. So we really had every eventuality covered. And that was how we got everybody in. So bottom left in blue, the Royal Navy coming in from Fareham, Army all in red from a number of stations, Aldershot and Farnborough, and then the RAF coming in from Tring. And it was truly remarkable. Slide, please. And that was the troops arriving into Waterloo, and particularly for the overnight rehearsal. The troops were coming in about 8 o'clock in the evening, so they caught rush hour, and they were all clapped and cheered in as they came in. So it was a very special occasion. And then, yes, everybody lining up. You still can't stop a guardsman vaping in the middle of the platform. And there were some great memes that went round of that British Rail have hired more guards for the trains and stuff like that. But it was very special. I was saying to General Astor earlier that a number of officers for various roles didn't even need to come on the train. They could be based in London in advance, but many chose to go out to Aldershot to come in on the train just to experience the whole coming in on the train. And I showed that photograph going over Westminster Bridge. That will be one of the iconic coronation images in decades to come of the troops marching across Westminster Bridge into London. Slide, please. Maybe one click. Is that a build slide? Can you click on one more? One more. It's not particularly exciting. Those were the platforms we came into, but what you can see in the top right-hand corner is just the sequencing on the day of how we got all the troops into London. So 4,500 troops came into London. Those were all special trains put on for us. So we had our own trains and fired into Waterloo Station. Very well sequenced. What it also meant was we had more control of the timing, so we could get the troops up later, which meant they had more chance of lasting the whole day. There was a lot of banter in the various briefs about stopping at Pret and Boots to get some medicine on the way through. Anyway, slide, please. And slide, please. Click, please. So we then had to get 7,000 troops into London. I think not particularly interesting slide, but again, I think it just gives you the idea of the scale. We had to find locations. We had something like 4,000 troops in Wellington Barracks. It was absolutely bursting to the seams. The Royal Navy and the MOD, we hired Westminster Chapel for the Royal Air Force. You then need all your ablutions. You need to feed them. You need to look after them. We had tailors in every location in case kit had gone wrong. We had ironing boards set up. We had food, energy drinks. So we'd really thought through everything to try and sustain our troops as long as a lot of polish. One more build, please. We then had to come up with some real life support locations. With a 2-hour service and 6 hours on parade, we couldn't stand there for 6 straight hours. So we had what I called the halftime break. And so troops street lining on the Mall, they went to Marlborough House, to the garden there, and they had a chance during the coronation service to have some water. Most importantly, for most of them, go to the loo. And likewise, for King Charles Street, the MOD, Horse Guards, troops came off the ground, had a chance to relax briefly. In 1953, it was a little bit more relaxed, but they had Land Rovers drove the route and gave out haversack packed lunches to everybody. All 27,000 troops got a little haversack lunch. And then where they were in location, if they needed the loo at set points, they would either go into a police station, a hotel, a department store, wherever was required. We wanted to control it a bit more. You don't want soldiers now would be filmed wandering off to go to the loo. So we had it all controlled. Amazing moment for me, the RLS hub, the mounted troops on Tothill Street in the bottom here. We had around 150 horses involved in the Sovereign's escort bringing the King down. We couldn't sit on the horses for that long. They couldn't sit around without being fed and watered. So we moved, after we brought the King to the Abbey, we just went down Victoria Street, wheel background, and went into Tothill Street, and all 150 horses parked in that street, and we all got off. And it was the most amazing sight. There were people in pubs sat there and they look out the window and a horse goes past and then another, and 150 horses go past. And there were Americans just could not believe they were looking out the window, and there was what they had just seen on the telly was parked outside. Absolutely torrential rain. We couldn't go indoors, so we had to take our hats off, our bearskins and everything off, and then stand in the rain for about an hour and a half, which was a little bit tedious. But the horses had some water, we had some water, and then we got ready to move on for the next bit. Slide, please. And then really we're into now the execution of the event. So I mentioned that we lined the route, 1,200 troops lined the route at various different paces. On the Mall, we had 29 half companies of around 20 people. That won't make much sense, but the point is, on a normal event like Trooping the Colour, we put 12 half companies out. We had 29 half companies out. A soldier was stood every 5 meters. We've not done that in generations. The Royal Navy were around Admiralty Arch, which was a magnificent sight, and as they did in 1953. And then we had the Navy and the Air Force and the uniformed civilian services as well. So police, Coast Guard, Fire Brigade, they were all lining the route. So we got the route lined, and that was the first big bit done. Slide, please. Then at 10, I have to confess, I had forgotten all the timings. I could literally, 6 months ago, I could reel off every single timing. You could say, what time is number 15 guard going there? And today I had to ask someone for all the timings. So I was quite surprised I'd forgotten. But at 10:23, the King's procession stepped off, and that really started the whole event. And in my right here, I can almost hear General Alistair commentating as the King came out of the palace and started to move down the procession. I was very lucky. I was in that group on the far right, the Major General's party, and we rode about 10 minutes ahead to check everything was set and secure. A ceremonial roll that would be conducted called Proving the Route, where you check the route safe. And it was a very special moment for the 6 of us that rode down in advance to see the crowds, to see the vast crowd at Trafalgar Square, riding along Whitehall and into position, a very, very special moment. But at 10:23, we stepped off, and then the King was due to arrive at 10:53 at Westminster Abbey, and we were a couple of minutes early for that. But as I said in a television interview, it's better to be early than to be late. But we were a few minutes early arriving there.
Why was that?
Why is that?
Yeah, how did you miss timing?
So I think we had so how a lot of this is worked out is we pace everything. So we take a meter rule out, and then we do some distance speed time. So we had a rough timing. We then rehearsed it, and in the rehearsal we were early by a few minutes, but we perhaps didn't believe. We then struggled to believe our timings perhaps could be wrong, not in an arrogant way, but you assume the timing was correct. And then we also assumed on the day with the crowds, the horses, everything would speed up because everybody's a bit more G'd up. And as it was, that didn't happen, and we arrived a few minutes early. And we were talking a couple of minutes, but for us, we like to arrive on time.
We could see the King's anxiety on his face when he got there.
That's a matter for the royal household to discuss. But I might have been sat on a horse looking at the carriage feeling, yeah. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say on that. So we got their Majesty's.
Can I ask, how did it actually start? What triggered? What got all of that moving? Was it the clock, or was there a word of command?
Yes, so for the King's procession, that was to the minute. So that was a set timing. So it was 10:23, and it was the Crown Equerry, so a royal appointment who's in charge of the Royal Mews, all the mounted elements. Once he was happy, their Majesties were loaded and on board, and they had practiced all of that, and the time sequence was set. He then gave a signal to a military officer there, but it was the Crown Equerry who told go and set that procession off. But we had a separate system where as soon as it went, we had a radio and a flag signal to start the national anthem, the mounted band there, and start various movements. And I think this is a wider point, that the intricacy of every timing was down to 15 or 30 second intervals. and a complicated sequence of somebody signaling to someone to get it all going. So that was a double sequence. But Crown of Curry saying, coach, go, and then military saying, stop front of this group. Slide, please. We're now into the coronation service, and our next job was getting this absolute beast, the coronation procession, the 4,000 troops formed up into the correct positions and ready to go. And the moment their majesties arrived at the Abbey, the clock started ticking for us, and we had around an hour and 40 minutes to get all the troops into position. So they started filtering out from all their assembly areas. I won't go through those slides, as you saw them, but an extremely complicated sequence. Again, all time to the minute. So one group would cross and then another group would cross. And that got the 4,000 troops set. We had how we set up the procession. It's in seniority. So number 3, the Royal Air Force. Then you go into Army, and it's reverse seniority. So the more senior your service is, the closer you are to the Gold State Coach. So the Navy, the senior service, and then the Household Division, who are senior in an appointment there, and then the Gold State Coach. And we bookended the procession with some mounted elements as well. I had the huge honor of leading the procession, which when I'm also telling the story, I said one of the advantages of writing the plan is you could write yourself into the front of the right at the front. But we got this set up, and halfway through the coronation service, we also had a gun salute to signal the moment of coronation. Slide, please. And that was how the procession looked when it was all set up. So it was a huge, absolutely huge procession. Slide, please. And then that's me at the very front. So I was 1,552 meters and 50 centimeters in front of the center of the Gold State Coach. So that was the level of precision we had. You can't see it there, I had a huge marker, number 1, and a box saying BM, Brigade Major, and I just had to park my horse in that box, and then everything was set from there behind me. How do we get this thing moving together? We used a thing called click track, which someone came up with the idea. It's what particularly in American football, the vast dancing musical bands they have a time beat in their right hand ear, and we used a time beat in our ear to ensure the procession moved as one. So key elements had this click track starting, and about 90 seconds before the Gold State Coach moved, click track started, and a wonderful man, the Garrison Sergeant Major, a huge man called Vern Stokes, you will have seen him on the television, he gave the order for the coronation procession to quick march. But that click track had started in the ears of bass drummers, the directors of music, and the drum majors. So what happened was the bass drummers set their metronome in front of them, so that got going, and everybody was synced, and then all we had to do was give the order at the right time, and the whole procession moved as one. If we hadn't had click track, my starting point would have been in the garden of Buckingham Palace, because we'd have to put 2-minute intervals between each group because of musical interference from the bands, and it never would have worked. So click track enabled the procession to move as one. This is where I was just going to jump off. Yeah. I've got a slide just to show, but due to the size, I just need to click off the presentation. File there. If you double click on that one, and then straight away. And then this is how it looked from setup. So I'm at the start there. Procession Group 1 was mounted to the Commonwealth, just coming into now Admiralty Arch here. Then the Royal Air Force, tricky on the corner. Then we're on Whitehall now, the front of the army, the cavalry, the infantry, and then we move into the rest of the army, the signals, engineers, and all our corps. The Royal Navy, the cenotaph is just there. We have the Household Division on a corner dismounted. We then have the Household Cavalry ready, and the Gold State Coach is here. Their Majesties have filtered out. The time now is approximately 1300, and the signal coronation procession quick march has been given by the Garrison Sergeant Major, who stood in the middle here, and we're now moving. So I'm at the front. I'm already a few hundred meters down the mall, and this vast procession is making its way along. Getting round the corner at Trafalgar Square was a bit of problem. We had to convince Westminster Council to bulldoze vast areas of pavement. Central Reservation got removed here. All of this got removed. We cleared everything out. And then coming down the Mall, a truly, unbelievable experience for everybody involved. Coming along, we were too wide to get into Buckingham Palace. I'll show you how we got around that problem. We had to invent a new drill movement. The imagery you're seeing is actually the setup for the Jubilee the previous year, hence there's all sorts of stuff everywhere. We had various ways in. Some groups went into the palace that way, others went through the centre, some had to turn around here. We then made our way through this tiny little door, got rid of the horses at this point, came round the corner into the garden and set up for the amazing garden moment. So that was that element. Thank you.
That worked too.
Yeah, let's go back to that one. Just to perhaps bring what it was like to life, but myself, I was sat on a horse at the front. When I rode out from my halt position, Zadok the priest was playing on the tannoy system they had around London. So I rode out to Zadok the priest, sat on my horse. There was 48,000 people in the bottom end of the Mall, and I listened to them sing the national anthem. And it truly was a lump in throat moment, sat on the horse, saluting during the national anthem, looking from where I was 700 meters of the Mall, clear, the sovereign standard on the top of the palace. It really was an extremely special moment. Got the order to start marching, so we're to the second we moved. Then it was quite stressful. The horse he's called Sovereign Shadow. He's usually very good. He was a bit wound up, and we bounced down most of the Mall. And after about 200 meters, I remember going from the best moment of my life to I just need to get to the palace without coming off the horse. But I got there, and it was all good. So a very special moment. Slide, please. And just a bit about the scale. I mean, I don't think you got the full scale on the television, which is a shame. But when you see on Whitehall, that's the foot guards going down, the troops here, the foot guards going through Admiralty Arch, House of Cavalry here. You had all the collective Royal Bodyguard. But if you look up at the front, all of the Mall absolutely packed. And that was our aim, left to right, front to back, all the way. Slide, please. I wouldn't necessarily, well, it might be relevant to Coronation, but it's quite interesting. So how do you get from 12 wide, which you needed to be to get down the Mall and fill it, to 6 wide? So if you could just click on that video. So we invented a new drill movement. I don't know if there's any sound.
Yes, there is some.
Stokes. Yes. So getting 50 odd guardsmen to do that's quite straightforward. Getting 4,500 people to do that in time without the procession backing up was a bit of a worry. And just little things, we'd come up with this great plan, and we were probably about 2 months in, and I drove past Buckingham Palace, and I rang up the Garrison Sergeant Major and said, they're not going to fit 12 wide into 6. And that gave us a bit of a scare. But anyway, the garrison came up with a great idea and fixed it all. Slide, please. Just coming towards the end now. The finale in Buckingham Palace Garden was the sole idea of Garrison Sergeant Major Stokes. Came in to see me on a Monday morning. He said, I've had this idea. I reckon we should all finish in the garden and deliver a 3 cheers. And what an idea that was, as you saw on television. That was how could you keep clicking? So these are our original presentations. If you click, that, click again. They're back one, sorry, back one. So that was how it looked on PowerPoint. So it all, that was PowerPoint. And then click on one slide, please. And then that's how it looked in person. Now, this was the only element of the coronation we hadn't rehearsed in full. And the reason was we'd had a lot of rain that week, and there was a coronation garden party the day after the overnight rehearsal, and they were worried about us destroying the grass. It's probably the only heated debates we had between various elements, is all I'll say, is that what was the priority. But anyway, as it was, we could only rehearse the front rank. And so that picture could have been even better than it was, because if we'd done the rehearsal, we'd have jigged a few little bits around. But as it was an amazing moment. And I'd call it perhaps the most strategic moment that the military delivered, because the 3 cheers really was, I think, heard around the world. I've had heard many commentators say that it marked the end of the Elizabethan era and the start of the Carolean era, and something as simple as 3 cheers, but delivered with the loyalty that the armed forces gave, I think was a key moment. The Times described each cheer as sounding like a volley of cannon fire, and I'm stood about there, I think. And I remember this wall of sound coming past my head, hitting the wall, and then coming back. And you've seen the footage. I couldn't get the footage on. You saw the King's reaction to it as well. But a simple moment demonstrating the unbreakable loyalty of the armed forces to the sovereign. But I think to the world, it demonstrated perhaps that wider change. So a really important moment. Slide, please. And then that's just the Foot Guards marching in, and then that was it. So 6 months of planning, 6 hours of delivery. And after all of that, well, I went to a party that night, but for many people, they got changed into their civilian clothes and wandered home. But it was, a personal highlight in my life. From November last year, we were working flat out. From February, we were working 7 days a week on it. But it was just such a privilege to be part of it. I had no problems ignoring my family on a Sunday and tapping on my laptop, because we knew ultimately what we were going to be delivering. So it's very special. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to. Right, there we are. Great, thank you very much indeed. Well, I'm going to take Alistair at his word and ask for some observations. You were commentating, I think, were you?
Yes, and I think having been in the army for now 45 years and having started as a guardsman, watching and always expecting that the armed forces led by the Guards and Household Division would deliver excellence. I think what we witnessed there is that's precisely what was done in 2023. What I think is worth bearing in mind is that back in Queen Victoria's time, her coronation, the armed forces played a very different role. They were more keeping the ground and protecting the processions that took place. And I think that it is since then, particularly in the 20th and into the 21st century, that we've seen the armed forces play a much more ceremonial role in the delivery of sovereign to and bring back from the event. And I think that is now, and has been proved to be, even with the smaller armed forces, to be very much something that the armed forces treasures as a responsibility to deliver. And I think it gives, as James has explained, a demonstration of quite what the United Kingdom can do if it puts its mind to it. And in essence, I think the preparation and planning as a commentator for the military element was much more thorough and complete than it's sensed to be within the Abbey, although the Abbey service itself worked perfectly adequately. But the effort, I think, of logistics and planning was very much more on the outside and with the armed forces than inside. And the tragedy as a broadcaster is that, having known how much effort was put in here for such excellence and all those young men and women who put their backs into it, I knew that in television terms, which actually is how most people experience these events, the editors are always keen to see the King. And after him, the Queen, and after them, the Prince and Princess of Wales and their children. And I think that those of you who watched the BBC coverage, which was principally what my channel, Sky News, took, and what most national broadcasters and international broadcasters took, the obsession with, understandably, the figure of the day, the King, from minute to minute, meant that there was no single camera, as it were, charting the passing of the Royal Physical Training Corps, the King's Colour Squadron of the Royal Air Force. These things sort of went past and people didn't really notice. And that was a sadness. And I think at the next coronation, there may be better ways in which the visual element of that excellence can be delivered in perpetuity. But I think in terms of the sacring of the new monarch, I think that the armed forces played an exceptional part. And I've got nothing more to add than that, having watched generation after generation fill the brigade major's shoes, to see James actually getting the responsibility of delivering in 2023 is key, and actually all praise to the team. And unfortunately, the Major General commanding the Household Division was knighted, and you got all the hard work.
There's still time. And I was going to say, James, I said at the beginning about the presentation that you've given several times. We've mentioned over the past couple of days about how opaque the planning around the service of the coronation was. The stuff that, as you were describing in the Abbey, sort of was kind of the ring of the donut, as far as you were concerned, the bit in the middle. In terms of communications and sort of being open about the planning, both with the public, but with other sort of stakeholders, and how did that work in terms of how you integrated others into the planning and the public relations?
Well, I think two ways to answer that. So the wider planning we were a part of. We were a sub part of, really working to the Department for Culture, Media, Sport, who were the lead government department, and the royal household. So whereas it might sound like we did a lot of this in isolation, actually on a almost daily, weekly, monthly basis, we were linking into DCMS with the royal household, with the Metropolitan Police, who I should say are outstanding and just don't get the credit. I think we get all the credit because we're front of house, but the astonishing role they do, and just get no praise for it in the background. But it's very much DCMS brought us all together. And if there was ever an issue, there was the odd issue here and there where we felt strongly about something, that DCMS might be able to adjudicate on it. So that brought us all together. And then on the PR comms side, I mean, I was lucky. I've done a couple of comms jobs in the Ministry of Defence, so I get the importance of communicating messages. There's no point just doing all of this and then not getting some benefit. So we worked very hard to get clear media notes, did a lot of work on that. So I did the global media brief in the Palace. We gave specific commentators, so Alistair, Piers Morgan for the American networks, clearly the BBC, ITV. We made sure everybody had everything they needed to understand what's going on.
Yeah. And in terms of that part of it, the sort of broadcasters and how people understood it, another theme that we've talked about is the fact that there perhaps needed to be more explanation on the part of government and perhaps of the palace about what the coronation meant, rather than sort of having to leave it to commentators sort of explaining it on the day. How much do you think, just reflecting on sort of public view of it, how much do you think sort of people were intuitively understanding but this wasn't just another troop in the colour? This wasn't just another regular event that happens at a colourful parade. This was something actually quite special.
Well, I think as a commentator now, this was the first coronation in the post-deferential, post-religious age. And if you're going to put on an event that reflects the traditions of deference and the traditions of religion, you've got to really lean in as institutions to explain it. And I will say it's nothing to do with the armed forces, and this is the armed forces segment. It's not the armed forces' responsibility. But I think that state and church probably missed an opportunity to be more confident. But I also think we're in the age of post-confidence as a nation. So I think all these posts, I don't think I'm over posting, but they all combine and place quite a burden on the commentator, who may have a passion for it, which I do, or they do it because it's their profession, which is what most commentators do. And if you don't really ramp up the information to the ones who do it because they don't necessarily love it, and many of them actually deep down in their deep, proud, liberal heart are troubled by what it all means anyway. You've got to overcome all those barricades to reach into the imagination of a nation and grasp them in their sofas and pull them into what is theirs. And Where I think the armed forces are very good at that is because they deliver such excellence. It is in itself intoxicating. But the presence of a plethora of information, right down to Second Lieutenant Peter Bainbridge, this is his first parade since, and actually it takes the sieving out of that sort of information to try and find what it is that's going to catch the imagination of a 17-year-old living in Bradford. And as a commentator, you've got so little time. Again, the religious element of it, you went straight from a prayer into Zadok the priest. And there was actually no realistic way in which a commentator could access that to take people into that very profound moment that was about to happen. So the very engineering of the liturgy prevented the capacity to communicate. And I tried, but I don't think that there is, and I would recommend to future generations to come up with a liturgy that in its way of expressing prayer explains what people are about to witness. And I think that the armed forces, because we're in their segment, the armed forces don't have to do that. The armed forces have to be the best. And if that was their purpose on the day, and I'm biased, I think they absolutely delivered. And I think they shone through on behalf of much else where there was less confidence. And I think that because, when they belted back, hooray, 3 times to the king, soldiers, sailors, and aviators are absolutely driven by that confidence. And I think it showed.
It's a really interesting point to draw the contrast there between almost the innate confidence of the armed forces in delivering what they know they can deliver. And I think what we've been picking up in our discussions about a sort of, as you say, a lack of confidence about the rite itself and about the coronation. Just in terms of an expert observer of these things, what was it about this procession and this coronation procession that you found particularly impressive and innovative? Were there elements to it that you were looking forward to when you were preparing for it and that you were impressed to see when you saw them?
Well, James has picked it out. I think the moment in the garden was really spectacular. Personally, because I was very loosely asked to give a little bit of advice in the ceremony itself, in the liturgy. I had always felt that as a storyteller, the most profound moment of the delivery of the regalia is when the Lord of the Manor of Worksop, traditionally, but not on this occasion, stepped forward to place a glove solely on the sovereign's right hand, so that prior to receiving the sceptre of kingly power, the monarch was reminded by the glove to carry power gently, and then with a bare hand to hold mercy. But for the first time ever in history, and I'm very grateful to the Archbishop of Canterbury for this, there was a willingness not just to have it presented, which was decisions way above my pay grade about who presented it, but it was done with a prayer. And whilst I would have perhaps written it differently, who am I? But the fact is that I think those 2 moments, because they were refreshingly new and they communicated, or they had the capacity to really communicate something powerful. And actually, it is through television that a challenging and questioning public will always judge and question and decide whether this is for them or not. It is key in coronations going forward, if we have more, to make sure that the sofa viewer is absolutely brought into the moment and feels that it is about him or her.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I think I've monopolised our panel long enough. I'm sure we have plenty of questions and comments from the floor. Who would like to begin? Oh.
It struck me that one of the planning differences between 1953 and 2023 was in 1953, concerns about the route and so on and so forth were all about safety, removing traffic islands, making sure the buildings weren't going to collapse, so on and so forth, reviews done mostly by the Met Police. Whereas in 2023, the overriding concern was security, which is not the same as safety. How far did that impact on the way that you plan things? And how did you manage the liaison with the Metropolitan Police?
Well, we always expected before being given any direction that we'd be in the government secure zone, which is Piccadilly, Broadley, round to Victoria, that barriered section. And therefore we always assumed we'd be on the Mall and Whitehall. I even remember joking when I said, why are we waiting on routes? It's either going to be Mall Whitehall via Horse Guards or Mall Whitehall via Admiralty Arch. So yeah, we were capped into that. In terms of liaison with the Metropolitan Police, it was almost on a daily basis. And we got a little bit of a bollocking around November as we were all pontificating around our whiteboards with processions and numbers and this and that. And I think the police and many other people said, yeah, you're taking our planning time, so can you just get on with it, please, and tell us what the plan is? So they had to wait for us to come up with the ceremonial plan, and then they put in the footprint. But they knew at that point, though, we were in the government secure zone on the Mall Whitehall, so they knew what was going to happen. But it was then things around, it was a huge security operation around Waterloo Station. So we were in a safe bubble there. Not my area of expertise, but all the VVIPs, all the world leaders coming in, was a massive security operation. I think it was, there was a point for about 40 minutes where every 20 seconds a world leader was arriving in convoy, because they weren't going on the buses this time. We're arriving in a convoy. So, but yeah, we work with the Met Police daily, and we know them all. The other key thing is relationships. We know the Met team, we know the Royal Household team, we know the Royal Parks team, we know the DCMS team. So it was quite a fun gang working together for 6 months, and we we all had a few drinks a few months ago in a pub, and it was a great fun night.
James, I think he may also have been asking, I'm guessing here, but what if something had happened during the procession? Is you know, and that challenge?
Well, yeah, I mean, really, that's you know, the security of it is around the police. So we had various procedures in place, but from what I can and can't say, I mean, really, if there had been an incident, our plans were we were to stop if we had to stop because the route was blocked, or we were told to stop, we would stop and await further instructions. But at which point the Metropolitan Police would kick in, and they had a huge presence on the Mall and various other elements. But our roles are pretty straightforward: stop, await orders, good soldiers, and we'll either keep going, turn around and go backwards, or go a different way and go from there.
So I've been impressed by the notion of backups to backup plans.
Yes, Alex.
Further to that, is there anything other than the sort of the not being able to rehearse the bit in the garden as much as you would have liked? Is there anything subsequently that you thought, even very minor, where you thought could have done that slightly differently, or maybe that would have, you know, so in a sense, again, as we look to a future coronation parade and things like that, and what might happen, anything that you might change?
I mean, there's little bits of detail. We could have tightened the procession up even more. We still had gaps of around 150 meters, and that could create a little bit of a lag in commentary, particularly the gap between the end of the marching troops and the Godspell coach was actually quite long, and too long, really. So we could have closed everything up. And what I wanted to do was just move as one big blob. And the question earlier about what I thought was spectacular was trying to move in this huge, amazing blob of just colour and volume. I mean, I think going on to analysis points and other points, I mean, I don't know if there'd been a public opinion poll, what they thought of the military marching. We were very conscious of not going on for too long. And so we're about 21 minutes. People talk about how great 53 was. I mean, they marched for about an hour in advance. If you're watching on telly for an hour, you just had troops marching past. And I felt 21 minutes with the colour and spectacle was probably the limit. But I hope we can maintain the scale for future coronations. And I believe the armed forces, in whatever role, has to play some role in supporting the sovereign in these events.
I think there was a ripple of suggestion to Roger that might be something that either has been polled or should be polled.
I wish it had been.
Yes.
A little bit more in a moment. was remarkably little holding around this coronation, as far as I was able to tell.
Really?
Yeah, but far less than say there was even around the Silver Jubilee back in.
Well, we'll be getting onto that in the next session, but thank you for that. Thank you. Yeah.
Likewise, to your point earlier, and Alistair's about how it was conveyed, have you already had a chance to feed back from the BBC team how disappointing it was that there wasn't a better sense of the military optics? And to your point and connected with it, have we lost any sight of a full carriage procession for a future coronation? Because that we were discussing earlier about the realms and territories and their role in the previous coronation procession. Clearly, some of their militaries were represented, but having heads of government of the realms in a carriage procession might get round the tricky issue of the oath in a very nicely, very visual way.
I don't know if you want to address the feedback of the.
I can address the feedback of Sky News, which is on with the next thing. So I don't think Sky News has fed anything back in any way at all. They just tend not to. I don't know what the BBC have done. They've been rather more concerned with Hugh Edwards and the direction of whatever that entails. I do think that when you refer to the length of the procession, and I think that James has expressed this with the secure area, which of course is your constraint, and the quantity of people who are moving in that, which is not just the procession, and James can probably explain that too. But I think that I had the privilege of talking to the late Queen about her coronation for a TV show I did. And although only bits of it were shown, her description of the journey after the coronation was mesmerizing. And I think she felt very, very ill for most of it. It went on, she said, for hours when they went they went up to Regent Street and round. And I think that to fill that for that full 1 hour, they got Pinewood Studios to deliver all their carriages. And in fact, I still am making Downton Abbey and things, and we borrow the carriages that were used for the coronation in 1953. I just don't see that ever happening again. And I think that was of its time. I think that was a much more deferential age. And I think that, I don't know where the present king or the future king will go with keeping a royal muse and carriages. I have no idea. But, they are issues that I expect our successors will be bemoaning, perhaps, not being present in whatever year it is.
I'm just going to pick.
I bet James may have.
Sorry.
Well, no, I think, yeah, I probably know not much to add on that. But well, I do know, actually, there were a couple of carriages. I know a few individuals who wanted to be involved. It was amazing they did for historical reasons. I went to hear that, but I think they'd have to restore some of the carriages and things like that. So we created another way round of getting that person there and how we did it, but can't see who they are.
Well, I was disappointed not to see the speaker being able to use his restored state coach, which was one of the.
Okay, it might have been the speaker, and that was wonderful. But I think his coach is somewhere and would need restoring. So as it was in 1953, the speaker had a single lifeguards trooper escorted his carriage. So what we did was we dismounted a trooper, and the trooper still escorted the speaker across, and it was wonderful. He really wanted that historical element connected, and we still did it. He was on foot and the trooper was on foot.
Excellent. Well, it did create a procession that, looking at sort of history of coronations, there used to be the foot procession, I think, from Westminster Hall of the sovereign, from Westminster Hall to the Abbey. And actually, when I was watching it, I thought you've actually recreated that. You had the Lord Speaker and then the Speaker doing that from Westminster Hall, which was quite interesting. I'm going to pick Alistair up on your iconic and historic interview with Her Late Majesty. Although, of course, it wasn't an interview. It was a conversation that happened to be televised, yes. I hope I speak on behalf of historians in the room that you've assured yourself that the archive of the full conversation is in the Royal Archive, I would hope.
The royal household controls everything.
But they presumably have the full copy of it.
They have everything. I don't know what they do with it.
Well, let's hope that they have all of it in the tower at Windsor.
About horses. I mean, horses were still being used commercially in 1953. The British Rail didn't stop using horses for for transportation of goods outside the stations and so on until 1955. So the rule in 1953 was that you either rode a horse, you were pulled by a horse, or you walked. Did you have the same sort of convention, whether you were driven or?
So I think just less people ride now. So a lot of the appointments that were mounted in 53 couldn't possibly be mounted now. But I mean, they had hundreds of people riding in 53. But no, it's only, we have riding strictly controlled now, and you have to be properly assured and all the rest of it. So to keep it safe.
And can I point out that James didn't join the army to ride a horse. He
Yeah.
joined to be an infantry.
Oh, yes, yeah.
But we did have the Princess Royal, which was one of the highlights.
Yes, in her role, in fact, the last discussion, I think you said looking like a royal, but she was there as the gold stick in waiting,
yes.
Whose role is to keep the public at arm's length with her gold stick. And so gold stick, she wrote as gold stick in waiting and Colonel of the Blues and Royals.
Right, any more questions or comments?
I thought the 3 chairs was a wonderful.
We got one on
You can get it on YouTube.
Whose suggestion was it?
So that was Garrison Sergeant Major. So there's a lot of people who take claim for it, and I've listened to television interviews, but it was Garrison Sergeant Major Vern Stokes, who was appointed as an OBE for the coronation, and it was his idea. And he came in on a Monday morning and said, "I've had this idea." I've heard many people say about their idea, but yeah.
And how, I mean, you spoke briefly about sort of how that came about, but I mean, what was the scope for creating this this procession? I mean, how much of it was, you know, this is what we're going to look back at the previous coronation, and obviously not going to have an hour's marching, we don't have as many troops. What was the process in terms of getting the thing conceived, and at what point did we get innovations like that added?
Yeah, I mean, it really was a very small group of about 5 of us, but taking advice and sitting around a whiteboard, coming up with ideas. But on one hand, it was, we knew the Sovereign's escort would take the king there, and we knew then there'd be a big procession to bring him back. And we had usefully Operations London Bridge and Operation Platinum within the year. And so in a way, we'd tested a number of different options. So actually, on one hand, it was almost pulling a plan off the shelf, but it just got upscaled. And every time I check the numbers, I say, well, I thought we were at 5,000. We're now at 6,000. Where's the other 1,000 come from? And then someone come in and say, we're at 6,500. I said, well, where's the other 500 come from? So it just kept growing, but everybody wanted to be part of it. The whole armed forces really did. But there was a limit in the space we had.
And just on the point of, we've been talking about the sort of confidence issue. Obviously, in terms of delivery, there is that confidence. But you said there's a couple of you sitting around in a room coming up with ideas, and just, you know, there is that speaks to me of a kind of self-confidence that just didn't seem to exist in other parts of the ceremonial.
Well, perhaps we had an advantage that we had an experienced team, though, had delivered London Bridge, Jubilee, and decades of ceremonial experience. And we had, you know, my big boss, you know, he's been doing this since the 90s. His father had done his job and my job. So we had a lot of people you could talk to. So I'd be wrong to say it was just the 5 of us, but we knew what we're doing. We're in our comfort zone. And then I should also add, everything then went to the royal household and was scrutinized. And they might be that, could you change that a bit? Go that. There was that element as well.
But it strikes me that there seems to be much more respect, if you like, for the professionalism and the judgment of the armed forces in saying, in our experience, this is what we need to deliver and this is what we think it looks like. It doesn't seem that there were many people sort of who were pushing back and just fiddling with things, which seemed to happen in other parts of the service and of the coronation, apart from the royal gardeners, who obviously ultimate folk. But there doesn't seem to be very many people saying, you know, we've got a different idea there. It was left very much to your professional.
Yes, I think we're very lucky. I think we're very lucky there's that respect for the armed forces, which we're very conscious of. That's why we had to get it right, because people expect us to get it right. But within the royal household, there's some key appointments who very much scrutinise the plans, asked for things to be changed. We came up with 3 plans as well. We had our preferred COA. That didn't work for other elements they wanted. So yeah, I'd say we had a bit of yeah.
It's perhaps worth saying that a previous chief of the defence staff, who actually had been a general, was once asked what it was that the United Kingdom Armed Forces did better than anybody else in the world. And he said, to be perfectly honest, you know, there are many other countries that fight as well, that have as good equipment or better. But the one thing no other nation in the world can do, and I do believe that this is known and respected around the world, is deliver a damn good parade. And it's not actually a tradition that goes back that far. But for the moment that people like James and the commitments branch of the armed forces that deliver the capability to do it, and the support structures that go into putting that on, for as long as that goes on, I think the United Kingdom can hold to it. But it does rely on young men and women putting their backs into rehearsing these things. Many of them who've never done drill since they did their basic training. I mean, we in the Guards do it all the time, but many people don't. And, you know, they really lift it out. But the armed forces quite like doing that. And there's a sort of swagger in them when they know they're doing something great, because they know that tonight their girlfriend will have been watching, or their boyfriend, or whatever it is. And, you know, they've got a great evening ahead and they'll have a lovely time. So they're proud.
And if I could say on that as well, I think having professional soldiers and sailors and airmen do this is really important. Many countries, there are sort of, it's part-time role, but we have, and I was asked in many media interviews, what happens if it goes wrong? I said, firstly, it won't go wrong. Secondly, if it does, we have operationally trained soldiers who've been on tours, who've been shot at, who've lived outside for weeks, and they will fix it. And we ran out of time to plan every little bit of detail. And there's many people, I said, here's a page of instruction, sort it out, and I rely on you, and people got it done. But yeah, having professional troops do it.
Yes, Judith.
One of the things that Ian Best, in a chapter in our book on Windsor Dynasty, stressed was the value for armed forces morale of the tradition of close interest, really close interest, by the monarch and the royal family in the minutiae of the army, the air force, the navy, the marines, on a very, very regular basis. I grew up as an RAF brat. I was subsequently a trustee of the RAF museums. And from my own experience, I can attest to just how detailed the commentary from the royal family would be on various points, and their very substantial memory of that. It was interesting having trustee meetings at Windsor Castle, which was, I was on a stick, had to be put on a slightly different floor so that I could actually get in there. But Prince Philip absolutely remembered every little detail about various aspects of RAF history. He picked up, my grandfather was one of the first of the RAF. And he remembered that, and he talked about the change from RFC to RAF and what that meant, and all of those kinds of things were very much in the mind of the royal family, the monarch. And Ian Best talked about how detailed Prince Charles's knowledge of things like uniforms, ceremonial and things were. So in your comments, I mean, how conscious were you of the King's interest?
Well, very much. And all of our plans, initial direction came from the King to the royal household down to us, and it went back and forward. And I mean, I think, yeah, I'm very careful of what I say around what the King said. But one thing I do recall is when we were discussing the garden moment, it was relayed from the royal household team that His Majesty was actually concerned about the length of time. The soldiers had been on parade a long time to then stand in the garden for about another 45 minutes. And he had genuine concerns. And we were asked to show workings and confirm that it was fine for the length of time on parade. But more so, we just came back and said, everybody wants to do it. Yeah, everybody wants to do it. And it allowed also a lot of the troops to see the King and the Queen. So there was great personal interest throughout. And from the royal colonels as well. When we had the photo I talked about, we had a photo. Princess Anne came and then spoke to everybody and was very keen to hear about the preparations and how the rehearsal had gone the night before, and then rode on the parade herself.
I mean, actually, funny, Judith preempted one of the questions I was going to ask in terms of the King's input, because of, we heard a lot about his involvement in the minutiae of the service, the music, and the like yesterday. So because of that, the other thing I was going to ask, prosaic thing, that I think in 53 it was similarly affected by bad weather. And there was the whole thing about should the guardsmen put on their greatcoats, I think. And it was at the time then it said no, because in terms of the visuals. What sort of, I mean, obviously you didn't either. I mean, were you consciously aware of that fact from?
No, so we don't wear the cape. It's a cape rather than a greatcoat. We don't wear them. It would only be the guards that would have them anyway. The wet weather plan was always get wet.
Yeah.
It was always get wet. And I think one of the things I'm definitely going to treasure are my white gloves that I wore on my horse, which are brown from all the polish that came off, and I am going to get them framed, and in hundreds of years they'll be thrown away in a box somewhere. But the wet weather plan was always get wet, and I remember getting back onto the wet saddle already feeling pretty wet, and then there was about a centimetre of water, and knowing I was definitely soaked through then. But yeah, it was get wet.
Splendid. One thing we haven't touched on, I suppose, is you mentioned there is the clothing of the coronation. We had the session on that in the last session, but there was that in itself was a massive logistical exercise to provide new tunics for a lot of people with the new monogram on it.
No, so nothing was changed. Everything was E2R.
Oh, right.
And we're actually only now, because there's so many bits that need to get changed, we're slowly filtering through. This is very much more general Alistair territory than me. I think the only people were specific aquaries who had a C3R cipher on. That was about it. So we were each.
I thought there was quite a significant
okay, so
number.
there were.
Basically, answering the question for James, the armed forces have a plan that when there is a change of reign, there is a process through which you move the entire armed forces. And if you're on duty up in Benbecula, you're going to get your kit last. But basically, the household division, the drum majors, the King's bodyguard of Yeomen of the Guard, and the Yeomen warders weren't that far after the coronation. But it's just a process, and in the end, it's down to logistics. And I just want to underscore how admirable the logistics are. Just think of you cursorily said that, the packed lunch arrives. I mean, the work that goes into preparing, actually the disgusting packed lunches that I have eaten for years in the armed forces. But it just fills that gap that a soldier, sailor, or an aviator needs. And, keeping them watered, just all the backup, just constantly think of all of it's got to be sourced, it's got to be packed, it's got to be delivered, it's got to be cleared, it's got to be taken away. Meanwhile, you've got to have all those people. And it's just, that's what I love about having been in the armed forces is, when we go to war, This is how we win wars. This is why Russia isn't winning at the moment with a massive army, because they can't do this. They don't care about doing it. And it is absolutely key. And it's why our soldiers, sailors and aviators actually give of their best, because they're fed, looked after and properly dressed.
And have a degree of flexibility. My niece is a paramedic with 2 rifles. Recommends duct tape. She ran out of bandages in a sort of helmet and was winding fingers on with duct tape.
It'll work.
There was a lot of sore feet for the coronation, I can say, after 7 kilometers of aerophobia, people needed their feet taping up. Yeah.
Splendid. Well, I'm going to try and take a lesson from James and keep to time and get us back on schedule. I think it's been a fascinating session. I'm delighted to have been asked to chair it. Thank you very much to Alistair for his input, and of course James for a wonderful presentation.
I'd like to welcome everybody to this final speaker panel for this conference. And I think we have a very interesting and important final set of speakers talking about the issues of how the coronation has been perceived, received, reported, reflected on. We have in alphabetical order, rather than anything else, Martin Moore from King's, we have Roger Mortimer, also King's, and we have Debbie Ransom, who is still trying to orientate herself in terms of where she was when she was here with the World Service, but has currently another perspective. So I propose that we start, since your one is up, I think, Roger? If we start, in that case, we'll go with Martin first.
Do you want to go here, or should I go there, or where would you like me?
Have you got slides?
I don't have slides, I just have some notes.
In that case, you can either sit where you are or use the
I'm
lectern.
conscious I'm not on camera at all here, but that doesn't bother me, but if it bothers anyone outside the room.
Well, you should.
I don't think it improves it. Oh, no, it does improve a little bit. It's also a mirror image today for some reason.
It was yesterday as well.
Oh, was it?
Very strange.
Perhaps if I stand here. Thank you so much. And I should start, as ever in academic discussions, with caveats. 2 main caveats. The first is that I am not an expert on the monarchy or on royalty. Neither have I done primary research about the coronation, or not yet anyway. I do research and teach media, social media and politics. So I come at this from that position. And what I will try to do briefly is just talk a little bit about how it was consumed, but particularly how differently it was and consumed, and future events will be consumed given the changing nature of the media communications landscape. So just to set it into the historical context, June 1953, 70 years ago, 3/4 of the UK population, 27 million people out of 36 million people, watched the coronation of Queen Elizabeth II on television. That was, of course, within the UK. Many more watched it broadcast around the world. For many people, including my dad, I remember, it was the first memorable television event. It was the first shared event in front of a television in this country. It certainly stuck in his head. 70 years later, in May 2023, 18 million people watched it on television here in the UK. That's out of a population of 67 million. So about 27% of the population in terms of proportion, so about a quarter. So ostensibly, at least, it seems as though you've dropped from like 3/4 of the population sitting in front of the television to about a quarter of the population. But of course, it is consumed now across many different media. So just across the main social media sites, Facebook and Instagram, Twitter and TikTok, another 405 million people watched it worldwide. The important thing to stress with this is that whilst many people are watching it via the official channels, via on television, the BBC and Sky, online they're looking at the @Royal Family profile, many more are coming to it via unofficial channels, or what the Reuters Institute refers to as sort of side door access. So if you look at Instagram, for example, more than 2 million people are coming to the coronation via David Beckham's profile and Katy Perry's profile. If you look at other countries, somewhere like Brazil, people are coming to the coronation, just over 1 million people coming to the coronation via a kind of celebrity Twitter account called Choque, who is a very big social media celebrity account in Brazil. And this is not in any way to forget or to ignore the UK press. The UK press, not importantly, the UK print press. I'm talking about, yes, the press formerly known in print, but now which is got most of its audience digitally and has this kind of symbiotic relationship, particularly the tabloid press has this symbiotic relationship with social media. So the two profiles on TikTok via which the most number of people went to the coronation was via The Sun and The People. So you have the reinvention of the UK press online, partly via their websites, but particularly in the case of the tabloid press via social media and TikTok. Is one of the primary social media services. So on the one hand, just to again, to set it in a historical context, on the one hand, the coronation had some recognizable features compared to 1953. You had a very shared experience for many people in front of the national broadcaster, the BBC. But in another sense, the whole media system was utterly transformed. And just to turn to what that means, and this is, I suppose, more about sort of understanding what it means for people like me researching it, but also for people who are thinking about the implications for future events, etc. One of the most important aspects for me is the most important changes is the change in control, by which I mean how much harder it is to control or predict the production, dissemination, consumption of these types of events anymore. So much easier is it to publish. There are so many more channels of distribution. It is so fragmented that knowing what will reach people, when it will reach them, how it will reach them, and how they will choose to engage in it is far harder than it was before. Indeed, if you look at kind of if you like, the most powerful media companies in the world, the very large tech platforms, digital media platforms, they spend huge amounts of their time and their billions trying to do exactly that. That's essentially what their algorithms are seeking to do. They're trying to understand, predict, and follow what people are doing and how people are doing it in order that they can then predict what they will do next and advertise to them, etc. On top of which, while controlling production, distribution, and consumption has become even trickier as we've moved into this new environment. Funny enough, it was easier 5 or 10 years ago than it was now. When we had, if you like, kind of oligopoly of tech platforms, when it looked as though actually we'd moved from a kind of world of mainstream media to a world of mainstream social media, with the very big platforms like Facebook and Instagram. Actually, what we've seen just even in the last 5 years is that environment evolving once again and changing once again as it becomes more fragmented, which I'll talk about in a second, but also as people transition from really quite public platforms to semi-public or private platforms and services, what's sometimes referred to as dark social. What I mean by that is services like WhatsApp, like Instagram, sorry, not Instagram, sorry, WhatsApp, Telegram, Signal, Discord, and others. Where, of course, and not surprisingly, it becomes even harder to control, to track, to understand, and to intervene with what is being communicated, how it's being communicated, and the impact that it's having and how it's being discussed. If you look at places like Brazil and India, these services are now the kind of primary ways in which people are accessing news and information. And that's not just text-based news and information. A lot of that is video news and information. We saw that particularly in the elections in Brazil in 2018, in India in 2019, in Brazil in 2022, and I'm sure we will in India next year. And whilst it's not yet the case in the UK, that certainly seems to be the direction of travel that the UK is going. And anyone who uses WhatsApp, you probably haven't noticed, but even WhatsApp itself has changed significantly just in the last couple of months. You can now find channels on WhatsApp, which are similar to Telegram channels or elsewhere, where you can choose to follow, for example, the BBC, Manchester United. Presumably, you'll soon be allowed to be able to follow the royal family via the channel on WhatsApp. But of course, that is following it in, as I say, sort of semi-public, and often private way. We've also seen significant evolution of these so-called mainstream social media services, which are becoming increasingly assertive over what they do or don't show people and how they intervene. So in other words, social media is becoming less social and more media. And this is driven particularly by TikTok, which gives you, the user, the idea with social media was that you, the user, would have control, that you would choose what you wanted to see, that you would gain lots of other information via your social network. Increasingly, you are seeing what the platform determines you ought to see because you ought. It's the sort of thing they think you will engage with. They think that you will like on the basis of a whole series of different criteria, particularly what people like you have liked before. So again, it's looking for patterns, automated patterns, in order to try to engage people, to try and keep them on site. And finally, just to say that the environment itself is becoming more chaotic still as a consequence of the decline and perhaps fall of Twitter or X.com. Since, well, not just since Elon Musk took over. There was issues before Elon Musk took over, but Elon Musk has certainly accelerated the problems at Twitter or X.com, not least the problems of revenue generation, which has fallen by 50 to 60% in the last year or so. Which has, of course, meant, again, that you have this fragmentation of people to trying different sites, whether it's Threads, whether it's Mastodon, whether it's Blue Sky. So you have, again, once more, quite a chaotic environment, and one in which it's very difficult to assert control. But for those of us trying to research and analyze these digital spaces, and for those who are trying to work out how to use them, there are certain things which seem to be relatively consistent, or that we've learned. So content on these platforms and services, successful content, content that seems to travel, content that seems to engage, tends to do one of three things. It tends to either capture a particular moment, it captures a particular mood, or it provides a heuristic about someone's character. So to give you illustrations of that, in terms of the coronation, in terms of the moment, it wasn't surprising. The moment when the crown was put on King Charles's head was the most watched coronation moment, and was the moment that not only was most watched at the time, but was most watched subsequently when people come back to it, and which went most viral online. In terms of mood, views of TikTok surged during the coronation concert, when Katy Perry appeared in what seemed to be a gold sweet wrapper dress. Or if we go back a few months earlier than that, to think about the kind of supposed heuristic of character, the most viral clip of King Charles referring to this bloody pen, because it seems to illustrate an indication of his character, which otherwise people wouldn't have known about. It's also important to note that as social media evolves and fragments, there are still continue to be and will continue to be codependence both in terms of social media and mainstream media. So as I mentioned already, you have this symbiotic relationship between the tabloid press and social media, but you also have a very close relationship between, for example, search services and traditional media services. They also are codependent on one another. YouTube acts, if you like, almost as a sort of a foundation for much of the other services. So if there's a video, for example, of the coronation on YouTube, you'll see it cut and clipped and reused across lots and lots of other different sites, including the dark social, including WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, and elsewhere. Finally, just a point about this dreaded word authenticity. So whilst I can't know how information is going to be disseminated, and we seem to have less and less control over its dissemination and its consumption, we do know that people, certainly on social media, seem to respond best to this very frustrating word, authenticity. This sense that someone is being true to themselves, that their expressions of emotion, that their enthusiasms, that their sadness, that their happiness, that their inspiration is intrinsic to themselves. I think this is just quite interesting in this context, because this, of course, presents a particular dilemma to those who are, for constitutional or institutional and conventional reasons, needing to conform with certain behaviors and certain tones and certain attitudes, which often come across as inauthentic because they're not behaving as their individual selves, they're behaving according or conforming with the institutional conventions. But perhaps this is also the same reason why, for example, the Queen's Book Club seems to have worked so well, because it manages to square that circle between a degree of authenticity, but at the same time, conformity to the convention and to the norm, as indeed have, I think, some of the more recent Christmas gestures. I will leave it there and can open questions later.
Thank you. Roger.
Okay, I'm going to talk briefly about opinion polls. For those of you who don't know me, I should say that part of my time I work for Kings, but the rest of my time I work for Ipsos, which you may know as Mori, as we used to be. So most of the polls I'm going to talk about are Ipsos polls, but I'll be showing one or two from other companies as we go on, but I'll mention that as we get to it. Public opinion feeds into the issues of media that Martin's just been talking about, really from both ends, or is fed in from both ends. First is that the media, of course, is public's main source of information about everything, and is frequently prompting them what to think about the information that they're achieving from it, which is obviously a hugely important formative basis of the formation of public opinion. And then we measure public opinion through these polls. And traditionally, the vast majority of these polls have been commissioned by the media, particularly the newspapers in this country. What that means is that the existence of those polls is very largely dictated by news values. The media will commission a poll when they have a use for it, when it will help them to tell or to expand on the news story that they want to explore. And if it has no current relevance in the news agenda, then that poll won't be commissioned. And in terms of the royal family, that tends to be very significant, because you get polling at the peak and you get polling at the trough, when either things are going so well or so badly that they're news, and then you get this desert in the middle when ordinary situation, there's nothing very newsworthy in it. And so we do have to be a little bit wary of over-interpreting polling about the royal family and the monarchy, because it is a little bit selective. It's, you know, so it's basically the message that the camera never lies, but it really matters when you click the shutter. I said that was the way it traditionally worked. It's not quite so true these days, in that in recent years, with changes both in the economics of polling and of the media, most opinion polls are not actually paid for these days. Opinion polls have never been profitable, but companies do them because they are good publicity. They're advertising for all the rest of our work. So opinion polling is actually a tiny part of Ipsos's business and a tiny part of the business of any of the other companies you've heard of. But the profitable part of that business, the market research for private companies, social research for public sector, and so on, is helped by the advertising we get through the familiarity of our name and the trust that is built up through the public constantly seeing our name on opinion polls. And in recent years, it's become evident that the newspapers have realized that we so depend on that publicity that we'll do the polls even if they don't pay us. So the situation now is that essentially, rather than doing a poll that a newspaper has commissioned, we will do a poll that we think we can get a newspaper to publish once we've done it. So we have a little bit more editorial freedom, I suppose you'd call it, in the choice and design of these polls than we used to, but it's still fundamentally tied to news values. We will not be doing a poll most of the time if there is no prospect of getting it picked up in one way or another by the media. Again, one change to that, obviously, with the, I mean, I guess with the arrival of the internet, but certainly with the arrival of social media, we have more of an ability to self-publish. We're not totally reliant on the traditional media for propagating the information that we're producing, but it's no point us doing a poll and putting it out on social media if people aren't going to forward it, share it, and so on. It won't get the impact, and therefore it won't be valuable as the advertising. So in reality, not a lot in that dynamic has changed. The polling is still very much tied to, will it fit usefully into the reporting of the news and therefore be picked up by media organizations of various sorts, or by social media influences of various types. So with that preliminary in mind, I'm going to look briefly at two separate sections. First of all, about what we know about the actual public reaction to the coronation, and unfortunately that is very little, and then a little more about polls since the coronation would give us some feeling of where we are now, what is the current state of play post-coronation, how secure is the future, I guess. So let me begin with this direct poll. Did the coronation of Charles III make you more or less positive about the monarchy, or did it make no difference? And I mean, this is the only basic reaction question that Ipsos asked. I've not managed to find any from any other companies, I don't think. And that's one of the factors around why we know so little about the coronation. But there was a lot of polling before the coronation. It's very clear the media wanted to have in their ammunition in their commentaries as they presented the coronation, what the public already thought about the monarchy, what they thought in anticipation of the coronation. But we don't have what would be, to my mind, fascinating, detailed understanding of how much did they like the coronation, why did they like it, why did they dislike it, what problems did they see, how did it change their understanding of the monarchy and of the king, beyond this really very broad question, did it make you more or less positive? And I think by far the most outstanding feature here is that for a clear majority, it made no difference either way. And I think basically what we take from that, the impact of the coronation was certainly, I would have said, less than the impact of previous coronation. Now, obviously, this is the first coronation at which there has been opinion polling, so we can't do direct comparisons. But my feeling is, first of all, that at previous coronations, you would have got more people saying that it made a difference, and it would have been, I think, a clear net positive rather than an equal split. And also that I think to some extent that represents a missed opportunity that, I mean, as we'll see in a minute, although the monarchy is still popular, it is at least slowly in decline on that basis, apparently. Very clearly, King Charles, while popular, is a lot less popular than his mother was. And the coronation was the obvious point at which it might have been possible to jumpstart King Charles, and that does not appear to have been the case, and that is the interpretation of that poll. And to move on to a second question, do you think the right amount of money was spent on the coronation? And half the public say that too much was spent. Now, that is not surprising, and it's not in any sense unprecedented. In fact, the previous polls at previous occasions, not only about the monarchy, but about any aspect of government or of society, the knee-jerk reaction is too much money is being spent on this. But of course, it's a very convenient framing for opponents of the monarchy. This is something where they can guarantee that even people who support the monarchy, who support Prince Charles, will feel uncomfortable and will feel compelled to admit they're uncomfortable. So, I'll show you in a moment, we've only got about, at the most, a quarter of the country at the moment saying they think we should have a republic rather than a monarchy, but you've got double that saying too much money was spent on this coronation. And that's despite, as we've heard over the last couple of days, in many ways this being a more muted coronation than some of the precedents. That framing, that agenda, if you can counter this part of the media practice of agenda setting, the ability of the media that people are paying attention to direct people's thoughts into what is important and what is not important. The more the media talk about a subject, the more their audiences believe it to be important. And that's been proved across many countries over many years. And in terms of the monarchy, a lot of the agenda that is prompted by the media draws on these potentially hostile perspectives and hostile questions. And you know, this is something where there is an opportunity for the opponents of the monarchy to make trouble. So let me move on to an overview of where we are after the coronation. Here's our most recent post-coronation poll on impressions of the king, positive or negative, and you'll in fact get very similar results if you ask that question in slightly different ways. So satisfied or dissatisfied with the way His Majesty is doing his job. Similar figures in a similar trend. And you can see that the clear majority is in favour of the king, but when I say clear majority, 47 to 23 is a big margin, but actually it is less than half the public who are in fact at the moment committing themselves to saying that they hold a favourable view of the king. And we can put that into context by looking at the trend on that. So these are the polls going back to March 1922, the net score, so the most recent one, the positives were 24% ahead of the negatives. And you can see that at the accession, the king gets a substantial boost in his ratings. But the trend from that point onwards has been generally down, and the coronation is here. There is no sign that the coronation succeeded in giving a boost to impressions of the king. If I put that trend together with the parallel question we asked, what do you think about the royal family as a whole? I think it's very interesting that from the moment at which His Majesty became king, those two lines are absolutely in step. Really now, it looks at the moment as if the public are not really distinguishing between the royal family as a whole and the king. I mean, that's an improvement on where it was. He was less popular than the royal family as a whole before his accession. On the other hand, by comparison with his mother, Queen Elizabeth would have been 20 points above that consistently. And then looking at the fundamental bottom line question, monarchy or republic, again, the most recent poll in a long series of these polls, 2/3 of the public are still in favour of retaining the monarchy. About a quarter would prefer a republic, which is, I think, a reasonably solid majority. But again, if you look at the trend of that, we are here in steadily lower territory in the 60s these days, and with the Republicans up in the 20s, than over here at the end of the last century, when the monarchy was in the 70s and the republic was below 20. So there has been a significant and at least reasonably sustained movement against the monarchy, which obviously is a cause for concern. Unpicking those figures, one of the clearest trends in there is that there is a massive difference in opinions between people of different ages, and that while older Britons are overwhelmingly in favour of retaining the monarchy, the youngest group are much more balanced on that. That obviously raises the question, to which at the moment I don't have a solid answer, unfortunately, of whether this is a generational effect or an age effect. So is it just that young people are more sceptical at the moment, but as they grow older, they will come to love the monarchy more, and therefore that this is in a position of equilibrium? Or is it that each successive generation of youngsters who are less sympathetic to the monarchy will gradually build up down the board, and the overall position will get worse and worse? And partly because there were very few polls being done about the monarchy before the 1990s. We don't have the adequate body of evidence at the moment to answer that question consistently. My own feeling and what I've seen from the work of others, which I think that also they would not claim as definitive, would be to suggest that this is at least partly an age effect, so that it is not quite as bad as that moving down the board, but equally the sheer difference between the 18 to 34-year-olds and the older generations is these days so big that it's not being fully overcome by increasing warmth towards the monarchy as people get older. But that, as I say, it is somewhat speculative based on inconclusive data at the moment. And finally, this is actually an older poll, goes back before the coronation, but I think it's always one of the polling questions that I think is most important and useful in understanding how strong the position of the monarchy is, which is, what do you think will happen in the future? And a few weeks before the coronation, 46%, so a little bit less than half the public, thought that Britain will still have a monarchy in 50 years' time, and 40% thought that we would not. And again, to look at that in the context of the trends, that is a lot worse than it has been at the peaks, but in particular, it's a lot worse than the situation was before 1990, before things began to go publicly wrong and to be seized upon by the tabloid press as going wrong with the monarchy from Annus Horribilis onwards. Again, I'm somewhat guessing here because we don't have the polls back before 1990, but I think that these positions starting in 1990 were probably pretty well the status quo for decades up to 1990, that almost everybody in this country took it for granted that the monarchy was going to survive for the long term. And that is no longer the case. There is much more doubt. And what that says and why it's important, this is about morale. A lot of these people, and 40%, are people who want the monarchy to survive, but they don't believe it will. And the less they believe that they are on the winning side, essentially the less hard they will fight. And I think as I've used my time, I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much indeed. And finally, she says, swiveling in her chair, Debbie.
Yes. Right. This is not a case of my sharing my LinkedIn profile, but I think I need to explain the work I currently do and my past work, just to give you a sense of the perspective that I bring to coverage of a major event like the coronation. So from 1998 to 2011, I served as the head of the BBC's Caribbean service here at Bush House. Before that, I'd worked as a producer in the BBC's Caribbean service at BBC World Telly. And in the 80s, I had moved to the land of my parents' birth, Trinidad, and I served there as news director at Radio Trinidad and a correspondent for the Caribbean News Agency, which is now CMC. So after the Caribbean service closed in 2011, I went on to work for the Caribbean Council for Europe, the Commonwealth Secretariat, and I currently serve as the web editor for the Commonwealth Roundtable. And I sit on the UK and international executives of the Commonwealth Journalists Association. And when I have some spare time, I manage a website called Caribbean Intelligence. So I'm not sharing this profile for egotistical reasons, but it's to give you a sense of the way that I view world news, mostly from a world service ethos, but most definitely through the prism of Caribbean and Commonwealth news. So while the world's main media houses over the since the death of the Queen seemed much more concerned in the build-up to the coronation about whether Prince Harry would be attending or not attending, myself and Commonwealth colleagues found ourselves looking for reactions across the Commonwealth on wider issues relating to the monarchy. And of course, as has been mentioned across this conference over the last 2 days, the most obvious question was, what will the passing of the Queen and the new monarch, King Charles, do for views in Commonwealth nations which still have the British monarchy as the head of state? So, as has been mentioned, of the 56 members of the Commonwealth, only 15 now retain the British monarch as head of state. The other republics, the other nations which are republics, are so varied from India to Trinidad, and they remain in the Commonwealth for reasons I'll get to in a short while. In the countdown to the coronation, I was curious as a journalist to find out what was being said on the ground across the Commonwealth. And I checked this out on national media, their presence globally, social media, and that's part of my daily trawl of Commonwealth news, doing the web editor work for Commonwealth Roundtable and managing its Twitter X site. I was also fortunate enough to spend some time in Antigua in April of this year when the dust had settled, and that gave me a chance to discuss on the ground with local journalists, local people, and actually anybody who wanted to share their views. And the feedback I got from, and Antigua is an interesting case because at one point the Prime Minister is going to all the official dues, but on the other hand, he's mouthing we need to consider becoming a republic. It's one of those classic states that is caught in this, do we become a republic or not? And something that has been aired earlier in this conference. So, well, what's the reason for this mouthing republicanism, but not really seeming to move towards it? And if I take immediate examples from across the Caribbean, and has been mentioned from Canada and other places at this conference, previous referendum attempts in the Caribbean in particular have never been about republicanism and monarchy completely. They become a narrative for an island's opposition to browbeat the ruling party with. They become a focal point for long-running national issues to rise to the surface. Now, for the countries within the Commonwealth, which moved rapidly to republicanism off the tide of nationalism that had led to independence, they have no problem. And, you know, you often hear Trinidad, Guyana, Dominica look at the other islands and say, it's going to take a long time. You know, you've got a problem now. And the fact is, if you've left it till now, any ruling party touting republicanism faces questions about constitutional change, an older voting population, which actually quite like the monarchy, and the prospect of opening up a legal can of worms about the choice of the head of state to replace the British monarch. And so during the countdown to the coronation, social media was awash with #NotMyKing messages. But these were messages, when you check the profile of the people on social media, you actually question whether these are people who actually go to the polls. Social media is their daily polling area where they air their problems. So #NotMyKing, but would they actually go to the polling booth during a referendum? Whereas you know that the older people will solidly get up and get neighbours and pull together and get down and vote at a referendum. So you can't really take these, you know, these Republican notions, not my kid, with a hashtag on. Having a hashtag on it doesn't make it actually happen. Some of the general media, which I found monitoring the Caribbean and across the Commonwealth media, they didn't have the answers either. They really didn't know. And as a former news director on a Commonwealth island, they did exactly what I would do. They sent out their reporters to interview the man in the street. And the man in the street will say, I don't care, does it matter? Oh, King Charles seems okay. Are Harry and Meghan going to the wedding? You know, it was Vox Pop backed up by Vox Pop. And I think my favorite example was the Rastafarian interviewed by a Jamaican news outlet, who, when he was asked about, do you think we should ditch King Charles III as the head of state of Jamaica, his answer was, well, you can send Harry and Meghan, but I don't want any of the other royals. I'm not quite sure how that works out constitutionally, but it indicates the level of people thinking things through or not thinking things through in terms of republicanism. So if you are the head of government, do you really want to open that can of worms? Right? So moving to the future of the monarchy in the Commonwealth structure, I'd like to refer you to an article which we published last week on the Commonwealth Roundtable website from veteran Commonwealth watcher Richard Bourne, whose Commonwealth credits, for those of you who know the Commonwealth, are way too many to mention. He posed the question in his article, is the survival of the Commonwealth threatened by collateral damage with dominoes falling as more of the 17 countries where Charles III is head of state become republics and younger people in Britain lose interest in a monarchy in the UK. Richard concludes in his article that the modern Commonwealth is mostly about realpolitik, not sentiment or values. He goes on to say that small states, which is well over the Commonwealth's membership, see the Commonwealth as a way to push their own agendas. And we only have to look at the Commonwealth role at the last few COP summits. They set up a pavilion and they allow small states, which wouldn't otherwise have a chance to air their views, to have their say in an expensive place like Emirates. You know, the Commonwealth Pavilion, which I've been following, has allowed small island states to really have their say, to come to the global table at a very expensive summit. So the media coverage of the Commonwealth narrative at events like COP28, I do find gets lost in terms of mainstream media. And having worked in mainstream media, and I do join the World Service once a year for Commonwealth Day, the Commonwealth Day broadcast from Westminster Abbey, but I have no idea what our ratings are. You find that it's a little peak in a little bit of interest at that thing at the Abbey that has some very interesting performers. So, and then of course there's the Roundtable Journal and the website, which I work for, and academic institutions like yourself specializing in international studies. But outside of that, the general public media, the general media interest in the Commonwealth and the future of the Commonwealth is extremely limited. So I can tell you that from a Roundtable point of view, views on anything Commonwealth related peak when I check on the analytics. They peak when there's a monarchy story, no matter how dysfunctional. When there's another national look-see at the Republican narrative, or when a country like Barbados cleverly moves to republicanism, leaving the constitutional complications for later on. Or of course, the Commonwealth-focused events like the Commonwealth Games. And as I'm sure most of you know, those too now are in danger. So if we need to take a steer from the King himself on the relevance he places on the Commonwealth, we can go to the prominence of the Commonwealth flags at the coronation, something not mentioned in the general media. It was quite a parade, and the pride of the leaders walking in behind their flags, you know that meant something to them. I don't think it meant anything else to it. It meant anything to people in Britain watching it on BBC television, but you know it meant something to the diplomatic corps and the leaders of the Commonwealth. You can see it on their faces from Canada across the Caribbean. It meant something. They were there and they were featured. Also, King Charles himself has done a lot to merge his Prince's Trust interests. I was at the Commonwealth Day reception at the Palace in March, and it was amazing just how many young people. I was told that at the suggestion of the King's people, the reception had been moved from Marlborough House, where Commonwealth Day celebrations, the Commonwealth Day reception usually takes place, was moved to the Palace. And as we waited outside, we seemed to be the usual Commonwealth circle of people, the Commonwealth family. We seemed to be surrounded by Princess Trust young people. And he had clearly made a point to bring these young people from the Princess Trust with their messages. They were outside in the grounds of Buckingham Palace, filming one another, filming us, taking that Commonwealth narrative across TikTok, across any social media platforms. And so, you know, it was an amazing step by King Charles to capture the youth and make them feel a part of what is usually a behind closed doors reception at Marlborough House. his speech at the King's speech at COP28 also put the word Commonwealth in at the opening, which very few other people managed to do. Secretary General Patricia Scotland wasn't invited to speak at the opening. So you had this this opening, the Emirates, the convener, Lula, Brazil's Lula, as the next host, and slotted in between King Charles actually talking about what climate change means to the Commonwealth. So he managed, before anybody else, to put the Commonwealth narrative into COP28. And do not think that that will have gone unnoticed across the Commonwealth. What I see so far is that, like his late mother, he is working hard on pushing the Commonwealth narrative up the global agenda. So anyone doing a find on social media for the word Commonwealth, which I do every weekday, is most likely to see it in relation to another royal spat or on academic Twitter X discussing a revelation from the archives when private documents go public. So while I'm painting an argument that the world on the whole only half cares, I'm now going to very quickly just argue against myself and say none of this means that the monarchy or the Commonwealth have lost their purpose in today's world. On the contrary, as many of the writers for the Roundtable Journal point out, the 56 member states know where to find both the Commonwealth and the King when they need him and when they need the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Thank you for a diverse but very complementary set of reflections. I find myself thinking about my own experience commentating on the coronation in the run-up to it, and on the coronation day, a couple of days afterwards. I did France 24, but I mainly did local radio here across the UK. I did Cornwall, Devon, Plymouth, Nottingham, Norwich, and Dorset. And there was a surprising sense, perhaps not surprising, there was a very clear sense from those local news presenters that their listening audiences wanted to hear about it, wanted also to use the radio to showcase, and indeed local television, to showcase what they were doing to celebrate the coronation, what they were doing to demonstrate that the coronation mattered to them in a number of different ways. There was news about knitted post office box tops. There were news about the use of all kinds of interesting materials to create coronation scenes and replicas of crowns and things like that. Given that, I think that the reflections that we've just heard make a very clear suggestion that we cannot always presume from the official reportage, the official opinion polls even, what the nuances are, the people who care to actually go to the polls, the people who actually respond to opinion polls and the comments in social media. So with that in mind, could I throw this open to the floor for any questions or comments?
Sure, like online.
Sean, what is
You're
your,
muted.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sean, you're muted. Can you
I'm not-
unmute
No, no, no,
yourself?
it's all right, I'm unmuted. I'm not trying to gain any sort of one-upmanship here, Judith. I do a lot of international comment on things to do with the monarchy, you know, from various around Europe and Asia and South Africa and States and Canada and indeed France 24, where I think we saw each other. And I'd just be interested on the panel's point of something which I'm frequently asked, which is the connection between one sort of scandal or another and attitudes towards the monarchy itself. I'm always being asked, as, you know, the latest thing that Harry and Meghan have said, or the latest bit of Prince Andrew's story, does this mean that the monarchy itself is weakened? I get that question all the time. And I'd be very interested to know what the panel think about that. Is there a connection between the image of particular members of the royal family and attitudes towards the institution?
Debbie.
Yeah, I am glad you asked that, because I asked that while I was in Antigua. And I said, well, they're being a bit dysfunctional again. What do you think now? Does that rush you towards republicanism? And the response I got from most people in Antigua is that they actually warmed to them because they're behaving like a normal family. The distant royal family, where Prince Charles would shake the hand of his father, many people could not relate to. But for some people, not saying all the people on the ground, but for a lot of people, they actually warm to that because it makes the Windsors like any other dysfunctional family on the planet.
That's a good point.
Martin.
I think we need to distinguish, between the different members of the family. I say that because this Roger was talking about, the kind of the association of monarch with the institution is clearly much closer than the individual family members with the institution, and we saw that in Roger's chart where they suddenly parallel each other very closely. So before Charles takes over as monarch, there's this, what was it, 12%, Roger, or there was a decent gap between attitudes towards Charles and attitudes towards the monarchy, and that then becomes almost, you know, hand in glove once they become one and the same. So I think it's a similar thing. I think if you look at the children of the monarch, that there is an association, but it is not nearly such a direct association as the monarch themselves and the institution. So I think one has to distinguish those from one another.
Yeah, I mean, I'd certainly agree with that. And I think also, in terms of the ability of any of these sort of issues to impact, a high proportion of the public already know which side they're on. And this sort of story does not really tend to change their mind. You know, if we're talking about along the sort of lines of scandals or supposed scandals that have come up in recent story about Prince Andrew, who is not in line for the throne, very relatively minor and certainly stories interpretable in several ways about the king, the issues supposedly raised in the recent book. People who are already on the side of the monarchy will probably tend to find that at least their support will be undented. It may even be strengthened. They feel that they are taking the side of an unfairly embattled institution. On the other side, you have the people whose, and particularly those who are against Republicans, but also the group who just for one reason or another feel no affection for the monarchy, who are much more receptive to that sort of story. But again, this is in most cases not be changing their minds. It's going to be reinforcing attitudes they already have.
and to actually swing people's fundamental opinions, I think you would need to be talking about scandals that are much more fundamental than that. I mean, by comparison to the scandals that rocked the Spanish monarchy, that would be dangerous here as well. But I don't think the sort of things that have recently been said in this country are on that sort of scale.
Thank you.
Yes, it's an interesting reflection with Edward VII, who is Prince of Wales, featured in a highly embarrassing, but also potentially very problematic case where he had to admit that he regularly played a gambling game that was actually illegal. I mean, he came across very, very badly in court. Contemporary newspaper reportage depicts him as shifty, sweating, mumbling, refusing to speak up. And that did see, because by then Victoria was very clearly nearing the end of her reign, it did see a dip in what historians see as support for the monarchical institution. Did we want this man as king? But when he comes to the throne a decade later, there is huge sympathy for him personally. He's lost his eldest son, and now he's lost his mother. And there is expressed in the newspapers, in periodical articles, to the press, poor man. And it, I think, gives a real boost that, because that scandal, he's the heir to the throne. He had been breaking the law for at least 20 years, and he had to admit it in court. And that actually is bigger a scandal than any of the ones that our more recent royal delinquents have been involved in. Prince Andrew in no way has been shown by actual independent evidence or out of his own mouth to have indulged in anything actually illegal. Prince Harry has admitted to certain things, but hey, he's the spare. And there are 3 children between him and any succession. So he can also be sidelined. But this was the heir to the throne who was likely to become king relatively soon. And yet the institution survives, and his incumbency of it, I think, genuinely strengthens the institution as such. So, any other questions? Alex?
Roger, I was just going to ask in terms of whether you'd seen any polling from Commonwealth countries, either realms or...
I haven't, unfortunately. It's remarkably hard to get a comprehensive picture of polling in other countries from the UK. And you search online and you don't get them. And some years ago, I did a chapter for a book that Bob and Robert edited, and Robert managed to find a research assistant who clearly had much better Google skills than I did, and managed to pull me together a massive material on which I could write about opinions towards the European monarchies. But it's not something you generally see without getting
a quite substantial research task undertaken, which I think is is a pity, but I think it also says something about the what the British media feel is important to report to their audiences as well. You know, they're not constantly feeling that they need to say or should say to the British public that the Canadian and Australian public are a lot less committed to the monarchy than you are.
Yeah, I think also the cutting of resources at the media houses that would have paid for these polls has really just left editors in a position where they throw something out on social media saying X, Y, and Z has happened. What do you think? I see The Guardian does that quite a bit. What do you think? Contact us. And then there'll be a story 2 weeks later pulling together. But that means that's obviously not a proper poll. You respond if you've got, as Jude was saying,
that you talk about.
exactly.
Yeah.
You've got the set narrative in your head, and you're the sort of person who either strongly feels you want a republic or strongly feels you love the monarchy, and they're going to be the people who respond. But the media houses have had such cuts in resources that they're just not doing that. But they can find the resources when they want. I mean, if we remember the time when the Daily Mail put aside resources at the start of Patricia Scotland's term as Secretary General, and they put aside resources to have a look and dig into various issues, including the cost of her apartment, the cost of her lifestyle. So the national media can do that when they want. On the whole, with the Commonwealth, they just don't want to.
I mean, actually, on that, it's quite interesting that one gets the sense that because of the kind of vibes, as we say, created by sort of just the rather unscientific ways of looking at things, that different interest groups that actually you might think might want to commission polls actually don't, because they sort of, the Daily Mail or similar outlets like that think they're going to get something back that looks very, very negative for the monarchy, and they don't like that idea. On the other hand, people from the Republicans, either at home in Britain or in Commonwealth countries, etc., I think are concerned that whilst support for the monarchy might not look particularly healthy, it's not necessarily going to return the kind of the results that sort of suggest that they are actually on the actual cusp of becoming a republic, and so it's kind of pulled away from. And as you say, there's a lot of just kind of talking about it without much doing. The other thing I actually want to ask Martin about was this idea of the side door access to the events around the coronation. I mean, from what you said there and what you've seen, and having now had a go at sort of anecdotal things, and I'm going to ask you for your anecdotal take on it. I mean, did the side door access? I presume the David Beckham side door access is obviously very positive monarchy, etc. Were there some examples though of particularly negative side door access to stuff like that you caused?
I mean, I think one of the things, two things on the previous point, it's never been easier to support your particular narrative with whatever forms of popular representation you would like to find, because you go out there and you can find the social media posts, you can find that, and often it's just publish a few pages of front pages from other places around the world and a few social media posts, and it looks as though you have a representative sample, where you clearly don't. But the so-called side door access, or the role of the political economy, is becoming incredibly important. I think the way I suppose I see it somewhat, in some respects, it parallels the role of the press in the sense that a lot of people look to particular individuals who for what they will consume and how it will be framed and how they will interpret it, and whether that person, it can be someone who actually knows something about that issue. So it could be a political commentator or a royal commentator. More likely, it's just someone that they really like because they're a celebrity and it's Katy Perry or whoever it is. And so you get, it's very it's very, you get a very particular impression of the world seen through the prism of that particular individual. But that is increasingly how a lot of people, particularly younger people, are seeing the world all the time. I mean, certainly if you go via TikTok, you're going to see everything, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's the monarchy, whether it's the UK government, you will see it through often influencers who you don't know anything about, you don't really know their background or their context, but you just seem to quite like their taste and the way that they approach things. So yes, absolutely, you're going to get a very, very, very different takes on the coronation, on the monarchy, depending on which particular angle you come at it, which comes back to the issue of control. Just to say, very, very hard to say we want to try and frame it in this way because it'll be reframed no matter what you do.
And also, don't underestimate the role of the so-called goodwill ambassador. That can be a very powerful role. When Giles Brandreth was made basically an ambassador on Commonwealth affairs, he brought with him all the people who just liked Giles. And he has wrapped up the Commonwealth in a cuddly, lovable image with all of the people who, maybe liked him years ago for his jumpers and follow him on Radio 4. But now they actually pay attention to Commonwealth issues when he's asked to comment at the BBC television coverage of Commonwealth Day or whatever the event is. And you look at the people who are in the booths at various Sky News, ITV, BBC, they are personalities who bring their own following and with that bring an interest in the Commonwealth. So, the role of the Goodwill Ambassador is really growing. So any organization like the Commonwealth, right the way through to products in the world today, it's always wise, get yourself some decent Goodwill Ambassadors.
An interesting point. By the way, one of the newspapers that very regularly conducts a poll through its online version is the Daily Express. And it is generally questions such as, do you think Harry and Meghan should be spending Christmas at Sandringham? Yes, no, don't know. Who do you think should be the next Prime Minister? And then you've got a list of names, including Boris Johnson, Nigel Farage, thinking of recent versions. But they did ask a number of questions about the coronation, and the royal family, one way or another, does regularly feature in those interesting online polls. Bob?
Just a few points. I mean, it used to be said, I think, that people might be unpopular, but the unpopularity did not impinge on the institution. This separation was made in the mind of this. I mean, how else could you explain the continuation of the monarchy after George IV, who was plainly inadequate in every way, even more than Boris Johnson, perhaps in some respects. One has to remember also, I mean, the period of elite republicanism in the early 1870s, when a number of quite well-known politicians were talking openly about moving to Republican status because of the dissatisfaction with the way in which Victoria managed her widowhood. She disappeared, basically.
And it was the time of the Mordaunt scandal. It was the time of the Mordaunt divorce scandal for the Prince of Wales, so the heir was also affected.
Sorry, in what sense was that?
He was cited.
He was cited as a correspondent.
Yes.
Yes, and of course, he crashed, therefore, the popularity gain from marrying Alexandra in 1863.
Yes.
It was his illness. I think in 1871, when he almost died of typhoid.
Yes, that's actually 1872. 2 to 3.
And then that
It was
brings,
public rejoicing, a service in St. Paul's and so on and so forth. May I say, I think now we've got to a position where misbehavior is not as tolerated as it once was. I think one shouldn't belittle what Andrew was accused of. He was accused of being complicit in trafficking a woman under age. That's a serious offence in anybody's mind. And he will remain, no doubt, in a dark room with a blanket over his head for the rest of his life.
and to speak to your point about the Baccarat scandal at Tranby Croft and how that implicated, you know, the implications that had for then Prince of Wales' popularity in the early 1890s, I think it's quite interesting. It speaks to Debbie's point about a certain kind of misdemeanor can, in a sense, almost make someone more relatable, because my understanding about the dip in Edward's popularity at that time, I mean, that was very much coming from sort of conformists, middle-class moralists, and a large swathe of the population actually found it was a sort of almost like a lovable vice in a sense.
Given Victorian.
Yes, exactly. You know, I think that
gambling.
I think
Because a lot of other people were breaking the law at the same time and continue to do so.
William.
A couple of questions. The about the polling, first of all. Isn't it true that Queen Victoria, the late Queen, both became more popular at the ends of their reigns, both by whatever measure, and it's only just at the start of this reign, it's possible and likely that the King will become more popular according to the questions that you can compare polls with. And I don't know if there's been any polling done on, as Prince of Wales and now as King, about the King's ecological interests and whether that would reframe his popularity depending on the sort of question. I don't know if you looked at that.
Well, I mean, on the first point, obviously there was no polling when Victoria was on the throne. I mean, opinion polling was invented in the 1930s. And even in Queen Elizabeth II, for literally decades, there was rarely any polling at all. There was, you know, almost a sort of feeling that this was taboo. You didn't do it. But that is actually still the case in Japan. You know, we could not do an opinion poll in Japan on the Japanese monarchy. It just would not be socially acceptable. And that really only suddenly became acceptable in Britain in the 1980s. And it started off with glamour stuff around Diana, and then it became a focus for anti-monarchical stuff around the start of the 1990s, the Windsor Fire and the argument over the Queen paying tax and so on. And that's the first point at which we've got continuous polls onward. So it makes this point I was making about we poll at the troughs and the peaks, but not in between. It's very difficult to say whether there was a general sort of upward movement in popularity for the Queen over the course of her reign or not. I suspect that she was probably as popular in the 50s and 60s as she was in the final years of her reign, but we just don't have the evidence of that.
The thing with Victoria is her part in the Lady Flora Hastings scandal, which undoubtedly did mean that she was unpopular, because she accused Lady Flora Hastings of becoming pregnant by her mother's controller, the man she strongly disliked, Sir William Conroy. And it turned out that the swelling stomach that Lady Flora was presenting was a stomach cancer. It was the tumor, and Lady Flora died, and the distress that she felt was roundly publicized by her brother, Marquis of Hastings. And it was something that did cause a considerable constitutional crisis. It was very largely Prince Albert's arrival on the scene that helped to diffuse it, both the marriage and then his conversion of a flighty flibbertigibbet, Victoria, into a settled wife and mother. So I think that there's nothing really like that in the Queen's early reign, which you could use to do that. So, but, are there any other questions?
Come back with a very quick question.
Yes.
Rather different, but we've been talking a bit about how if the mood of the moment is lack of confidence in historic institutions, let's say, just a quick mood take of what people have been saying, and going back to what Martin was saying about social media's fascination in authenticity, they seem to be an interesting flip side of a coin, really.
I was going to pick up on your comment about the environmental and the ecology, because I noticed there was a post recent before COP28 stressing the King's lifetime commitment to environmental issues. And that is exactly what I mean in terms of the authenticity, because it's a very individual authenticity. And that's the problem. And that's what I was trying to highlight with the kind of dilemma, which is that it's very hard to have institutional authenticity in that sense, because and I think the monarchy is unique in the sense that you have that person and that institution being so intertwined, but at the same time, the individual is still the individual, and they still have their own particular individuality separate to the institution. So I think we are in a moment where, from my perspective, at least structurally, the environment is very damaging to institutions and to processes, political processes, and to processes generally, and that is eroding many institutions and challenging the kind of sustainability of many institutions. And I think that does. I think individual authenticity is, I suppose, to a certain extent, a way to which to respond to that, but I don't think it protects the institution over the long term, because it is, as I say, very individual.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd agree with that, but particularly the greatest strength of feeling about environmental issues is with younger people, who are also the people who are at the moment least strongly committed to the monarchy, least strongly supportive of King Charles. I would expect this, as the message gets across that here is a man who's spoken out on these issues all his life, that will help the personal popularity of King Charles. Whether that connects in the same way to strengthening the case for the monarchy to people who don't feel this institutional thing is important or relevant, I think it's a very different question.
Any other comments from the panel? Yes.
Quick question for the doctor, and apologies if you already mentioned this.
Can you speak up just a fraction?
Is there polling in the United Kingdom broken down by party support or by the Leave Remain divide or nations and regions?
Yes, I mean, I don't have all of the details here. I mean, the party breakdown is rather what you would expect, that most of those on the Republican side are Labour voters. So Conservatives on the whole are pretty strongly supportive of the monarchy. Labour supporters are much more closely divided. In terms of the nations and regions, support for the monarchy is distinctly less in Scotland. Wales, I think, is about on a par with England.
Below 50% in Scotland?
Below 50, yes, I think it is, but not so far that the antis outweigh the pros. But of course, in Scotland, of course, it's tied up entirely with the nationalist question, in much the same way that it is in Australia and Canada, which is just not a consideration in England and Wales.
And what about Leave and Remain?
I don't know. I would guess on the whole that Leavers will be more monarchist and Remainers will be less monarchist, but I don't know that for certain. But certainly that all that sort of information is available. Yeah.
Any other reflections, comments? Is there anybody?
No, I think No comments online.
Right. In that case, I think that what we will do is thank our panelists very much indeed for something which I think brings so many of the threads that we've explored over the past 2 days together. So if I can ask you to show your appreciation. And then I will hand over to Michael for his closing remarks.
Yeah, could you just give me a couple of minutes? I need to attend to something, sorry.
It's otherwise known as a comfort break.
No, this is known as responding to a desperate email to the administrative matter.
Do you have anybody you can let me know about on the 9th floor? I'd like to take some pictures. If you would, Simon.
Yes.
Could you lend your card to Debbie? Yes, so that she could wander around the 9th floor.
He can come with me.
Or come with simply for nostalgic reasons.
But of course, I find my way around it. I put it up so much. I did not want to
Tell William I totally I had the his article with the
Wine.
Yes,
I don't know. We broke it.
he did the
Final session.
wedding flowers in 2012.
Oh, why not?
Well,
providing nobody's moved it, let me just. It's there.
He is a
Now?
great advocate.
Why not now?
The official florist.
There's something.
And is, as one would imagine, great advocate of sustainable forestry. I think he's a very nice man. I don't know where he's, I mean, he's in Coronation, as you would imagine. He gave a wonderful exhibition, and he's always checked what's going on at the carnival. He's always been out of giving wonderful talks about forestry sustainability. And he actually orchestrated a wonderful exhibition.
Whatever.
The
other full service.
Who of course did Coronation. He's a very, very nice man.
And I thought if I drink.
He's events.
I got to, during the pandemic, I served well. I now until Thursday at the earliest, it's been about a week, maybe Friday. I've actually got to, I'm quite happy to stay and chat. That would be lovely. But I've just found that during the pandemic, when everything sort of hit it, and it's 11 o'clock on a Monday, I just got on with my website work and thought, slippery slope, slippery slope.
I tend to use, I have polycystic ovary syndrome, various fun things. I tend to have.
I didn't. My godson's parents didn't to see them.
Instead of taking painkiller,
I know that
which I'm prescribed.
And of course, in 2012, you have to go to trees. No, 2004.
At the earliest, of 2009. It's again, it's sort of controlled.
Exactly. Red or white, Judith? And red or white?
The white, I'm not drinking.
White, please.
Yeah, I mean, my husband's still with BPD, so he moved up to Broadcasting House. And you know, this is the season where he knows he has to limit it. Because you can be going to so many leaving dues, Christmas dues, the newsroom has one, online has one, World Service has one, you know. This is just have to be, and it is so tempting, particularly these sorts of buildings. Yes, where they shut out what's happening in the real world. You don't really know what the real world is doing until you get to the train station.
Sorry, this is not a three-line.
This little bubble, this community that we formed. Yeah, it's so strange.
Yeah.
So strange. Yeah, so I found that that's something that what they say had served me and to the closure, because I wandered off. I worked with News App, I worked with News Online, did various things. Well, because we were working with the University of the West Indies. So that was why I kept coming back up here to an empty department, except for the UE archivist. They sent an archivist from Trinidad and they've digitized all of the old BBC Caribbean programs. And I'm so glad about that, because when Witness History Hour wanted to do a program on us, they went to UE because BBC Archives had lost whole swathes of our programs. So it was worth it that summer for my coming back to a room that had one producer before he went back to Barbados, and the UE archivist. That was it. This whole department just rattling. I want to see what it looks like now. Take a picture of it. Grab time. Yes, I will. But you know, that's when I realized, no, do not turn to independent. Yes, but it's so tempting. Say the other is what Albanian service, Turkish, geez, I can't remember the full service. 5 services. That was the first round of BBC cuts. And but the lessons I learned in that, in terms of certainly well. Anyway, it's been lovely meeting you. I'm coming back. You're coming back. And
What I said, it's been publicly
thank you for chatting to me. Because I know it was sort of very academic. And I did say to Sue, are you sure you want to be? I'm not an academic. Look, I'm already at the master's level in terms of, you know, academics. Surely they're saying we are A, traditional, and B, feel very, very strongly that the voice of people such as yourself is essential to impressive, and they have, I'm not saying.
So what is it like?
So from that point of view, the volume that we'll be putting together is not some kind of weighty academic. Right. It will be weighty. Expertise, insights, and possibilities I heard here, like on the roundtable editorial board, you know, a lot of experience, but all I can bring is the experience of a working journalist, which is the kind of thing that as academics often miss.
Can I show you one? Raise your duck.
Table editorial board has a sort of similar format. It's 2/3 academics and 1/3 journalists, ex-journalists. You know, Kingsley Abbott came to one of our dinners a couple of months ago, and he did say it's ex-BBC people, and our chairman was James Robbins, you know, former diplomatic correspondent. So, but you know, I pointed out to him that it makes the perfect balance for a journal that is both academic and pragmatic.
There's lots of stuff like this, which are very how to
three.
and it's such that you want to see. I don't know, there's all sorts of courses when I was young, which you really how do you do it?
And then
together, arts and crafts.
Martin is somebody with a background in.
They're very short. Most of them are very short because they
Again, the Simon experience. Simon James. Oh, yes. Cabinet office.
Very specific. And I don't know whether he works on constitutional issues.
Could you show it to me?
Mixed bag. And that is how I do it.
Yeah.
See, I'm following the discussion over the last 2 days. And I found them very, very useful. You know, to the point that I have to write something about this for the roundtable.
Well, yes.
It wasn't just
something worthy of BBC4. Nothing wrong with BBC4. I love BBC4, but to expand. I mean, what?
This is an
event and we get people who are involved. Veterans swings. And we create plans and that is so particularly in days in year and even then and share things different. Unless you go together to
I read some of this. Janet Davidson, CBC.
It's a sort of American.
Yes, much just how so I don't know whether she had the reactions and opinions to that
very close.
inside specialists.
It's actually kind of
Forms of news media had a particular perspective from outside, if you like. That's
Okay,
why we do what we do. We're resuming.
Well, you know, it's going to be pretty informal and really it's really closing reflection, you know, what we call closing reflections on the coronation. I'd like to start thanking you know, the team which has organized the conference. I mean, I'm one of the team, but I've been so busy myself. I really haven't done it as much as the others. So I have to thank Judith Rowbotham, who's, goodness me, organized the panels at great pressure and you know, considerable nimbleness and dexterity over time. I also must thank Sue Onslow, who unfortunately is not with us. Similarly, I must thank Nigel Fletcher. Frankly, if it weren't for Nigel, the people online wouldn't be able to be with us because, as so often happens, the tech in college is disastrously bad. And even though Alec McKenna, who is another organizer, can testify, we had asked the college for links to use Zoom. We were told, I think, what was it, three days before or the weekend before, that of course, the person who was dealing with this was away sick. I sort of wonder that particular individual, he's often more off sick than actually ever at work. But at any rate, it's all recorded. Quite. So there's been the team of people certainly putting this together have been exemplary, and I, for a variety of reasons, really have not contributed all that much. This is also really should be seen as the second of an earlier conference in April, which some members attended in the room. And that, taken with this one, I think has been very interesting for several different reasons. When we organized the April conference, we didn't know what was going to happen in the month, in the following months. And we now know, and actually that's been very interesting, and that's told us quite a lot, I think. And it brings together certain ideas because one of the points of this conference is not just to have a conference where we can you know, talk to each other about things which we find interesting, but also to do something specific and something concrete at the end of it. And one was to have a body of work which we can work on as academics, but also as non-academics, to share and to talk about what was the coronation about, how also can the coronation be seen? How can things be done that are better? And of course, one of the reasons it's being held in the Department of Political Economy is, even though I and Alec and Simon, who are I think I've forgotten to mention Simon James as one of the as one of the key people involved in the organisation. So pardon, Simon. You know, it's to do things better, and that's is also part of history, but it's something we do at Political Economy. This is the kind of thing we do at Political Economy, which we believe is different. So having said all of that, I think I'd like to explore some of the themes which have emerged from the conference, which very helpfully Simon has sort of been taking notes and put together. And after that, I'd like to make some comments myself, which perhaps might be provocative, or at least I'm hoping they will be provocative. So let's see. So the themes which have emerged from the conference. I think one of the themes, and it's been very interesting to see over the two conferences organized, is the issue of planning. On one level, very successful organization of the logistics and the military part of the view. I mean, that was something which was outstanding in the military panel that we've had, and the role of the DCMS and all that. It just was fascinating to see how well that ran. I mean, it really was extraordinary. However, I think the other things which have emerged was that the planning could have been more strongly led. And there is something to be said for, you know, the government appears to have said, you know, it's all up to the king. The involvement of the politicians were, you know, sort of somewhat half-hearted. Clearly, you know, sort of Lambeth Palace, the Abbey, and so forth were certainly involved, and I mean, that panel was great fun. Which one of the most interesting things about that was that the recording failed, but never mind. Never mind. But
we have a backup.
What emerged from what that suggests was the planning. Certain aspects of the planning really do need to be considered better in the future, and there were certainly gaps in the planning. And the other part, and I think this was brought up on the panels on robing and attire, which might seem, you know, sort of rather irregular, is the fact that there's an aspect of visuals in something like a coronation. The coronation and events like that are visual events, and the problem in visual unity, which I think has been mentioned. And to an extent, you know, this was also reflected somewhat in the music panel as well, which I, you know, defer to Simon and others who know more about music than I do. And I think regarding the planning, there's also an issue of timescale, which had come out, and I think we've seen repeated even for the more successful military planning side, was that 6 months was pretty short, and historically it's a fairly short time to put together a good coronation. And there's no reason why, you know, sort of planning for the coronations can't be longer. They've certainly been longer in the past. So maybe that's something for anybody in the future to think about. And the fact that it was so short affected planning in all sorts of different areas. I mean, we've certainly had sort of very fortunate to have John Crawford, one of the barons of St. Ports, tell us about the issue of, you know, what it was like for him. And there's also the interaction and between him and various people, you know, who were responsible for the organization. And that does seem to be rather unfortunate. Now, I'm sure that however well any coronation is planned, there will always be problems and issues. There's never going to be a perfect time, so on and so forth. But nevertheless, it must be said that the 6 months was really rather quick. and there was certainly a lack of transparency and clarity about who was doing what, which previous coronations certainly had. I mean, notably 1953. I think one of the points which have been made, which I think is correct, that for many of us, certainly who've been interested in coronations, the 1953 coronation is one of the high points of coronations, not merely because we have very, very good visual representations, but also because it seemed to have happened in a way that looked very, it seemed to have worked extraordinarily well, although it was very interesting to have Alice Bruce's comments about his interview with Her Late Majesty, because she was clearly quite tired from this. And for somebody who's worked on the diaries of Lord Wilson, who was the politician involved with the planning for the 53 conference, that was something that was one of his big concerns, was actually how she would be affected by the whole time that was taken. But the time scale is certainly something that we're there. So moving on. I think one of the other point this which was there is the overall purpose of the coronation. Now, Bob Morris has spoken very eloquently on that. And I think that is certainly something which I know Bob has also published on it. Anybody who's, we clearly will have to refer to some of the points that have been made by Bob on this matter. Also, who is, sort of even the location of, is the coronation becoming more important or certain other things becoming more important? For example, was mentioned the accession council taking a greater role, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing as compared to the coronation. That's something to consider. And I think Nigel Fletcher made the point about some MPs want the event to showcase the King in Parliament. Now, obviously, that's for their own reasons, but nevertheless, that is a very interesting and important point to make. Moving on, the other points have been made about the oath itself, and I think that's certainly generated some very interesting discussion, but also papers given. Robert Hazel's paper was, I think, really quite important in this regard. I think one of the things that seems to emerge from the whole issue around the oath is that it requires a fairly long lead in time to build consensus to pass legislation, but also relating to the oath. I think today, this morning's discussions with the academic, with people from, I've forgotten their names, from Sydney, Antonia
and Katie Pickles
at New Zealand, actually demonstrated that they're
and Said Munna Tasneem,
yes,
Bangladesh High Commissioner.
Clearly, there are issues there which were brought out, and I'm not saying that these things may go away in the future, but I think that they were interesting and useful ones to brought out, because the coronation oath is an oath. And certainly when I've written about the coronation, I pointed out the oath is really quite vital, and I think that has to be understood. It's not just something which is said and goes away. The oath is really very, very important. And as important is the rite itself, the rite of the coronation. There's a very strong call from the panel that was looking at the rite to reconsider it for the next coronation. Again, there was something about the issue of haste and the lack of transparency, there's also, I think the point that has been made is there's a lack of confidence reflecting an anemic language used around the rite itself. The rite, I think also, which was made, the rite didn't explain itself. This was Alistair Bruce, the point Alistair Bruce made. And I think that's really something which is quite an omission, I would actually argue. There's another broad and interesting point which has come out over the various papers, and that is the lack of public education, shall we say, about and indeed understanding of what the coronation is. It's also about, shall we say, there's an issue of demystifying the coronation, but it's just explaining what the coronation is. Now, you would imagine people should know what a coronation is about. Now, we've tried to, I mean, we teach this and we, you know, I run an MA called an MA in Politics and Contemporary History, and we have, you know, sort of one of our core modules is something called The Evolution of British Government, which Simon James is one of the, sort of gives a number of lectures, but as does Nigel Fletcher. So we do have lectures on the, you know, the monarchy, but really the understanding of what the monarch does is surprisingly thin for our students. They don't fully appreciate what the monarch does. What does a constitutional monarch actually means? Now, it's very interesting when we compare that to the presentation given by the man, I'm sorry, I've forgotten his name, Judith, do help me, the British Columbia. You know,
Philip Resnick.
You know, it was very interesting with his presentation about, you know, sort of it's by default, Canada's by default a constitutional monarchy. I mean, sometimes when I'm teaching students, you know, I get that impression. Even the United Kingdom is by default a constitutional monarchy. Do they actually understand what that means? You know, does this person who lurks about there and has coronation periodically, isn't that interesting? But there's more to it. The role of the monarch, the role of the sovereign, the role of the crown is actually really important in everything we do and teach. And sometimes communicating that to them has been a problem. So this matter of not only what the coronation means, but just about these very basic things about the crown and the monarch and the sovereign, so on and so forth, do need to be better explained. There is also a coronation angle, sorry, a Commonwealth angle to this. I think we've seen throughout. There is a very strong and interesting Commonwealth angle, which I think does need to be taken into account and does need to be appreciated, because it's an area of very considerable nuance and which does need to be thought through. So it's not the, you know, sort of the coronation isn't just about which Charles III is King of the United Kingdom. It's also about the Commonwealth, but also the other countries and other realms are involved. And that does need to be understood better and understood more widely. And the responsible, who is going to be responsible for this? Is it the responsibility of the royal household? Is it the responsibility of the government via, you know, sort of whatever the governments do via the Department for Education? Is it the responsibility of Church of England? I'm sure the church has lots to do. Whether it wishes to do this, I don't know. But certainly, who's responsible for this? Who's responsible for communicating this information? I certainly think that the universities have not been very good at it. I mean, we used to run a module on monarchy, which we haven't taught for many years now, but really that does need to be better taught and understood. Now, there is clearly in the themes, the Commonwealth theme is one which has absolutely been repeated more or less in every single panel that we've had. So it's very interesting that it came up again and again at various times, sometimes in ways which were surprising. And so I think that is perhaps an issue which anybody in the future will need to take into account. Now, it all might go away in the sense, who knows what is the future of the Commonwealth? I mean, that's a separate thing to talk about, but the Commonwealth certainly for up to now is really come to the fore in a way that I've been surprised about. There are a number of contextual considerations which I think have also come up. The first one, the king is in his 70s when he succeeded to the throne. So that makes a difference in a number of different ways. He clearly has an opinion about what the coronation should be than, say, the late Queen, who was very young when she acceded to the throne. I mean, she was 26, wasn't she? So whether she had thought some of the things through, it's pretty clear that she hadn't. But the fact is, Charles clearly had a very clear, much clearer idea. And it's going to be very interesting to see for William when he exceeds, because he's now not, is he 40?
Yes.
Getting there, isn't he?
I think he
39.
39.
39. I
If
mean,
in that case, his next birthday, which is,
Yes, he's
I thought-
a year younger than me.
He's 40.
because his wife is 41.
right.
And
Okay. Well, but the point actually is that he's not going to be like his grandmother. I think that did make a very considerable difference to the 53 coronation. In some ways, I think the 53 coronation worked well, partly because the age and relative youthfulness of the late Queen. There was also the influence of national political context on the national mood, things like Brexit, the pandemic, government instability. I mean, after all, the king acceded to the throne at a time of, I think, unusual instability. We've really not had quite such a spectacular period of instability, and that's so unlike 1950.
well, since the days of the George III and the mix of
that's quite a long time ago, happily.
Just a little.
And I think in that regard, it is very interesting just to go back to, I think, certainly my favorite coronation. It's partly because I know quite a bit about it, and that is the 53 coronation, because of course the political will in 1953 was so much clearer. Churchill, many people, as I'm sure you know, believe that Churchill was pretty infirm, etc., etc. The reality is, as Anthony Seldon's book suggests, that Churchill was probably a bit more competent than people think. And I think from everything that I've seen, Churchill's idea of using the coronation to show Britain is back, the end of, the end of austerity and so forth, made a big difference. And there was also the whole issue of broadcasting and so forth, which I think is also clearly there. I think the other consideration is, in this regard, I think it seems clear that the king moved into a political vacuum. And that leads me to some personal observations, which I think Simon may wish to distance himself from. And that is, to my mind, one of the things which the coronation revealed to me was something which I would argue is real problems of elite competency, which we have seen in the United Kingdom over the past few years. There's a real problem of elite competency in elite governance. Now, why do I mention elite and politics and so forth? Well, something like a coronation is an elite activity. I mean, obviously it would be. But also, given the important significance of the people involved in getting a coronation going, the lack of competency of the politicians has been a problem. I think one of the things which was clear from the panel on the church and the way they saw things, the church had the church clearly knew what it wanted. It had an idea what it wanted to do. That was not so much of a problem, how they wished to organize things. And similarly, when we were looking at the military side, that was working quite nicely, thank you very much, and where the problems really seem to be, where the problems really seem to lie is in that political dimension. And I think that is something which does need to be looked at head on. Now, what I would like to say, the good thing about that is that there's a problem of political competency, not just in the United Kingdom. For better or for worse, this seems to be the case really throughout much of the West. So when we look at Germany, for instance, I mean, God help us, Olaf Scholz. Look at the United States. You know, sort of Canada has its own problems going beyond the coronation. I mean, you know, we've had discussions about what's happening in Australia. So there's an issue of competency and political competency, not just in the United Kingdom, which is, we can see because of the coronation, but there's something which is going on which is more pervasive. And it's an interesting thing that it all should be happening at the same time. And I think the other thing, this is again, which perhaps others in the room might wish to distance themselves from, and that is moving slightly back, not just looking at the United Kingdom, but looking at other trends in the world. And by that, I'm looking at wider trends in the world, and being in a political science department and where people study things like, you know, do things and like theories and whatnot, I'm very struck by the fact that many of my colleagues in international relations, for instance, talk about the rise of various types of states. So what they point out, for instance, is that there's the rise of civilizational states. Now, by that, you know, for example, you look at India. India sees itself as a rising civilizational state. It is beginning to define itself in civilizational terms. We also have to think about China. China is doing a whole number of things with a very clear idea of itself in terms of civilization and its civilization and how it wishes to go forward, but how it wishes to navigate things civilizationally. Again, look at Turkey. Now, there are a lot of problems with Turkey, as I'm sure all of you know, but one of the things which Erdogan is doing is looking at Turkey as a civilizational state, building Turkey up as a civilizational state. And lastly, and there are others as well, but the other important one for it to consider is Russia. Now, I'm not saying, you know, sort of, I mention Russia with some trepidation for perfectly obvious reasons. But one of the ways that Putin has been able to bed down in Russia is define Russia in civilizational terms. And these kind of civilizational states have actually been able to pick up on things like religion. So the clerics and the, you know, on the panels have stepped back and sort of said, well, you know, rising tide of secularism, everything is secular. We see this as, you know, a normal and natural cause of events. Well, that's not the case in many other countries. Secularism isn't the standard across the world. Why is it the standard here? Maybe that needs to be seen and thought about. Again, something like the coronation does bring these things out. And the other is also, and again, why the rise of these civilizational states is important, is they talk about tradition. Now, a lot of the tradition is, I would argue, bunk, and I'm not convinced of their, you know, how real the traditions they are talking about. You know, we can all dispute the reality of the traditions that they're expressing. However, they are still talking about traditions, and they appear to be talking about traditions in a fairly clear way. I think one of my problems with the coronation is what were the traditions and what culture was being transmitted in the coronation. There was a real muddle there. I'd like to end talking about a book which I read many years ago called Archaeofuturism by Guillaume Fay. I've exposed Simon to it some time back, and no doubt he was utterly flummoxed by it. I think it's a very, very interesting book for several reasons. One of which is that it was mostly about Europe, but over the time it's been written, it's about how very traditional societies may wish to navigate around modernity. Now, what's very interesting, because we've mentioned, you know, the UAE, but to a certain extent, this is also true of Qatar and Singapore. These, in many ways, you could argue, are archaeofuturistic states, meaning to say they're highly, highly traditional. they are building on tradition and culture in a way that perhaps is being very much lost in the West. And they are using modernity, certainly using technology. Sometimes I can't help feeling there is an idea that technology will make us all, sort of lead us to the uplands of somewhere or the other and make us, sort of, which includes things like becoming more secular. But I really wonder about that. That again may not necessarily be true. But something like the coronation could have been used to actually embed certain types of notions of tradition and culture, which I think has been mentioned about opportunities lost. Now, I'm not here to say what I think is an obvious answer, but I think it's something which to me became very clear, is about those transmissions of notions of tradition, notions of culture were a real issue. And, what is it? I don't know. I put it out there mostly to be slightly provocative. Maybe I'm wrong, by the way, could be wrong. Let's hope I'm wrong in some ways. But I think hopefully, with a glass of wine and whatnot, it may be a good place to have a conversation. So, that's me. Finished.
Since I'm still sitting at the front, I don't trust myself carrying wine at the moment. The rain has got into my limbs and I'm a little staggery today. So I will take the opportunity to thank all our speakers, all our participants for what has been, I think, an absolutely brilliantly thought-provoking conference to the last minute. Thank you, Michael, for that. And we will be getting in touch. So please stay in touch with us. Share any of your ideas and reflections with us on these matters. We are more than happy to think about follow-up events.
Yeah.
So thank you all.
Thank you.
Do you now say you declare it closed?
We declare it closed.